Hello and welcome everybody to the Teamfight Tactics Challenge. It's the Challenger Series. It's time. I'm DoA. With me is Khroen, and I'm excited. We saw one of these already. We saw one Challenger Series a couple weeks ago, and it was great. I think we've got a lot to look forward to with this one too. But I gotta ask you, Khroen, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you very much, Doa. It's great to be back with some more TFT action, as is very finely laid out in Set 5, the competitive series. The Challenger Series is one of these stepping stones to get you to the mid-set finale, and then to get you all the way to the NA Worlds qualifiers later on this year. So it's exciting that this is just one piece in a very, very large puzzle.
Yeah, and the puzzle keeps getting more complex. Not in terms of format, perhaps, but in terms of the game itself. We just had a B patch today, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about a lot. Not to mention this current meta has got people in turmoil as well. So it's going to be an interesting couple days, that's for sure. Let's take a look at our format and schedule for today and tomorrow, just to kind of break down what we've got to expect from the Challenger Series. Of course, day one, we've got 16 players. Each player will get to play in 5 games. We're going to seed the players based on their latest snapshot rank, and then we're going to reseed it every 2 games. Now, the top 8 players, Khroen, will make it on to day 2.
Oh yeah, they will, and then we're going to have a bit of a checkmate, but also a double win condition happening. I actually absolutely love this. In order to win the tournament, the players must first get to 24 points and then place first place to win, or gain 40 points total. And of course, the first win condition of achieving that win after 24 points precedes the second win condition, so if 2 are met at the same time, the player who won the lobby will win the whole event. But absolutely love these multiple win conditions, though. How about you?
I really like it too, and this is a format we've seen a couple times in the past. I feel like the first time I saw it was one of the Mort Dog Madness tournaments way back in like set 3 or something.
Yeah.
So we've tried it before. I like it. I like that we're continuing to experiment to try to find what the exact best format for a TFT tournament is, but I do think that this is one of the better ones overall. Let's take a look at the prize pool that these players have to look forward to this week. If you've seen the last Challenger Series, you're going to be familiar with this page. Of course, first place is going to be $800 in that direct invite to the Reckoning mid-set final. That is going to be pretty awesome. We've already got PockyGom, who won the last one, getting in there. He was on a Teamfight talk show earlier today, got to hear about some of his mentality, and it's really fun to kind of dive into what these players have to kind of go through in terms of training, in terms of decision making to get a win like that. It takes a lot, doesn't it, Khroen? You were a competitor yourself, so you know.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot, especially a game like Teamfight Tactics, a game that's constantly evolving and changing, having to stay on top of everything. And when we see players, returning for their second Challenger Series and returning from, top 32 of the Dawnbringer Cup, that just really goes to show you how strong a player is to consistently be on top of the competitive scene. And we're seeing the lobbies right here, the players who will be joining us for this week's Challenger Series.
Yep, that's right. A lot of familiar faces, maybe a couple less familiar faces in there, like Marcel P. Kagros, Cled Bundy, Brennanator, a couple names that we don't know as well in the TFT scene, but still players that are near the top of the game right now. And we mentioned earlier PockyGom, the winner of the last Challenger Series. His kind of training partner that he's talked about in the past, especially in the interview after his win, is Melt in Heart over there, actually. So I'm really curious about watching him play today, see what his style is, and see what he can bring to Lobby A. Because looking at Lobby A especially, I mean, these are both strong lobbies, Khroen, but Lobby A to me looks like the Lobby of Death.
It definitely does. There's a kind of few of those lesser-known players over in Lobby B, but pretty much everyone, and now with, PockyGom shout out Melton Heart, you're going to be knowing everyone in Lobby A. Britosaurus, Karamax, Robin Sung, Setsuko, Solus, Spencer, Sphinx, all those names on the line are definitely ones you wouldn't be surprised to win this whole tournament.
Yeah, I'm psyched to see Delicious Milk back as well. Obviously a prominent voice, shall we say, in the TFT scene. Great player as well. Took a lot of set 4 off, it seemed like, for the most part, but he's back with a vengeance here in set 5, looking to claim a win. Although I know from both his Twitter and seeing certain chat comments that he's not super fond of the current meta. We'll see if maybe the B patch tempers that a little bit. But that's even more to think about, Khroen, where we did have that B patch actually today that nerfed some of the stronger reroll comps in the meta. It hit things like Varus, hit things like Kennen. Trying to remember everything off the top of my head, but it wasn't a huge patch, but it was a significant one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was significant when we think about the two cost-centered reroll compositions, mainly Set and Varus were the reroll comps that were hit. Kennen just as a solid unit, especially going with that Hellion comp that can lead to some late-game Teemo Invoker boards or things like that. Kennen's just a very, very amazing unit, but the mana nerf to him means that it'll be a lot harder for him to get his second ultimate off. So that's a big impact though. But moving it back to how players are going to approach today, are they going to stay away from reroll comps? Because there are still some that can be utilized, right? There's still the Soraka comp that pops up every once in a while. There's still the brand Cavaliers, and while Cavalier 4 got rerolled, Cavalier 4 got utilized sometimes in that composition with the rerolling, you don't need Cavalier 4, so let's just see if players are going to want to avoid those nonetheless, because if less players are rerolling, right, it's going to make it worse for everyone else who's trying to go for it, because there's just more of those 2-cost units in the pool, and it can be hard to hit the exact one that you want, so maybe we'll just see more 4-cost-centered compositions today.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about with reroll comps, because a lot of times in TFT, if more people are playing the same thing you're playing, that's a bad thing. But in this case, stylistically, it's a good thing, because like you said, if somebody else is searching through all the 2 costs for 9 of them to make their 3-star, that makes it even easier for you to find your 2 costs, which then makes it even easier to find someone else's 2 costs, and so on and so forth. So the more people that are rerolling different comps, not the same comp, but different comps, in a lobby, the easier it tends to be for those to sort of happen. And so you do get these weird lobbies right now where like everybody's got like 2 or 3 3-stars, and it gets a little bit maddening. So we'll see what happens. But Khroen, I actually took a journey to the Teamfight universe, and I brought something back. Do you want to see? This has never been in our world before. Look, I found a golden spatula. Actually, check it out. I got one. I don't know. I need to find something to combine with it, because I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. But it is a real life golden spatula. It's
not a shadow spat, is it? We're in, okay, all right, cool. I'm a bit concerned.
No shadow spatch. You can see it looks pretty pure from what I can tell. But
it does.
I don't know. It's really warm. It might be radioactive. I don't know, but we'll see later. For now though, everything's fine. But yeah, there you go, golden spatula. But we're waiting for the players to get situated in the first lobby to get into the game. Khroen, what have you been playing a lot of in your latter games lately?
You know, the B patch came today, and if it happened, a bit earlier, I would have probably had a different answer. But of course, the past week has been the week of pressing D, the week of re-rolling. I myself have been playing those set compositions, the Varus as well, trying to see what I can get away with there. Assassins, I just love Assassins just personally as a player. So farming those that LP with the LeBlancs, the Katarinas, and the Nocturnes, using 2 out of those 3 carries is very, very strong. But now, perhaps, I mean, I do like Rangers and Aphelios too. It just didn't seem to be as consistent of a composition. Definitely prior to patch 10.11, but also with the B patch now, we might be seeing players go towards more 4-cost compositions, like the Draven Mordekaisers and the Aphelios, with maybe some 4-Ranger variants. So, gonna have to see how players will want to approach it with that in mind.
Yeah, possibly. You mentioned Assassins, and I feel like we're going to see a good amount of that this weekend, just because you can build in multiple different ways. You can really have 3 different carries in that build, whether it's the LeBlanc, which is probably the most common, but then you've also got Nocturne and Katarina, which are pretty solid options as well, depending on how your game sort of shapes out. So that's one I think we're going to see a few people going for. I've been playing a lot of the Varus comps as well, mostly because I was already playing a lot of ranges in the meta, so it was pretty easy to sort of jump into just re-rolling Varus out of that, because the way you kind of flow through it is pretty similar. But we also saw kind of the rise of these I feel like Draconic isn't a re-roll comp, despite the fact that you get 3-stars a lot of times, because you're not really getting it from re-rolling, you're getting it from the trait. So some people lump it into that category. I tend not to, but that comp, and then also Hellions into Invokers towards the end, relying on Teemo to be a bit of a carry, are the 2 kind of alternatives. It seems like we're the strongest, again, up until the B patch today. Honestly, you and I are venturing into unknown territory here, because this patch literally just hit maybe 2 hours ago. So the players are figuring it out, we're figuring it out, and I think a lot of it is going to be people trying to do what they knew was already good, but we might see some adaptations as kind of the day goes on.
Yeah, and honestly, it is like pretty strange usually to have a B patch happening a day right before a tournament. But honestly, I think
Yeah.
this is going to be pretty well received by a lot of players. I think a lot of people are kind of just done with only having to be forced to, not forced to, but being overly persuaded to reroll because of how good it is, right? And some players will probably like to take a step back of that. Sure, if you're going to be able to find those compositions, they still will be serviceable, will still be okay, just not as powerful and kind of overwhelming as we've seen previously.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't feel like things will change a ton with the B patch, but we're going to find out, Khroen, because here we go into game number 1. We're going to start things off from Sphinx's perspective, another player that's been near the top of the ladder, been near the top of the scene, been in so many tournaments, but has yet to really have that huge breakout moment, I feel like. But you and I were kind of talking about this when we were getting ready for the cast today, and there's a decent amount of players in these lobbies that are kind of in that same category where they're like, so close but yet so far in terms of tournament results overall career-wise.
Definitely. Like, they've had some really solid just leaderboard placements in terms of LP. They've been in these tournaments, not quite gotten the dominant first place victory like some in like PockyGom, in the last Challenger series. But really, it's just, when is it Sphinx's time? Is it going to be this week? It's very well possible. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to have see Sphinx have a really pop-off week. Actually, out of all the players here competing today, Sphinx is the only one who competed in the first Challenger series for Set 5 and also achieved top 32 in the Dawnbringer Cup. So Sphinx is very well on the front and foremost of the competitiveness of this set. So I have to see if he's able to keep it up.
It's a great point. Yeah. Now, I wasn't super hyped about his items until that sword drop. Now there's some interesting stuff because you can build a GA, you can build an Infinity Edge. So there's 2 really good items to think about, and a couple Kazakhs in the shop. And you've got the 2 Gragas. Do you start to maybe think about assassins here?
It's definitely possible. I mean, even still, with how many iterations of Set 5 there has been, the early game of having Gragas plus Kazakhs for the Dawnbringer is still very solid. Kazakhs is able to farm a lot of early kills. Sphinx will be getting gold on this round. It will come through with 2 gold and a Nico. That is unfortunate. It's going to make the economy for Sphinx to get up to 10 and 20 and all those breakpoints a lot more difficult. But honestly, with that start, a lot of people would just say it's play for like a top 4, maybe 5th at best, even just from that. But still, Sphinx could high roll and kind of salvage that one. But we'll see where that Nico goes, because that's going to be the main factor.
Yeah, for sure. You're looking at, it seems like for the most part, you're kind of looking at, and he is going to actually level to 4. All right. So I was wondering if he was going to look at maybe lost streaking, but he's going for it. I does see a Kazakhs 2 on a different board. Didn't see quite whose that was. You've got a lot of healing here because everybody's got the Dawnbringer trait, I suppose. So I kind of like this board that he set up. It's pretty interesting. But then again, you have the 2 Brawler on the other side. You also have the Dawnbringer, and you've got the Riven and the Legionnaire.
Oh yeah,
it's another scary board. Yeah.
It's just a better board than what Sphinx has, unfortunately. Maybe they'll get 1, maybe 2 kills max. Probably not going to get that second kill as Kazakhs. Yeah, will fall before he gets second ultimate off. So Sphinx with this line wanted to try to just preserve as much HP as possible. Not going to have the gold generation, right? There's no possibility of having 10 gold in this round. We do get offered a sword and a shadow sword, which is kind of awkward, but fortunately enough, the pair of Kazakhs being upgraded into the tier 2 with the brawler buff going in will allow Sphinx to, at least if he's going to lose, be taking out at least 1 or 2 units pretty much every fight.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Sphinx, I'd be thinking LeBlanc right now because you've got the GA, you've got the Infinity Edge. You're just going to be looking for tiers, which aren't that tough to pick up off of carousels very much.
Yeah.
And, Frodan and I were talking about this earlier today as far as what you would use that early Nikos on. And so, maybe a 2 cost. And I think LeBlanc is probably one of the 2 costs you'd consider using the Nikos on more than others. We were thinking maybe Varus and LeBlanc were probably the 2 big ones that you'd use that Nico on early when you wouldn't feel terrible about it.
Yeah.
But perhaps you got to hit the LeBlanc first to do that.
Definitely. And perhaps Brand as well. I might personally lump Brand into that equation.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Brand 2 is still a decent DPS increase as long as you have, say, like blue buff on him already, but you definitely need the blue buff. I think when Sphinx was also scouting this lobby, we saw someone already have LeBlanc too. I wasn't exactly sure who it was, but yeah, that might dissuade Sphinx from going that route if someone's going to be that, hard contesting already. Now, they don't have to be committing to it. I'm not sure that I saw any tiers on LeBlanc when it was scouted, but Sphinx in this round will just be killing 1 unit, still losing, still dropping pretty low in HP, but Robin Songs is a little bit lower.
Yeah, Robin Songs at 86. Nobody really in ultra dire straits right now, but we're going to check in with Robin Songs. Little bit of a rough item start. Decided to slam the locket early, which I think it's set 4. That's a solid early slam. It's actually the shadow locket too.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So,
yeah.
huh.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think Shadow Locket's actually a bit better slam early than a normal Locket in that case. We didn't want to slam anything else, which is very reasonable, right? Like GA early is going to be not amazing. The
Right.
Shadow Locket will provide a lot of good stats, probably net in some more unit kills, and it can still be utilized in the late game a lot more effectively than a regular Locket, just being able to provide that armor and MR, even at the cost of not gaining as much mana, right? Because it can still be utilized on units like Nocturne or just frontliners that take a lot more damage to generate their mana as opposed to just auto attacking. So I kind of like it. Given Robin's start, it leaves him open, it leaves him flexible, and he can go a lot of different directions.
I mean, you could see how tanky that Nunu was for a little while. It couldn't stand the heat of the assassins, but at the same time, like, you can see where this could be going, or how useful that item is at least. He goes in and picks up the Shadow Glove. Okay.
Yeah. Has a tier, I believe, and a sword on the bench, so could make a Shadow Hodge. Shadow IE potential is there, but not exactly knowing what direction Robin's going to take. Both items are relatively good on multiple units, however. Just gotta see where the shops bring Robin. Was able to make 10 gold there, so not too bad in the economy standpoint.
A lot of players looking fairly open at this point yet. I'm really curious what Melton Hart and Spencer are up to here. They're both our only players that are still at 100 HP. And I would imagine one of them is going to play the other fairly soon here, so we'll see. Level 5 from Robin Song, so, excuse me, just trying to maybe stave off a bit more HP loss at this point.
Yeah, I mean, generally if you're going to purchase XP in the first couple of rounds, you would want to go 5 after Carousel no matter what. It's really awkward to sit on, 4 XP away. Even if you're trying to go on a loss streak, which maybe Robin Songs is trying to break here. We do have the Sacrificial IE slammed onto the Riven, 3 Dawnbringer buff, and Riven is just a really good unit, honestly, throughout a lot of the game, especially early, though. She can output a lot of damage. She'll get CC'd by the Ashe on Bertosaurus's board, but Bert's already rocking a few Draconics, and with the Titan Resolve already set in the set, Bert might still just be going a set composition regardless of the nerf.
I mean, you'd think set's still going to be pretty strong overall. Obviously, this is not a round that Bertosaurus is going to win, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, Draconic should be good, late game. If you get it early, a lot of times pros will say, well, that's just auto play. You're just going to go Draconic at that point. But we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, there's a couple of
like
different,
you said, with the
there's a couple different routes that you can take the Draconic comp. You don't have to fully lean into Draconics. That was a good upgrade with Hecarim too, but you don't have to fully lean into Draconics. You can just get the set 3 and then level up and play like a Teemo board actually to complement it, and players do that and actually just drop 3 Draconics after that. Maybe you just play an Ashe 2 or something of the sort, but you don't need to at all. So I would say that's a pretty good position there, already having like 3 out of the 6 required items. There was a Shadow Sword on the bench, and that'll go to a Sacrificial IE, and then as soon as you get the BT, that's best in slot right there.
You've got the Shadow Warmogs on the Gragas as well, so he's going to get a lot of HP, but he's going to, of course, slowly lose it over time. Now the Dawnbringer buff offsets a lot of that, so this Gragas is basically going to live forever, and that allows the Riven and the Kha'Zix to do work here. Going to get another win over Sphinx, and yeah, you can see why Spencer has been win streaking here, so 100 HP. That is a strong board and a strong early item slam.
Definitely. Some good item slams that are kind of flexible as well. It doesn't really lock you into, at one specific thing with going a Shadow Warmogs and going the IE as well. We're still open and just have a good early board. So really, really good start to the game for Spencer. Looking at the units on the bench, we could be going into some Assassins. Nocturne reroll is definitely on players' minds, but just a solid early game board, utilizing Forgotten synergy as well. Katarina does so much damage in the early game. This is just a good start from Spencer. 30 gold as well.
Yeah, he's got the income, he's got the HP, and he's got the flexible items. So the world is his oyster, as it were. He's able to really kind of play a lot of different, play more flexibly than a lot of people kind of say you're able to in this current meta. But I think we're going to see the meta change right before our eyes, Khroen, because that D patch might be making enough of a difference for some of the more flexible, fast aiting play that avoided the rerolls to come back a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Looking at Spencer's bench, I was curious if Spencer would actually want to sell for 40 gold there or not. And
Yeah.
you would have to sell one of the Warwick or the Victor pairs, so maybe it wasn't, willing to do that, but could still be just leaning the direction of the Nocturne as well, because Nocturne would have been one of the units that was sold. We have the IE for the Nocturne. Generally, players do like RFC as well, and we can make use out of an attack speed item with maybe like a Zeke's Bleak Herald if we get a Shadow Sword or a Shadow Belt at some point. But Spencer does level to 6 on 3-1, which just speaks to Spencer wanting to protect the win streak as much as possible.
Yeah.
He wants to be at 100, make a lot of gold that way.
Yeah, I really like that. Waiting to see who he wants to build the GA on, waiting to put it on that Katarina if he needs to. Doesn't look like he will need to.
No.
So we can leave that component free for now, which is good because you've got an armory coming up. So it's not like it was before where you want to generally slam an item or two after a neutral round. You can be a little bit greedy and wait for 3-2, wait for that first armory and see what you get. But this certainly looked pretty strong. He's got the Forgotten buff in there. He obviously isn't getting any benefit off of shadow items from it just yet, but it does still give you stats, so that is kind of nice.
Yeah.
It's a belt and a bow
Okay.
for the choices.
I mean, Bo could go RFC if we're thinking about the Nocturne. Doesn't have to, though, just scouting out the rest of the lobby. And I actually like this. Players, when they're picking their item, it kind of solidifies themselves in one direction or the other. So what Spencer is doing is seeing if anyone's committing to one direction, and that'll mean that he can go another one, the one that's more open. So I like Spencer taking the time. He's not forced to, like, roll down on 3-2 to stabilize because he's already has a strong enough board state to be kind of, chilling right now. So I do like the patience from Spencer and the really just analytical mind thinking about all the different routes and all the options before making his decision.
Right. Well, you know what, like we've been talking about, he's really got the best of everything right now, where he's got the HP and the economy to do something like this. And we talked earlier about how when you're playing reroll, you're generally wanting to look to reroll something that no one else in the lobby is, while they are also rerolling something because it makes it even easier if you do hit yours. That said, looks like this round is going to be a little bit rougher, and it looks like he's going to take his first HP loss, perhaps, unless this Victor can pull out a miracle here. But I don't know. Even the shields from Victor and the damage are not going to give Gragas longevity to survive against Robin songs. And this is big for Robin to get a win here because he's been at the bottom for a while now. But with that Hecarim, it looks like he's finally starting to come back maybe a little bit. He's jumped up to 6th place so far.
Yeah, it looks like Robin probably rolled down a little bit there to stabilize, and with Spencer not rolling anything, it's kind of an expected loss to take right there. But Spencer's econ is putting him at 50 gold, so we'll be able to, go to level 7 or level 8 perhaps even a bit quicker and roll it down from there.
Yep, Khroen X down all the way at the bottom here, but we're going to take a look at Melt in Heart. Again, remember, this is that friend that PockyGom talked about when, after his win in the last Challenger Series, he said someone was helping him out, even stream sniping him once in a while.
Yeah.
But this is the guy. This is Melton Hart, and so we'll see what he's got today. Currently 2nd place in the lobby, going for possibly Varus here, although a couple flex items, so he's not super committed to it yet.
Yeah, doesn't have to be committed to it, but still can't go that route. Going against Bortosaurus, who is the Draconic player, who has the set 2 online with the Titan's Resolve, and yeah, this is going to be an easy round win for Bert.
Wow.
Melton Hart has to get something online soon because, as we were talking about, it could be a Varus comp, but there is just really no Varus items yet. Hopefully the carousel will give Melton Hart some direction, however.
Looks like things are getting a little bit choppy on my screen right now. I don't know if it is for you, but yeah, we're going to swap over to Khroen there. All right, so Khroen, currently the bottom of the lobby right now. Not the end of the world. He is going for the 4 Legionnaire for the moment, trying to beef up that Riven a little bit. But he kind of needs to find that Riven too. And he doesn't have a ton of gold, Khroen, to really do this with. This is a little bit of a rough situation. Down, but not out yet. But maybe a little bit worried.
Yeah, it's even more of a rough situation, I think, because I'm pretty sure over half of Khroen's last 20 games, at least on ladder, he's played Draven Mordekaiser composition with with some Legionnaires, and sure, he has Legionnaires on this board. He's found the Draven from this carousel, but already being this low and not even having 30 gold here is going to make it a lot harder to go 7, roll it down, and hit some, 4-cost upgrades. Very, very worried for Kermex's spot in this game. Even just making a Lux 2 to hopefully stabilize something, putting 3 redeemed in 4 Legionnaires, like this is an okay board, but it's not going to be the best. Hopefully with his Draven items now being swapped over to him, he can win some rounds.
Yeah, I think the danger here is that your front line is an Aatrox, basically, and a Riven. And so you do have a little bit of crowd control, and you do have a little bit of survivability with Aatrox's heals, but as you can see, it doesn't last very long. Maybe, though, with the Lux helping out, it'll last long enough.
Yeah,
Nope,
no.
Draven gets eaten. Yeah, not quite. I thought maybe the Nunu didn't quite have enough health to pull it off, but that was not the case.
It's looking close.
And, yep. Not the worst loss ever, but it's still going to be a bit rough. He's going to continue to go down. But Mountain Heart has dropped precipitously since the last time we checked out his board as well. So, Khroen, not the only one fighting for survival down there.
No, just a 1 HP difference between the two players. Khroen scouting a lot of other players' boards as well. Finds a Callista upgrade, which is really not that impactful. Could go Abomination if he's able to find one more of them just to stabilize even further. Does play the Callista 2 over Yasuo, just a bit of a better, giving that it is an upgrade and can allow him to sell up to 40 gold still. Because the 4-1 roll down or 4-2 roll down is really going to be the make or break point for Kermex's comp.
Right. Going to go up against Sphinx, who's currently third in the lobby right now, and relying on that Callista carry still.
Okay.
For the moment, anyway.
There's a couple more Callistas on the bench as well with the Nico's help. Dare I say this could be a Callista reroll A-bomb composition? It has been a thing a little bit, but haven't quite seen it in a while, so be curious to see if Sphinx does commit to that style.
I feel like it's something, though, that I've heard pros talk about as being one of the lesser experimented with reroll comps.
Yeah.
We've seen it a couple times here and there. Like, Callista's definitely a good unit early on, so I feel like there should be something there, but you're right, we just haven't seen it too much in tournaments, I guess you could say. So that'll be interesting to track, because right now Sphinx is the only person in the lobby on a win streak. So clearly it's working, even without Abomination going in there. Let's jump over to Solus's viewpoint here, as he's got that Nunu in, still no Nunu 2, got a few skirmishers, still got a bit of Brawler, bit of Dawnbringer, so seems like there's still a couple different ways that Solus could go out of this.
Yeah, and I feel like we're saying that a lot, DoA, and that's because a lot of players are just going to be slamming like Shadow Lockets and Redemptions and these really flexible items. It's very interesting, actually, that we're not really seeing that many offensive, solidifying items to really go into one specific comp, but, I mean, okay, so we don't upgrade the Nunu. We're going to want to find something else instead. But what route is that going to be exactly? There's skirmishers? Maybe it is just going to be a skirmisher pivot.
Yep, there's an Udyr if he wants to put in 6. Okay, going past it. Has Elise in. There's the Jax. That's what he was probably looking for. Ironclad, and a little bit more time to decide. Decides to not put in the Jax quite yet.
He does have one on board. So that was a pair of Jaxes.
Oh, he does. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. Found the pair. The Rel pair is going to be kind of appealing. But what is he going to sell? The bench is completely full right now. Solus looks like he's kind of surveying a lot of different options. Not sure this is one that he wanted to land on, but it's going to be the best for now. Going against Robinson's Hecarim with a triple tank items.
Yeah, his Jax is also turned against him by an early Viego, but it looks like he might survive anyway. We'll see if this Hecarim can hold his own. It's going to be a little bit rough.
Trundle, though. Stealing stats.
Yep. Trundle should be able to pave the way to victory. Yeah, it will be. So Robin Songs does take a shot there. And Solus seeming to be on the verge of putting together a pretty strong composition. Skirmishers, certainly took a hit, but they're definitely not out. They're still a pretty legit comp if you hit everything you're looking for.
Yeah, I don't generally, too much attention to it, but there was a little bit of misplay that Solus just did. He wanted to sell up to 10 gold and was trying to sell the Callista plus the Nautilus, but actually as the armory came up, you actually can't sell units during it, so he couldn't sell the Nautilus in time. And okay, now Solus is going the 6 skirmishers, has the Shadow Hand of Justice for the Jax, needs a couple more items for the Jax though to really start carrying. The Rel pair is still there, but this is very interesting because skirmishers did get nerfed a couple patches ago, right? Moving into 11.11, now that the skirmishers are going to still be okay when they're tier 2'd with the amount of shields that they get, but not as good with the flat HP amount that they got before.
Right. I think it's a situation, though, too, where if you're Solus, like, this is what you've been hitting. You've been finding the right skirmishers. You've already found 2 Jaxes. You found items to make Trundle fairly strong, but then again, we've got a LeBlanc on the other side with pretty good items. Not perfect items. It's not the dark blue buff, and so actually, it looks like maybe this Pantheon is going to be able to do it. One more ult from Vlad. No, not enough. And that's a win for Solus. Okay.
Yeah.
Looked a little bit rough at first, but Pantheon is a kind of an underrated unit.
Can't keep Pantheon down even after the nerfs. You won't block as much damage, but still just going to be way too strong. And actually, it was a loss for Setsuko because of that sacrificial Infinity Edge. Just dealing the damage to LeBlanc herself meant that she fell over and couldn't take out the Pantheon. But still, solid direction from Setsuko. We know what composition that they're going. Just a lot of LeBlancs off in order to get the tier 3. Same with the Katarinas, sitting on 4 of each.
Interesting. So the composition's starting to come together a little bit here as we check out Setsuko's view. He is running that LeBlanc. Still pretty great items. And this is one of the variations we see a lot, where it's a LeBlanc in the Coven. Going to be able to do a good amount of damage, all that AP. Holy cow, yeah. That is a scary one.
Definitely.
Yep.
It's scary the position Melton Heart is in too, because they slammed an Ironclad spat just to try to stabilize. They're on 0 gold level 7, and still is looking like it's going to lose this round against Setsuko as well. Oh, the Taric heals, the Redemption heals come through. Okay, that might have saved them. Yeah,
that LeBlanc is low health, and yeah, she's not going to be able to survive long enough. Close call, but it worked out for Melton Heart. At 23 HP, you need to win right now. So, yeah, slamming things like the Ironclad emblem, definitely worth.
100%. So Melt will pick up off of the carousel here, because of course being at low HP means you get to pick first. And it's going to look like the sword was taken. Perhaps they just wanted the bow. Either way, have to see where that item ends up going in the future. I do like Setsuko's utilization of this Zephyr here. He's going to be Zephyring some frontline units in order to buy the assassins a lot more time to deal with the backline and not get peeled as easily, because you're not going to, you know, CC the backliners, because that's the ones that LeBlanc and Katarina are going to be killing. Right.
Gets a Viego in for the 5th assassin. And getting a Viego is huge. If you can position it well, you can steal a lot of stuff. And oftentimes what I've found is I like to go for like the sides of people's compositions. I don't go right for their carries or anything like that. I just try to steal some of the tertiary units where Viego's going to be able to be more guaranteed to get the steal off to begin with. And you steal something like a Lux on the side, or, you know, one of the tanks maybe if you're going up against Rangers, and it can end up making a big difference because it just gives you like a sand soldier basically, right? If nothing else, it gives you more HP for your opponents to go through while your carries work. So getting that Viego in as soon as possible is pretty big.
Exactly. Setsuko facing up against Ramen Songs this round. Ramen Songs has gone the Nocturne route, has Revenants for that GA, means that Nocturne's rezzing, and taking out Setsuko's assassins. That was a pretty dominant victory there. There's even 3 Revenants, I believe, on level 7, found the Volibear, so that's huge.
Wow. I mean, you talk about things that are good against Viego. Revenants are definitely one of them, because if there's a GA effect of any kind, if there's a res effect that comes in, that Viego steal doesn't happen. So that's a good way to counter it. It's going to be 6 assassins now as Setsuko finds his own Nocturne. And this is going to be a lot of damage, but I just feel like it might be a little bit too little too late for Setsuko to stabilize. We'll see, but we're going to go on board with KhroenX to see if he could take this Legionnaire board a little bit higher maybe than 7th. It's looking rough.
KhroenX fully greeting here. Did not really roll that much, it looks like, on 7. Did find 1 Mordekaiser, but really just wants to push 8 after the Raptors. Will he be punished for it, though, in this round? The Rise gets Zephyred, but Draven's still alive. But for how long? Bloodthirster shield comes out. Katarina's going to be jumping. Draven's still alive.
Yeah, the Draven lived. I thought he was 100% dead, but no more cast from a LeBlanc. She didn't get that final cast, and he's going to win the round. Wow, that was a close call for Draven, but you can see the power of the Bloodthirster rework that we got coming into set 5. I really love it, because getting that little extra shield does make the difference a lot of times and makes that item a lot more worth building than I think it used to be in earlier sets, and you can see the reason right there.
Definitely, and that's the case for a lot of items, I think, in this set as well. There's definitely ones that are able to be utilized in very effective situations, just like that Draven. But for Khroen now, the time is now to be able to roll it down, or at least on the next round, hit the Draven 2, hopefully hit the Mordekaiser 2. The Shadow Locket is buffing all those units. You know, Draven doesn't really need to get the casts off to be as impactful of a unit.
True.
Melton Heart, though, is on just 1 life remaining, on 3 HP.
Yeah, looking like it might be an 8th for him this game, unless things turn around. You can see Khroen hovering over the Lulu. A lot of players liking to include that in builds like this just because of the attack speed buff that she gives you. Whoa, and there's a Draven too, just like that. And he needed it. Look, 0 gold remaining. You've got some on the bench, but that could not have come at a better time for Khroen.
Oh, that was so good. But yeah, the question is, how is he going to, make the rest of the comp look like? It's 3 Mystics, 3 Forgottens, and 4 Legionnaires. The front line is still not that great. There's just really the Hecarim and maybe some Mordekaiser if it gets a shield off, but that's not guaranteed. Oh no. Jack's now going to start running
Draven to live. Yeah, that's the danger, right? Draven's going to be able to do a lot of healing, and he's going to be able to chew through these units. Even a unit like a Pantheon quickly because of that last Whisper. And he does just that. Needs it for the Trundle as well. The Trundle just casts it, so you don't need to worry about the cast going off onto Draven. So the ordering of things coming in onto the Draven worked out pretty well. But that said, in the end, that cannon with the stun might just have done enough. Yeah, it looks like Souls will get the win anyway. Oh, I had high hopes for that Draven. That looked good for a little while.
It did, but the same side unfortunately meant that Jack's able to find his way to the Draven eventually. Melton Heart did also take an unfortunate 8th place, just not a good enough board to stabilize with. Now players are going level 8. Spencer finds a Varus 2. Kermex Lulu upgrade potential, but no, it's not going to want to run Lulu. Lulu was one of the units that was nerfed actually in this B patch. Her poly duration is like a full second lowered, and her mana does go down a little bit, starting mana from 50 to 40.
Right. Yeah, so definitely not as strong as that unit used to be. The attack speed, I can't remember if the attack speed was touched. I don't think it was, but at least that's still intact anyway. He finds a Taric too, which is pretty big. We talked about Khroen lacking a front line, so this is certainly going to help. This Gragas 3 on the other side, along with that set 3. It's going to live forever.
Yeah, the set doesn't have Bloodthirster though.
Yep, it's true. He's not going to heal.
Can't heal up. The Draven could tear through, and yeah, the no healing means that Draven's looking like he's going to win this round. The CC does come through, but yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Whoa! A lot of CC. All right, so yeah, working out okay. Setsuko out in 7th. Our second player drops here. And we're going to jump over to Spencer, who is currently number 2 in the lobby on a win streak with 4 wins in a row, and he's put together the 4 Ranger composition and using that Aphelios. Interesting. So, and no Knights as well. 2 Cavalier, 2 Mystic, and then the 4 Nightbringer buff, really making sure that Aphelios can survive, but also do a lot of extra damage. So we know players have been experimenting with Aphelios and trying different ways to bring him back in. He did get a little bit of a buff in 11.11, and this composition looks solid.
It does, but Sphinx also does as well. Has Viego 2, Mord 2, Draven 2. There is a lot that Aphelios has to get through in this matchup, and with only a Rel 1 tanking, looks like it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Draven and Mord, the rest of the crew, find their way to the Aphelios. Spencer takes a big hit there. Khroen also falls with exact lethal, it looks like, as well.
Yep. Looks that way out in 6th. And Bertosaurus looks like he is going to take a shot there from Solus. So we're down to our top 5.
Yeah. Ooh, Kindred 2 for Spencer, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, with the GA as well. But I feel like that's something everybody's going to be going for. Yeah, Bertosaurus grabs it right away.
Yeah.
That's tough. All right, Morello's. And he has the Ash. He could put the Ash on Morello's. He's got a couple different options, I suppose, with that.
Yeah. Could perhaps put it on a Varus with the big AoE. Might be able to apply it. I'm not sure if he was running any frontliners that would have been good for. Oh, it was running Morgana actually, and it'll probably it'll probably find its way there instead. Also, a spatula on Spencer's board won't come into play now, but if Spencer does live until the stage 6 carousel, that could be a force of nature or even a shadow force of nature at that point.
True.
So I have to keep that in mind as well for Spencer's win condition later on into the game.
It's funny, if you build a Shadow Force of Nature at this point in the game with 25 HP, you better hope you're winning every single round, because by doing that, you'd essentially be putting yourself on 1 HP. So it's if he finds it, it's brave. Ash 3 for Bertosaurus, by the way, we can see from the sidebar and from the screen in front of us, as he's going to go into Spencer right now. It's going to be the Ghost, at least.
Yeah, Morello is applied. The set, though, now has that Shadow Guardian Angel, so it's going to come back. But Aphelios is going to have enough damage? No, not quite.
One punch!
Set with the punch, takes on Aphelios, lives the 1 HP. Another loss for Spencer.
It hurts.
It really does.
And, oh, Bertosaurus down to like 3 HP as well. Nobody dropping, but coming very close.
Yeah.
What do you do? No gold. You're just trying to live to the next neutral round to see what you can get, but he's really got to do a good job of figuring out who he's got the highest chance of playing and then positioning well against them.
Yep, that's one thing you can do at this point. Gold came through. Still not having a Rel 2 is actually a big loss of a frontline for Spencer, so really has to make sure the Aphelios gets as much time as possible with all this positioning. Gonna move it to left corner. Be protected by Kindred, hopefully, but the round against Solus, see how it goes.
Right. Solus with the skirmishers. He's not going to watch. He's just going to do some scouting instead, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe accepting his fate. Like, wondering, all right, well, can I take a sneaky fourth maybe? But we'll see.
Oh, the checks might fall.
Yeah? Oh, it's possible. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Actually, yeah, the skirmishers caught up on the Rel for a long time, but I'm worried about that Trundle in the back lines. The Giant Slayer, though, maybe helps out here. That is such a huge Trundle. If he gets one more ult off, though. Oh, he's coming. Look out. Oh, the stun from Ash clutch in the end to help win that one. And that's going to put Spencer in the top 4. That is big. Bertosaurus out in 5th. And we have our top 4. Solus, Sphinx, Robin Songs, and Spencer's. We're going to jump over with Sphinx, a player we talked about a lot going into this one. Doing pretty well here in game number 1.
Definitely doing very well. Gets a Trap Claw from this neutral round. Is not going to be amazing, but what a lot of players will do in this situation is just hold to put the Trap Claw for whatever next matchup is, put it on mid-fight to stun the exact unit that you want to. So I'd be surprised to see Sphinx utilize that little tech play. Still sitting on a comfortable amount of HP, is 39, moving into stage 6, so in a decent spot. Might not be able to go to level 9, but there's not really any more upgrades to find besides for a Kindred, and with a couple of Kindreds already out of the pool, maybe there's not really much, not really much to upgrade.
Not a lot you can do, no. Wow, Viego too for Robin Songs. That could be a pretty major threat now as well. I do like the Legionnaire Viego. That's going to make sure that he gets his cast off quickly, or at least recasts it quickly as well.
Yep.
Let's see what we've got.
Go up against the Aphelios board.
Yep. Trap Claw. Yeah. He knows he's going to run to the Varus.
Yeah.
Not bad. Is he going to steal the Varus? Oh, the Varus had the GA, though. We talked about how that definitely slows down the Viego doing his thing. He's going to turn around, though. But the shield, though. Yeah, Viego gets nothing. Now it's all on this Draven. That's not going to work out. Wow. And the Aphelios board. A lot of damage to Sphinx. So, Spencer finding success with Aphelios, a champion that a lot of people had written off a little bit in the last couple patches. It's still good, but I do think it's still only good situationally. Yeah. But feels like Spencer's finding one of those situations right now.
Also, speaking of comps that people have written off, you gotta be thinking about Skirmishers being one of those, but Solus is the highest HP in the lobby right now, and it looks like his spot to win this lobby is really, really good. Robin Song's falling, there's just one life left for his Spencer. Solus, if he's able to get some solid positioning, find his jacks to those carries, like this Draven, he can very well take this one, but still a couple rounds away from that. Sphinx was up against Spencer for this one.
Alright, Draven versus Aphelios, let's go. See who takes it. Aphelios feeling a little bit safer in those back lines, but it all depends on who can chew through the front line faster, right? We've got the Last Whisper for the Draven. That's going to do a lot, but that Varus is going to give some more damage to the front line over on the side of Spencer. But here we go. Oh, the more down. Yeah, Aphelios, especially with that Giant Slayer and IE, just doing way too much damage.
Yeah. Really seems like a 4 Ranger difference, and honestly, this Viego kind of seems like a dead unit. The Viego, even though it's tier 2 that has 3 items, isn't really accomplishing anything besides from maybe getting one person's GA off, if that. The Ranger's just outputting way too much damage and can deal with it so easily. Solus did take a loss in that last round against whoever's ghost he was fighting, not sure quite who it was, but seems to want to improve the composition a little bit. It's going to run 4 Dragon Slayers now with the Diana and Mordekaiser in. Takes out the 3 Ironclads.
Yeah, I feel like anyone could really win this because we've seen people everybody kind of beating everybody at this point. Solus, though, with these Skirmishers. Skirmishers, Khroen, are kind of the classic case of a comp that was like OP and everyone was playing it. It got a little nerf and everyone wrote it off, and then people were like, oh wait, it's still pretty good. And
Yep.
maybe mark that up to still very good. It looks like an easy round win for Solus here. Spencer looking like he's going to go out. And are we going to maybe see a double kill? No. Sphinx won his round.
Yep.
So we got a 1v1. Sphinx
be...
versus Solus here.
Gonna be the Skirmishers versus the Draven Mordekaiser board. Both players are going to be running towards this Frozen Heart. Solus will grab it first. That's going to be big in denying that Draven's attack speed. You can put it onto either Viego or Diana, depending on which one might ult first. Diana ultimate might be a bit more impactful, but Viego 2 perhaps could be found. It's actually sitting on a pair of both assassins, and yeah, Viego 2.
Oh, that's so good, because you know, when you're deciding who you're going to put that Frozen Heart on, you want it to be the person that's going to live the longest. And now that he's got that Viego 2, you'd imagine that's probably what it's going to be. Although, what you can do is just sort of wait until the beginning of the round to place it. Make sure, like we're seeing, that he's got the Diana on one side, the Viego on the other side. He'd prefer to put on the Viego, I think, but you've got the chance to put on both. All right, this positioning. Viego, he's going to throw it on him anyway, but Viego, oh, the Draven comes to him. That's convenient.
Yeah. Trying to take the Ivern, but Ivern has Revenant, which means he won't get stolen. The Viego in the back line, though, for Sphinx is taking Solus's Skirmishers. Oh, man, that was big. The Drax is already down. Solus taking a big hit in this round. Not going to be enough to take him out, though, but the next round will be the last.
Yeah, that was... I feel like we've seen Viego run into a lot of things that resurrect this round. This particular game.
Yeah. GAs, Revenants, just Viego not really getting the value you would expect out of a legendary unit.
Pretty much. But yeah, now you can see he's looking for that positioning. It's going to be crucial. And like I said before, I think he just tried to steal something on the side of the fight. You know, maybe if he puts it over on the left, he can steal the Kindred if he's lucky. That's always a good one to take, and it is just a Kindred 1, so there's a good chance there. He's going to just try to use it more than anything to slow down the attack speed of the Draven, but we'll see if it's enough. Here we go.
Saz jumping into the back line. The Draven, though, is going to be running away from them. The Viego on Sphinx's side going to steal Solus's Rel unless he gets stunned down.
No.
But no! The Rel's stolen. That's big. Both carriers still alive, however.
That's so rough, though. The Rel getting stolen, ulted, I think, on the Draven on the other side. And yeah, that's going to seal the deal. Sphinx gets the win in game number 1. Solus does get the second place, Spencer in third. So Sphinx, like we talked about coming into this one, you know, maybe this is the beginning of it, Khroen. Maybe this is Sphinx's day. It's a good start anyway.
It definitely is a good start, and what was very telling from that game as well is where people's perspectives on the meta was, right? We see a couple of 4-cost centered comps moving into the final 2, so moving away from the re-rolling, trying to, you know, go to level 8, level 9, and just really well played all throughout the course of the game by Sphinx, right? Didn't have the most amazing start to the game, but still turned it back up, found a carry, still had some good items on him, got there, and, you know, with some great positioning, was able to take out Solus in the last round. So very well played. Props to Sphinx for taking that one.
Yeah, I think we saw a good example of what we're going to see a lot of in the first couple games at least, which is where people are very much feeling out this patch right now. If you remember back to the early game, we saw a lot of people slam very generic items, or like a Warmogs, you know, lockets, things like that. Things to let them sort of test the waters, look to see if anyone else was really re-rolling. Do I re-roll? What are they going for? And that kind of led to a lobby that played a lot like it did before 11.11 happened, you know, where a lot of people were playing safe, best board, going into those 4-cost carries, and that's what ended up working out. But let's take a look at our scoreboards to see exactly how everything broke down in both our lobbies A and B. Now, we saw lobby A. We know Sphinx won that one, but it was Kled Bundy taking the win over Delicious Milk. And lobby number B, the Breninator, Marcel, taking out the rest of the top 4. And it's going to be Kubum, Sojin, and Kagros, and DQA on the bottom half of lobby B. Interesting.
Definitely very interesting. A couple of things, actually. I'd be really curious to see if Kled Bundy played an assassin composition, or what exactly they played. And I'm curious as to, you know, Delicious Milk coming back from not really playing that much, if anything, on, you know, the past week, but coming out and having a strong performance already in game number 1. He's come back to the swing of things and didn't really miss a beat, it looks like, DoA.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of eyes are on Delicious Milk. He's such a great, like, outspoken voice in the TFT community. Always ready to levy the criticism, but definitely loves the game at the end of the day. And yeah, he by all accounts, he was not playing a whole lot since the last patch came out. Didn't like it very much, but today off to a strong start, and so that means that he'll be tied with Solus at 8 points, while Kled Bundy and Sphinx will currently be the top of the overall leaderboard. Remember, we will reseed these lobbies after games 2 and 4. So we're going to have the same lobbies for next game, but then after that, we're going to mix things up a little bit, do a little bit more reseeding based on results, and then we'll see where things end up. But interesting start to the day, Khroen. I was really wondering what we were going to see as far as re-rolling versus more of a traditional style of play. And in Lobby A, anyway, things looked fairly safe, fairly traditional. We don't really know what happened much in Lobby B, but as things get mixed up, I think we're going to see things continue to change.
Definitely, and I have a bit of a theory that I've been working on for the past couple minutes, DoA, and that's because, you know, Sphinx getting that win, it did come off of a 2-gold Nico start, right? That's one where a lot of players would say you're very doomed, and a couple of ways out of that are high rolling in the mid game, or with this recent patch coming through, the meta being so fresh that people don't really know how to optimize it so well, so the games are just slower, giving Sphinx more wiggle room, but not getting punished as much maybe into the mid game. It was able to make it late game because of that fact. Now, we're going to need more evidence to really suggest that and see how the pacing of the game goes for the next ones, but this patch is definitely nowhere near solved, especially with that B patch coming through and dissuading people from going the re-rolling style.
Yeah, I mean, I know from a pro player perspective, you generally don't want patches like right before your match happening, but from a casting perspective, I have this guilty sort of love of these situations. I feel bad about it, Khroen. I feel bad, but I like it because I like seeing the greatest players figure things out in real time.
Yes.
That's fun for me. I'm sorry if it's not fun for the players. I enjoy it. I think we at home can kind of enjoy watching it because yeah, you could really see the brains sort of churning in the first game where people are playing so safe at the beginning of that, slamming their items so, so objectively, where it's like, I could go really any way, that you do kind of see things being sort of deduced as the game happens, right? Yeah. So I think we're going to see more of that in Lobby in the second game here. And I believe we're going to jump over to Lobby B. I'm not 100% sure, but once that is all set up, we're going to do exactly that and get into the game. What would you say the biggest surprise, Khroen, in the game number 1 that we saw was? We talked about a lot of stuff, but what kind of surprised you the most?
Yeah, I think it overall was the pacing of the game and so many players slamming, say, like the Shadow Lock and some redemptions and these just like overly flexible items and kind of just feeling out the lobby and learning as it goes. I would have expected, I mean, we did see a set reroll composition. I think we did see one player playing Assassins as well, at least in lobby that we watched, but it didn't look like players really, you know, had figured it out yet, and that makes sense. It's just that, like, exactly how safe they were playing it was a bit surprising to me. Not just going in and being like, all right, I'm going to go play Draven or play Aphelios this game, and that's going to be it. Even Solus, like, flexing over to playing Skirmishers. I mean, I think Solus does play Skirmishers more than the other players, perhaps, in this lobby, but it's still nice to see a lot of different things navigated towards, but from a safe, from a safe beginning to it.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that continues to be the case as we go into game number 2 here. Jumping over to the other lobby, Lobby B, and jumping on board with our winner of game number 1. It's going to be Kled Bundy. Clever name. That's fun. Yeah. And we'll see if he can continue the success that he found in game number 1. Gets the Leona with the Negatron Cloak early on. And Cloak's one of those items that's probably a little bit lower on the tier list, Khroen, as far as like first items you want off the carousel. But it does build into things like Runins, so there's certainly some good combinations you can find with it.
Yeah, there is, and okay, not going to find the item right now, but we'll find a pair of Nautiluses and a LeBlanc. Of course, no real items to say, you know, this is the LeBlanc game yet, but still a couple more perhaps to come through. Is just going to play some tanky frontliners for now. Like, looking at this start, it very well could be a Varus game. Varus was one of the compositions, the real compositions that got nerfed. But, you know, you like one cloak for a Runans. You do.
You do indeed.
Possibility is there.
Yep. So we'll see what the start's going to be.
You know, I was curious. I looked at what Kled Bundy won the first lobby with, and it was 4 Dragon Slayer, 4 Nightbringer, 3 Skirmishers. Had Yasuo 3, Pantheon 3, and Trundle 3. Going for a bit of a reroll, and yeah, double Runan's Dual Gauntlet Yasuo. Alright, that's really, really nice, actually, from Kled Bundy, but can you do it again? I want to see it piloted in real time.
Nightbringer being taken literally there. Looks like we lost his feed for a moment. We're going to go over to the Shojins instead. And Sojin does have this this Kha'Zix too, which is always something you like to have early on. A couple Udyrs as well, so we'll see what he can make out of this. But the Kazakhs too early is just like we talked about in the beginning of the last game, just solid, right? Especially if you can find a Gragas.
Yeah, Sojin, actually a player that I've not seen too much of recently. When I think about Sojin, I think back to what was it, like Dark Star Jin and that set, and they had like a really good performances in ladder and tournament with that play.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I haven't really seen too much of what Sojin has been up to recently. But I do like this start, however. Got a couple of brawlers, got the Kazakhs too, and is scouting every single board and seeing where's the best place for my Kazakhs to jump, right? Is it going to be middle or left or right side? It's going to be slightly left, it looks like. Sojin identifying that is also not slamming any items for now.
Yeah, when you're thinking about your early assassin positioning, as we see him go up against Kagaros in this particular game, it's always tough because some people aren't positioned on the left, some are on the right. You know, you're not guaranteed to hit someone that's too early in the game, but you kind of look for trends. You're like, all right, well, 75% of the people are on the left side, so I'll kind of play the averages and see what I can do. But
Yep.
Looks like this Warwick, the brawler comp, the Gragas too on the other side, is going to be maybe a little bit too strong.
Yeah,
maybe.
So. Warwick gets the next ult off here soon,
Yep.
and
There we go.
wins the round. It was actually close though. If the Kazakhs had taken Kalista out and one more auto attack, or one less auto attack, excuse me, would have been able to ult the Warwick and kind of one-shot him from there. So really minor things making a difference in that round. 3 Dawnbringer and IE goes. Yeah, a lot of players really love slamming Sacrificial IE on the Riven because her damage in the early game is actually so huge. When she ults, she's going to be able to, I believe it's 100%, or maybe 90% of her attack damage gets increased, and her crits are going to be hitting very hard.
Yeah, and she's going to be hitting herself with it too. But at the end of the day, if they drop first, that's the important thing. And if you've got Legionnaire in there, at least you know you're going to be getting a bit of healing from that trait. So it's a pretty good item for that particular hero.
Yeah,
champion rather.
Definitely. And yeah, it is going to be a double check. 90% bonus attack damage from the Riven Ultimate. Tier 2 is 100%, but still a lot for a Tier 1 unit.
The Brennanator, meanwhile, on the other side, a little bit of a Legionnaire start for him as well with the Aatrox. He's got the non-Shadow version of the Infinity Edge on the Callista this time. But man, that Riven just chewing through so much. At the end of the day, Kazakhs goes down. Gragas in jeopardy here. He gets a drink from the jug, and that's going to be enough, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say going on a 2-loss streak with one unit, losing to one unit both times wouldn't be necessarily bad, but Sojin's board is looking like they want to start win streaking, and that really is solidified with the pre-level that happens there as well. They want to hit some better level 5 shops, maybe higher roll a 4-cost unit. Players can always hope for that one, but still, the gold is not here for Sojin. Really needs chains and win streaks to get that economy back to where it wants to be.
That's a hope anyway. Still holding on to those Udyrs for the chance at, maybe going for skirmishers, maybe even going for something like Draconic if you can find it early. Although I feel like the window for starting Draconic is kind of already closing at stage 2-3.
Yeah.
Marcel on the other side. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, some players will go, especially if they want to like set reroll, which I mean it was nerfed, but regardless, some players will just go to 3-2 to find Draconic, and that will be the very last point that they can be willing to pivot into it. And with the Sacrificial IE, right, that is going to be a best in slot set item, so the option is still there. Doesn't have to be the case, of course, but definitely an option.
You mentioned earlier, like, he's really taking the best of losses, in that losing by just 1 is going to preserve the HP and then also preserve a bit of a streak. Marcel, looking for, what's he going to get off the carousel? A lot of Shadow item choices here. Going to go with the Shadow Chain Vest. And we see that very strong Brand. And Brand is another one of those champions that people have been re-rolling a little bit lately. When he gets up to 3-star, even 2-star, gets really strong, just pumps out the damage. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Cassiopeia back in set 3, if you remember that, in terms of really fast single target casting. But a good start there.
Yeah, good
shot.
A
couple Cavaliers. Well. Yeah, really good shot.
This comp Cavaliers. This comp does want to reroll for the Brands and the Victors and the Hekrims and the Sejuanis. Able to make 10 gold as well. No tiers, unfortunately, yet for Marcel. Does want blue buff Brand. That is the most important item for this composition. We'll see how Marcel does navigate it. I've had the privilege of casting Marcel in weekly tournaments recently, and actually won one of the Fight Night Risings that are here on this channel as well, and has been doing pretty good recently. So I'm excited to see where Marcel can really take this kind of recent TFT expertise, recent prowess. They are, of course, a rank 1 in Clash Royale, and it's always really exciting to see players who are rank 1 and like really good at other games, pro at other games, and coming over and translating those some skills to TFT, but also just having their own kind of approaches to the game and kind of learning at their own pace. And Marcel definitely doing a great job of that. They've been playing TFT for a while, but still, just nice to see.
Yeah. It's always neat to see those skills translate from other strategy games, and a game like that certainly does have some of those. See a lot of like former StarCraft players coming over and all that. It kind of seems like this blend of this crossroads between card game and RTS that TFT occupies, and so it draws a lot of people from both of those spaces because so many of the skills translate well. Very cool to see. Going up against a Brennanator now, and he's got that Shadow Locket. So going to be a tanky team to go through, but Brand is kind of good at cutting through this sort of thing.
Very much so, especially because the front line's so good. Brand will just burn it over the course of the round. That's exactly what's happening here, as long as this Hecarim and Thresh live, but they might not be able to, actually. The Aatrox is healing a lot, and with the added resistances of the Shadow Locket, might be enough, but no. The Thresh comes through, the CC. Eventually, Brand burns through it all. It took a while to get there, though.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't really lose a lot of HP either. That front line survived pretty nicely. Yeah. Time to make some choices. That is a very full bench, and you can see he's still got the Varus. You want to keep that option, I suppose, and maybe if you've got the economy, even hold it away from someone else. But yeah, time to sell that to make sure he hits the 20 gold cap there. But this build scares me. This is always the build where I hit it on ladder. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to play against the Brand build again.
No, definitely not. This is the key point, and see if Marcel gets the items that he wants as well. Nothing coming out of the first Grug. The other two, though. Any tears? Nope, just gonna be Rod. Rod's not bad.
Yeah, no Rod will be useful at some point. Right, so this doesn't really do anything to help speed up the damage of the composition. He's tempted to buy a Locket, but, when Brand's mana is low enough that maybe you can get away with Shadow Locketing Brand? I don't know. I still don't like the idea of it, but maybe you can. What do you think?
Yeah. You could Shadow Locket Aura so the Brand benefits from it. Probably wouldn't want to put it on the Brand, but if he gets the blue buff, it doesn't matter how much mana he's gaining per auto attack because it'll just refill the 20 per cast. So it's actually a good, I think, to slam the item, and Marcel will be doing that here, especially because it helps him preserve the streak, right? On a 3-win streak, wants to make that 4 and 5 to get more econ. And yeah, not going to affect the Brand right now because Brand still needs to auto attack to get mana, but we'll be buffing Leona, Hecarim, and Thresh, and I think that's a really, really solid decision to be made right now.
Yeah, I agree. If you're going to do it, this is the way, right? Well, you're not going to nerf your Brand's mana just yet. Wow, that Victor actually lived long enough to cast, and that's a couple shields. It'll be kind of nice. But scary LeBlanc on the other side, but it is only a LeBlanc 1 from Kled Bundy, and that means it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to win this round, and quite the win streak that Marcel's been able to put together here.
Yeah, definitely. And through just a Brand too. When I say just a Brand 2, but Brand 2 is obviously a very, very good good unit. Just no blue buff though. But it's okay because we're able to level up to 6, still on pace, putting 3 Cavaliers in, dropping the Knights, but that's okay because we can sell Leona, make 30 gold, and still have a solid front line, right? So Marcel is really shaping up well. On the other side, Marcel did beat Kled Bundy, who was down at 46 HP, but was running LeBlanc, so with assassin composition, even if it goes pretty low, Kled Bundy finds LeBlanc 2 right there as Milk just scouted, so hopefully stabilizes from that. But Milk's board
it could come online fast.
Yeah, it can. Milk's board is actually pretty okay here. Has Abomination online, Riven Item Carrier. Liking what I'm seeing here.
Yep, I feel like Abomination Riven is probably the most common Riven build I've been seeing on the ladder. There's a couple different ways you can do it, obviously, because she's got a lot of good traits to build around, but this one seems to be one of the better ones. Just kind of gives her the time to do her thing, while Nunu walks around, the Abomination distracts people as well. Either that or, the Monstrosity can be a good finisher like we saw against a DQA, and we'll see if Milk is able to stick with it. He did get second in the first lobby, so off to a good start there. Yeah. A couple Vel'Koz. Hey, if you want a hero that used to be popular to play along Abominations, there's one of them.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the items for it, though.
It reminds me, I was watching like Khroen stream after Vel'Koz got nerfed, and Khroen definitely loves running spell power AP compositions, and said like, why am I running Vel'Koz? This unit just doesn't do anything. So definitely one of the main, users of that composition saying, hey, this comp's not it anymore. You gotta start wondering, hey, maybe we don't run Vel'Koz that much. And really haven't been seeing it on this patch. Been seeing other 4 costs instead. So yeah, Milk skipping out on those. Does of course have the attack damage items instead.
Yeah. Yeah, you're almost certainly not going to win games with Vel'Koz right now, it feels like, but I still don't think it's that bad if you like really hit the perfect stuff for it. I think you can get some pretty solid top 4s.
Yeah.
But it's definitely down from where it used to be. That said, Monstrosity coming out right now. It doesn't have any items, doesn't need any items. It's just beefy anyway. You've still got the Callista and the Brand from behind. That's a strong Vlad and Soraka, though.
Yeah.
Strong combo.
Damage, it looks like, might be enough if this Callista can cast, and it might be. Soraka's going to hit both units there, though, and because of that, we'll win the round. It was close, however, but Milk Streak gets broken. It's going to pick third in the carousel, besides for last, so at least we get one reward out of that loss. Milk also in the last game ran a 4 Ranger board with Aphelios being a carry. Did also have Mordekaiser 2, Rise 2, and Darius 2 looks like fully itemized, so there's a lot more than just the Aphelios there. But Milk being able to run 4 Rangers that effectively is still a really, really good sign.
Yeah, it is funny how 4 Rangers have kind of come up lately as one of the stronger compositions again. For a while, people were saying, well, 4 Rangers just doesn't have strong enough of a front line,
Yeah.
You need a front line for Aphelios to kind of get time, but we're at the point in the game where a lot of these reroll comps, you can burn through it pretty quick with 4 Rangers. So I wonder if that's going to be something we're going to see more of, because that's at both lobbies, having a strong 4 Ranger player now already today.
Yeah, and speaking to just those trends, right? And I think we will see more of those compositions, because I was looking at more of the placements of this lobby in the previous game, and it was reroll Set taking 8th and reroll Assassins taking 7th and 6th. Reroll Brand barely made it into the top 4, played by Marcel P, but every other composition was based on a 4-cost carry that got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. So 4-cost carries definitely seem like they're outperforming reroll compositions right now.
You heard it first. Reroll's dead. It's over. I'm sure it's not dead. I'm sure by the end of the day, I'm sure we're going to see a reroll comp win one of these lobbies. Because people are going to figure out it's still probably okay. Everyone just playing really safe right now.
Yeah.
Milk, though, to open this monstrosity can get the job done. I don't think it really can. Those are 2 pretty buff redeemed champions there. And yeah, that's going to be his 2nd loss in a row. It looks like this time coming from the Brennanator. But still a whole board of 1 stars too. So he's got a lot of pairs. He's thinking of switching possibly into something else. No? A couple Dawnbringers. Could go for Dawnbringer.
Could potentially. I mean, could just keep on this A-bomb train, get some items for the A-bomb to actually hold. We'll have to see. Just getting lobby out right now. We see a couple assassin players. Maybe a Yasuo player as well. It's okay if Milk loses this round, chaining the 3 loss streak going into the neutrals, and he's not really losing these rounds by that much HP anyway. Kled Bundy is sticking with the LeBlanc and gonna near one-shot the Riven. She does heal up, but the 2nd cast will surely take her out. Yeah.
Yep, certainly does. GA will bring the LeBlanc back again. Monstrosity's out. This LeBlanc is doing a lot. And he does have the Shadow Runins on the Nocturne as well, so that's going to be a significant threat already, even at 1 star. So yeah, things looking okay there for Kled Bundy's board anyway. But Milk, like you said, not probably interested in winning that round anyway, so they can keep the lost streak gold going through the Wolves. And then after that, I would imagine we're going to see a bit of a roll down at a 4-1, because at some point, you need to turn some of those units into 2 stars.
Yeah, and Milk's been able to go to 7 right now on the Wolves and still have over 50 gold, so his econ's in a really, really good spot from this point. Wants to turn this loss streak into win streak, though. Only players on the win streak right now, however, are on the top and the bottom. Kled Bundy and Kaguraos, actually, on fire. Kled Bundy, of course, stabilizing by rolling gold, but looks like Kaguraos is just there by having some good early rolls and just kind of, high rolling the early game.
Yeah, so the big challenge for Kled Bundy now, is taking that win streak that he got from rolling early and being able to survive all the rolling that's going on right now across the lobby as people are trying to hit. Like, look at all those champions being 2-starred there. Look at the levels popping up. Like,
wow.
The 4-1 roll down is still a major force here.
Yeah, it was hard to process all information at once, but I did catch a couple of things. It's that Kled Bunty found Nocturne and Katarina 2. DQA found Aphelios 2. So DQA, yeah, running a Ranger board.
Wow.
It's not for Ranger yet, but it definitely will be, I imagine, at level 8. But DQA definitely a long way away from there because he's literally 0, okay, I guess literally 1 gold right now, but basically 0.
Yeah. Hey, if you're gonna roll down to 1 gold, you might. It's good you find the Aphelios too. And he's got pretty good items on it as well.
Definitely.
The one thing he's really lacking here, and I know you're going to be full Ranger eventually, but the one thing he's really lacking here is attack speed for the Aphelios that you kind of want him to have outside of the Ranger buff even.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that Karma board a little bit too strong.
Mm-hmm. The 4 Ranger looked like it would have been a difference there. I mean, you have to sacrifice, of course, one of the Nightbringers right now, so it might not have been good enough.
Yeah.
Nightbringers doing their magic again, but okay, we're back. Warmogs and the Morgana. Not bad as well. Blue buff. I'm curious to see if this goes into another item. Oh man, more Aphelioses, but we don't need those right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is one of those games where you roll and you're like, I could have had Aphelios 3 rounds ago because it just keeps popping up. But I mean, with the low economy he's got right now, yeah, you definitely need to be thinking about, what components do you need to really make this composition pop off trait-wise, first and foremost, it seems like.
Yeah. And, oh man, those are some really unfortunate rolls from DQA, because generally from hitting your tier 2 forecast carry, you're in a position where you can just save the rest of your gold, but DQA really wanted to hit probably at least one more upgrade before feeling really, really safe, because the front line is still kind of lacking. The Morgana upgrade, honestly all the upgrades coming through, maybe besides the Ashe being the least impactful one, but they all can do a lot of work here, so really just have to rely on the Aphelios, and Diana actually does get her cast off in the back. But is it even enough?
I was going to say.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it will be.
Oof.
Aphelios, a lot of damage there with that ult.
A lot of that, I think, came down to what you called out, the Diana getting the cast off. And you really can't count on that with a 1-star Diana with no items. But she came through this time around for a DQA. And you do have that Nightbringer buff, giving her a little bit more time. And hey, now with the Diana too, you've got a bit better chance of having that. And everything is designed to give Aphelios more time to shoot, and getting that Diana too, guaranteeing the cast in a lot of rounds is going to be extremely helpful with that.
Yeah, and now with the Lux being found, of course, 3 Ranger doesn't really do anything, so we take out the Ashe for 3 Mystic. That's going to be really solid. DQA is probably stable enough to not feel like he needs to roll down anymore before going to level 8.
Right.
Oh, what matchups we run into. Ooh, Marcel.
Yeah, going against that brand, but it's really the Hecarim to worry about on this comp now. He's going to be very beefy. But we did talk about how he needed a little bit more attack speed for that Aphelios between Ranger procs, and he's got the Lulu in now with the blue buff, so he's going to be able to give that to Aphelios fairly early each round, and ideally, and get a lot of damage done. And it looks like it's working.
Yeah. Also, Marcel has 0 tiers still for that brand, so going into stage 4, that is extremely concerning. Hopefully gets one off of this carousel and then high rolls to get another one off of the Raptors, but not even picking in the first 2 picks. If someone takes that Draven with the tier, Marcel's probably going bottom 4 in this game.
It's rough. We'll have to check in with him a little bit later. Goobums, though, we're going to jump onto his view, see what he's got in mind. Yeah. Doing a little bit of scouting as he waits for his turn.
Right.
And he is also running for Nightbringer with Aphelios. A little bit different variation. Has only the Aphelios 1 right now, but he does have the Morgana with the Morellos, which is fairly strong.
Yeah, only Aphelios 1, not amazing items. It's okay to have the Titans resolve on the Aphelios, but not having a 3rd item is really going to hurt. Could go for the Shadow Last Whisper. It does do 70% armor and magic shred, but does, of course, shred your own resistances as well. And that was a decent roll. But we're still 1 Aphelios away. Goobum's in that very awkward spot to be forced to roll down to 0 pretty much every turn while being, approaching stage number 5. And that is, that's just an extremely rough spot to be in.
Huh. Yeah, and I don't know if this helps a whole lot. He's going to go ahead and make the Shadow Last Whisper, the final Whisper, I think it's called. And see what he can do with it. But it really is just having that Aphelios on this problem. Oh no, the Nocturne right on top of it. Double Shadow Runins and IE. That is a terrifying Nocturne to deal with. Not to mention the LeBlanc on the other side. Kled Bundy's board. We talked about him needing to hit some stuff earlier, and he definitely did. Win streaking.
Yeah.
And moving his way up through the lobby.
Kled Bundy has not lost a round since 3-1, I believe. So multiple stages, win streaking all the way through. And yeah, we see 2 perfectly itemized carries, or near perfectly itemized carries. So Kled Bundy's sitting in a really, really good spot. It's really interesting, kind of that Aegon style of play that I know you and I have talked about a lot before, of kind of, you know, not necessarily full open forwarding, at least from Kled Bundy's perspective, but dropping super low early to roll down a lot and hit your upgrades and just cruise in a win streak from there. Really nice to see that piloted so effectively from Kled.
Right. When you come into a tournament like this with a plan of saying, all right, I'm going to absolutely master this one build, and then I'm going to run it down life total wise until I hit it, and then I'm going to play it extremely well, has been a strategy that's served a number of players well over the years, more of the sets, I should say. We're only a couple of years into TFT right now, but but Aegon, like you mentioned, definitely first and foremost of those. It is a bit risky from time to time, but we'll see where Kled Bundy ends up at the end of the day. Did win the first lobby. Meanwhile, Goobum's struggling a little bit. This Aphelios needs a big ult. Oh, and he gets one, but not enough, as there's some scary stuff over on the side of Kairos.
Yeah, Kairos is level 8 with 40 gold, has played that early game win streak pretty well to get to this point, sacrificing HP a little bit, but still it's okay. But now a moment for reprieve for some players, a much needed one for Goobums, because Goobum's sitting on a Rise pair, sitting on a Aphelios pair. Not a lot of gold to hit them, though, moving into the next round. Goobums is literally just playing for not 8th right now, but unlikely to even achieve that.
Yeah, it's looking very grim for him at this point, and it's hard to pivot away. You know, what are you going to find, really, you know, at this point that you can run into? You know, maybe you just put those items on a Darius if you find it and just give up on the Aphelios and the Rangers, but even then, like you mentioned, it seems unlikely to see Goobums end up anywhere but 8th. Milk, though, by the way, obviously on that win streak, but he did hit the Karma too in the round right before the neutrals, so that combined with the win streak makes you wonder if Delicious Milk is maybe a contender to win this lobby. I might have doomed him by saying that, but he's been looking strong, and hitting the Karma too while you're already win streak is an encouraging sign. Let's take a look at the Brennanator for now, though, because we haven't highlighted him yet this tournament. Yeah. And what are we looking at here? Yep, another Karma build, but no Karma 2.
Yeah, playing a lot of, oh, okay, so gonna actually pivot out of the Karma, yeah, because we're really far away from Karma 2, so this is actually just gonna be a big, just, I guess, like, flex in Synergies board. We got 2 of a lot of things, 3 redeemed, which isn't gonna be super impactful for the Teemo, but still will just allow him time to get some big shroom casts out there like that one. The second one needs to be good, but unfortunately, the Assassins are not touched from Kled Bundy there. Brennanator is gonna lose this round, just a matter of time.
I mean, the Teemo shrooms were huge. It didn't deal with the Nocturne, unfortunately, but it did at least make it so that he won't lose this by a lot.
Yeah. Leona actually,
Leona, though.
Yeah, living for a lot longer than I would have given her credit for.
Yep. Oh, turned away from the Nocturne, though.
Yeah.
She's got the AD, but...
Wow.
All right. Merely delaying the inevitable. But it was encouraging, you know, with some more 2-stars, such as a Rel 2, that helps quite a bit. You know, and Teemo 2, he's got enough HP to do it if he comes across it.
And against non-assassin players as well, because that Leona lived actually forever. Oh, Brennan, you're thinking about taking her out, though. But that buys a lot of time for non-assassin boards. Going against non-assassin boards, excuse me, for the Teemo to get a lot of casts out and win the round that way. Does get 2 Invoker in now as well with the Ivern. As soon as I was gonna say as soon as a Tarek 2 comes through, probably sells Leona, but we'll do so right now anyway. And it's gonna put the Dawnbringer on the Heimerdinger to allow him to be able to, you know, get some more casts off.
Oh no, these shrooms are gonna do a lot of damage here. If the Teemo lives, that is.
Yeah.
Draven's attack speed getting slowed. Yeah. I think that last one did, but here comes Mord. Okay. Oh no, might be too little too late here for the Brennanator, and he's going to drop down from 1st all the way to 5th after that loss, and that kind of just shows you how tight this lobby is. You can see a little bit of emotion from him there too, because you're in this position where you're trying to put together arguably the most powerful build in the game right now, which is that Teemo carry 4 Invoker build, but you're just a little bit away from it. You're ways from making it work. Maybe looking for, well, Ivern 2 helps, but maybe looking for that 4th Invoker. There it is.
Already has one on the bench.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah. Because definitely could play that. Yeah, could play the 4 Invokers, but really wants some frontline upgrades. Ivern's great. Really wants a Taric, though, as well. And yeah, is actually selling the 4 Invoker option, so not even going to go there. If Brennan had a bit of a more solid board, so like a Taric 2 or a Teemo or Heimer 2, could have gone to 9 to play 4 Invokers, but just not quite there. But now more Assassins means that this Teemo is definitely in danger.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe you just kind of backline everything to protect the Teemo with this Assassin board. That said, this Teemo is doing so much damage with the Shrooms, and it seems like every loss is just by the thinnest of margins right now, as that Nocturne going to tear apart the rest of his team along with a little bit of help from the LeBlanc. It doesn't really matter that there's an Ivern 2 there. There's also a Revenant Viego on the other side too.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of cool.
Definitely. Gonna be able to provide the synergy for the Ivern Nocturne, as well as just Viego rezzing is really solid, because if you think about GA on Viego, it's a pretty good item for him. Allow him to steal another unit. We do have a couple eliminations that happened as well. Goobums did unfortunately fall in 8th, and yeah, that was a pretty doomed position to come back from. But Sojin taking 7th, and DQA next on the shopping block, actually with 3 HP. Marcel, though, is stabilized, even with no blue buff, but gets it now off of the Stage 5 carousel to put on the brand. Wow. That is so fortunate. As a last pick, too.
I mean, what do you say? Like, I mean, it just worked out, right? Where like your last pick, yeah, I mean your last pick, but it's at a point in the game where not a lot of people need that blue buff anymore. All the LeBlanc players have already found it because they're prioritizing it. You can see him try to switch sides, maybe a little bit of a fake here. No, he's going for it all the way. But you've got everything you need. Brand Zodia is complete, so we'll see if it's enough.
Breninator sold the Teemo, actually hit a Karma 2, so move the items back over.
Okay. That's not a bad idea.
No. Karma casts are finding a lot of their ways to the brands. The brand actually falls. Marcel's streak might get snapped here, but still has to get through the tanky Cavalier frontliners.
Yeah, there's no Dragon's Claw on that on the horse, though, so we have to see Hecarim continue to get kills so we can charge and get the Cavalier buff active again. That's so much healing, though. The Titans, the Shadow Titans, doing a lot of damage as well.
Heimer recasts a turret, it kills it, but yeah, it's not quite enough. Some really lucky, honestly, Karma hits there. Means the brand was taken out in time. And we find the Rels, we find 4 Cavaliers, can take out the second Victor 2. Maybe not even going for Victor 3. Already found the most important upgrades.
Yeah, you've got enough gold where you can afford to hold on to the Victor at least. And, when you roll down, when you're about to die, that final roll down, you can maybe find it.
Yeah. Looks like Marcel just wants to level to 8 and fit 4 Spellweaver and then drop a Cavalier. Probably the best board for him to do. Yeah.
Last minute, moving the brand over the right side. We'll see if it puts him in a good position. It does against Kled Bundy. Kled jumping on the wrong side of the board, but it may end up working out anyway because that Nocturne is just going to keep shredding through people no matter where they are. Does give Brand some time, though, but he's losing a lot of HP. Yeah, he's going to go down as Katarina 1 jumps over to finish him off.
Even
and
still,
that is
though,
so scary.
The Hecarim has Bramble, so no crits are going to be hitting him. It looks like Hecarim actually could win this matchup.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yep, Revenant brings him back, but only with a little bit of HP, and that's going to, not quite eliminate Kled Bundy, but it will solidify his place in 5th in the lobby for now.
Yeah, DQA falls.
Close lobby, though.
Definitely. Yeah. It's been a close lobby for a lot of a portion of this game, actually. And yeah, we have some reroll comps getting themselves into the top 4 here, right? Reroll Assassins from Kled Bundy, reroll Brand Cavaliers from Marcel. At least one of them is going to finish in the top 4, for sure. Can they find themselves into a higher placement, though? Because Milk is still sitting with, 2 or maybe even 3 lives left at 33 HP. Up there at the top.
Right. I wonder if he's going to put the Kled back in. Because 4 Cavalier is the level of Cavalier trait that got a nerf. It went from 40% down to 35. And so that's only 5% higher than 3 Cavaliers. So we don't see players prioritizing it as much. And when he's got a chance to go to 4 Spellweaver, with the amount that Brand casts and takes advantage of that, I kind of like this because, yeah, now you can get the Vel'Koz 2 and you can put some items on it. He had the extra Victor 2 lurking on the bench. So I like this change. We'll see if it's enough to survive the Assassins. They're still so scary, but I think this made his board a lot stronger.
Yeah, it definitely did. 4 Spellweaver is huge. Going up against Milk, and Milk actually did go for a Riven 3 reroll. Hit Nidalee 3 as well, but she has no items. How can Riven stand up to this? It's just getting melted by the Brand damage, though. It's not enough. Not nearly enough, even.
Yeah, people aren't high on Vel'Koz, but when you can put him in along with everything else, it's pretty strong. And we do see the Brand getting taken out, but this Hecarim just has been so good at living. The Soraka going down, and that's going to be another win. Delicious Milk takes a big shot. And this reroll come from Marcel. Might be it. Oh, Kled Bundy out in 5th. He is eliminated.
Yeah, and that's really telling, I think, of the Assassin composition. I mean, sure, Kled Bundy took a lot of damage in the early game, went to 46, but win streaked all the way pretty much till the end of stage number 5. Just took a lot of losses back to back to back, even with all the upgrades that he had.
Hurts to take that 5th, though. You definitely want to finish in the top 4, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, like I said, a lot of players really pretty bullish on the power of the Assassin comps right now, especially around that LeBlanc 3. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's strong, but I think it might be a little bit overrated. I'm sure we're going to see someone play it in every single lobby today, but how many lobbies will it win? I'm not so sure we're going to see a ton of that.
Yeah, perhaps not. Brennator and Milk probably both not going to be eliminated, but still an important round to win nonetheless. The Karma from Brennator is still outputting a lot of damage, but does end up going down. The rest of Milk's board will take out Brennator. Yeah, drops
Brennator.
1.
A single HP for Brennator. That's a scary position to be in. But hey, you're saying at least maybe 3rd is still an option. Kaigeros with the Shroud in that Draven comp. You're going to have to dodge that. And that's what Milk is thinking about, as Kaigeros is probably the person he's going to hit at this point, based on the players he's played.
Kaigeros running 4 Mystics. That's great against Marcel's board, but not really great against the other players.
Yeah.
Thinks probably will get that matchup, though. But 6 Dawnbringers from Milk going up against Kaigeros' board. The Mystics are going to be okay here against the Karma, but not against the Riven.
He does dodge the Shroud. The Riven doesn't get affected by that. That's what Milk was looking for the most. We could see from the positioning work he was doing. That Draven's hitting pretty hard, though, and the Riven gets stunned, goes down. And that crowd control, paving the way for Kaigeros to get the win in that round and nearly knock Milk out. 7 HP, he's on his last life.
Brennator going up against Marcel, another important matchup. Brennator looks like was going to lose that. Yep, we'll see in a moment as Milk did swap off of it. But yeah, Brennator did fall. Marcel took the dub there. Players on probably 1 life remaining. Marcel could take a loss and still survive. Milk gets the Shroud, though, which is huge into, honestly, both boards.
Yep. So we have our top 3. Marcel, Kaigeros, and Delicious Milk. And this is huge for Milk. I mean, he got 2nd in game number 2. He's guaranteed at least a top 3 in game number 2 here. So so far so good for Milk on the day. And picking up that Shroud is pretty clutch at this point.
It's going to be okay to Shroud some of your own units, right? Like Nidalee, not going to really be that impactful. Like Kha'Zix either is going to put it in probably when the round has already begun to see where he exactly wants to put it. Can afford to, wait a little bit.
The right or the left. You don't want to Shroud the Riven, I don't think. Maybe, well, okay, yeah. Ivern, yep, this hits the Brand and it hits the Hecarim. Does not hit the Vel'Koz, but it's really the Brand that you're worried about. That said, the Shroud doesn't do it as much on the Brand because he's going to cast so quickly with the blue buff, so it didn't end up having a big impact after all.
Brand had an auto 2 times?
Yep. Riven didn't even get to cast. I thought that maybe once. She got CC'd for so long. And here comes a Hecarim. Milk out. Is it in 2nd or 3rd? We're hearing it was a double kill, actually. So it's going to be Kaigeros getting the win in the 2nd game here for Lobby B, Khroen. And there it is. There's the reroll comps. They're back. People kind of feeling stuff out in game number 1, but game number 2, seeing a bit of reroll again.
Yeah, same bit of reroll the brand comp. I mean, it really, I guess, like secured the placement there by getting the blue buff. If that
Yeah.
wasn't able to be achieved, it may have fell a bit earlier, but even still, as you were mentioning, a great start to the day for Milk, who has found
Yeah.
a second and then a third. It's just such a good start there. We're going to be able to probably see him move to Gamer 2. Still a few more games left to go to see where everything goes, and we're going to be shuffling up lobbies so we can start to see how the players are going to interact with each other throughout multiple lobbies coming through. And I'm sure they're going to be scouting, what did this player play, what did this player play, and trying to secure their own approach to meta that is really just so new, right? On the B patch.
Right.
This day.
Yeah, and I mean the best result, honestly, for the meta, in my opinion, would be that we have a good mix of ability to play a strong board, go for that fast 8, play those 4 cost carries, or reroll if you want to. We've had metas like that in the past where there's been very strong reroll comps, but there's also been very strongest board paths for players to play. So hopefully that's going to be the case. We're getting all the results tabulated right now as far as where everybody is in the overall standings, how Lobby A shook down, and we'll be able to show you that in just a moment here. But we will see. We've got a couple other. Looks like we might be able to check out a couple rounds from the other lobby. We'll see if we jump into that. We're feeling it out as we go along. That's the thing with TFT is like if you've got 2 lobbies going simultaneously, sometimes you can jump over the other one, sometimes you can't. Either way, we'll get the results pretty soon for you. But at the end of the day, tomorrow, somebody needs to get a first or they need to get that 40 points. So Milk putting himself in a position where if he can make it to day 2, so far so good there, because even if you can't take a first, a bunch of second and thirds are going to get you to the 40-point threshold pretty fast.
Yeah, definitely. And even just players making it to day 2 does net them some money. Of course, you're really looking for that first place overall in this tournament to get you invited to the mid set. But still, just taking away some money for your troubles is, not going to be too shabby for a lot of TFT players. Going to be able to, continue their competitive pursuits. And I know that financially the struggles are there for some people who aren't like, the top streamers. So things like this, definitely a really, really good look to, make it to day 2 at least.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like there's only just the last round going on right now in Lobby A, so we're not going to hop over there. We're just going to give it a couple minutes until we've got the results from that one done. But I'm really curious, too, and I'm definitely going to go back and look during the break that's coming up soon as far as what was played in that other lobby as well, because that was a lobby that seemed very resistant to trying any sort of reroll comps. Like, nobody wanted to be the first one to play reroll, it seemed like, in Lobby A. So I'm curious to see if that fear was sort of set aside in Lobby B, like or in Game 2 in Lobby A, like we saw in Game 2 of Lobby B, and if somebody did decide to go for something like the Brand reroll or the Riven reroll over there.
Yeah, and you can't overreact, right? As TFT player, I know a lot of players do kind of overreact to changes and things like that. But oh no, never once has a TFT player overreacted. No. But no, that really is the case, right? If you see one lobby happening where a bunch of players, like it happened in game number 1 in Lobby B, where like 3 or 4 players bottom 4 reroll compositions, it doesn't mean the comps are doomed, of course. It's just every single lobby has its own story about how we get there, right? Maybe they were just low rolling, maybe they were contesting each other, which actually did happen. 2 Assassin players did contest each other in that first game, but it's not going to tell the whole story, right? You need a large sample size to really net you the data that you need to, avoid comps or to aggressively want to go for them. So the scores, it sounds like, are ready, so finally, DoA, I'm excited to check these out because we'll get to see how everything is looking at this point.
Me too. Let's see what happened in Lobby A. First of all, Spencer managed to take the win. So coming back after a little bit of an okay game, number 8. Melton Hart, after an 8th, I believe it was, in the first game of the day, manages to grab a 2nd. So a bit of a rebound there as well. Robin Song's in 7th. Khroen rebounding into the top 4. It's going to be, let's see, Sphinx taking 5th. So winning the first game, but narrowly missing out on the win in game number 2. In fact, the funny thing is both of our lobby winners in A and B in the first game took 5ths in the second one.
Interesting. A little bit of a
unique.
Yeah, a little bit of a funny, unique coincidence there. Curious to see after the combination of all the scores, right? Because players like Satsuko have not had a couple of great games, right? Satsuko got 7th in game number 1, looks like 6th in game number 2, so really has a lot of ground to make up with, right? Even if we look at players like Spencer will have 14 points total. So gonna be well ahead, but still anyone's game to make it into day number 2 right now. No one's quite out yet.
Right. We've still got 3 games to go yet today, so plenty of time to turn misfortune around or turn fortune into more fortune, theoretically. We're going to take a look at the overall standings in just a moment to be able to see kind of where everybody is at. We've talked about a little bit already, but we're going to look at that because that's also going to help us figure out how the lobbies are going to be reseeded as well. Because like we mentioned earlier, we're moving players between lobbies after game 2 and after game 4. But let's take a look at our tiebreaker format for this tournament. The first tiebreaker is a player with the better average placement, which is pretty normal. The player with the most firsts is the second tiebreaker. And the final tiebreaker is just a player with the better result in the final game wins the tie. Probably won't have to deal with that one. But those first and second tiebreakers, Khroen, we do see those implemented pretty often.
Yeah, these are pretty standard tiebreakers. I know a lot in like previous like initial TFT tournaments it used to be most first places, but you know, better average placement, rewarding consistently is definitely good, and we'll probably usually find the tiebreaker winner from that. But there has been a couple of cases where they have moved to the second tiebreaker, but now we finally do get to see the overall scores on the day, and it's going to be Spencer having a 2-point lead over everybody else, Milk in second actually, and then the three-way tie, Cled Bundy, Sphinx, and Marcel P with 14 points.
Right. Big story is Spencer third in the first game, first in the second game, so doing really, really well there. Milk, obviously, with a second and a third. So those are the players to beat right now. You know, Cled, Sphinx, Marcel, Robin Songs, Brennanator all duking it out. And then there's a bit of a drop-off from 7th down to 8th. Melton Hart at 9 points, tied with Khroen, Soulless, and himself. I would assume one of those players are not Melton Hart, actually, now that I look at this. Looks like we've got a bit of an error in the standings, but we'll be able to get that sorted out in just a little bit. Either way, it's going to be the cutoff right there around. Okay, there we go. There's a little bit of a different rhythm points there. All right, so Robin, Songs, Brennanator, Kagros. That looks a little bit more like it. Yeah. Round out our top 8, and then there is a little bit of a drop-off. But like you mentioned earlier, Khroen, still 3 games remaining, so we're going to see these move around quite a bit.
Definitely, and you know, it's looking a little bit more, I guess, diverse between the top and bottom 8 right now. There's a 3-point gap, which is still pretty huge, but not insurmountable. Definitely the player is going to be vying for that, you know, top 8 spot, though, as we move forward. But players like, you know, Setsuko, Sochi, Gubums, and DQA do have the work cut out for them. They're going to start needing to get some at least like top 3, if not top 2 placements moving forward, yeah. Or, you know, some top 3, top 4s consistently.
That is true. Well, on that note, we know what the breakdown is. We know where people stand in the standings, and now we're going to take a quick break as we get players reseeded, put into their respective lobbies, and we come back for game number 3. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be an exciting day. I love new patch days, Khroen. It's going to be a lot of fun. But the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series will be back in just a few. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. I am DoA. With me is Khroen, and we are about to go into game number 3 here at the Challenger Series. It's been a pretty exciting first couple games. The reroll comps have definitely been used with a light touch by the players here today. Isn't that right, Khroen? We've seen players play very safely, feeling out the B patch, but especially in Lobby B last game, the reroll comps kind of came back with a vengeance.
They really did. I mean, narrowly not winning the round. Marcel took a second with a brand reroll. And, I mean, a note that you mentioned earlier, DoA, that I kind of have to agree with you on as a bit of a guilty pleasure is I do like seeing the players kind of, I guess, like suss out what the meta is going to be at the beginning of a patch. It's really exciting to see where their perspectives are all at. And kind of with that in mind, I was looking at some of the, statistics and some of the comps that were played during the break. And we actually have not had a 2-cost reroll comp win yet. It's been a couple of, actually 3 4-cost centered comps, 2 Draven Mordekaiser comps, 1 Aphelios. There's only 2 Rangers, but it did feature a Darius 2 in there. But then the other one that won was actually, it was Kled Bundy's Yasuo 3 reroll comp. But that was kind of high roll. It did have like 4 Dragonslayer and 4 Nightbringer, and like Pantheon 3, Yasuo 3. It had a lot of 3 stars in there, so it was a bit of the, I guess, like high roll side of the spectrum. But then we also have players like Robin who have taken 2 assassin compositions actually, and have top forward with them both times. So rerolling is still very much there. Robin didn't really do much rerolling in game number 1. It was really just push levels and have Nocturne 2 carry them to barely a 4th, but still the composition is taking him to that point, and he's within the top 8 right now. So of course, consistently, you'll be able to make it tomorrow with those results.
Yeah, so I think this, as we get ready to jump in, we're going to jump in with Lobby A this time. I think my big question, Khroen, coming into this particular game is, are we going to see the corner turn? We've had 2 games of experience on the new B patch that just launched today by these players. So are we going to see a return to the focus on reroll comps, or are we going to continue to see more of a mix of reroll and these 4-cost carries as well? I'm hoping that we see a bit of a mix, but we'll see. I still think the reroll comps are very strong. But again, it was only a B patch. It was only meant to really sort of hit some things that really needed hitting. And so far, it seems like it's done a pretty good job of that, but small sample size.
I think we are starting to see definitely a healthy mix. I want to say, importantly, a healthy mix being the keyword there of these compositions. Because it's not just like, oh, you find one set, you have a sword. Well, I'm going set regardless of the case, right? There's still going to be options to pivot out, and you might be able to actually land on a stronger board once you get the Aphelios or the Draven online. But if you find a lot of these units early, like the 3 brands like Marcel did, then sure, you can still go that direction. It can still get you to a top 2. I mean, it could have been a win as well if the game had gone a bit differently, but no, we are seeing a good mix so far, so I think that will remain to be the case, which is nice, right? It gives players options, doesn't just, pigeonhole them into needing to go one route depending on what your opener is. And that's, I think, why we're seeing so many flexible item openers with those things like Shadow Lockets and Redemptions, as opposed to just, slamming those very, very, key items like a Shadow Blue buff for LeBlanc or things like that.
Yeah. I find it hard to sort of, be bothered that much, honestly, by the reroll meta, because for so long people are like, oh, it's just I'm stuck in the 4-1 roll down casino. And now it's like, oh, I'm in the reroll casino. It's like, guy, you're always going to be in the casino, but at least you get to choose the table you sit at now. I mean, it's good to have that variety, And that's what it kind of comes down to, honestly, with a lot of the metas that we go through in Teamfight Tactics, a lot of the patches that happen. A lot of it is very subjective, because it's down to, what is your preference in terms of how you like to play the game. And it's not always going to be the way you like it. But if you're a competitive TFT player, you're going to just find a way to overcome it. You're going to find out whatever way you need to play to excel in that particular meta, even if it's not your favorite way of playing. That's what you have to do if you're a pro player. Exactly.
Adaptability. It's going to be a major keyword for a lot of these players to really show themselves, front and foremost of all the competitors, because it's the players who are able to adapt that are able to, consistently be top in the leaderboard, consistently perform well in tournaments and things of the like. So got to recognize those situations and how to approach them. And speaking of, Spencer has only renewers on the board and the bench, and one reroll composition that we haven't really talked about that much today is going to be the Soraka reroll. So the option is there for Spencer. Be curious to see if he goes that route, where exactly he could land with it, because it still could net a top 4, if not a first.
Yeah, true. I'm curious. Hits that 10 gold threshold, so at least he's going to be gaining that interest now. And with a tier and a rod, you know, you're probably not going to want to slam the Archangels right away.
No.
And looking at this, Shadow Vest, you know, it's got its uses. The bow is probably a little bit more overall useful.
Yeah.
Make things like a Rune Insulator.
Pretty unfortunate, I think, of Armory for Spencer.
Yeah.
Would have loved to see maybe some of those rock items come through, but now these items really don't lead themselves in that direction at all. But like a Shiv or a Rage Blade is playable, it's just not for these units that Spencer has on the board. So yeah, Spencer doing a thing that I talked about in the previous games, scouting the whole lobby out, seeing what direction they're going before having a more decisive, I think, decision of where you want to go yourself.
Yeah. All right, well, decided to end up going with the Chain Vest. So kind of stating, hey, I'm probably going to go for an AP-based comp this time around. You've already got the tier, you've already got the rod. Chain Vest can turn into some good defensive items for your front lines, so why not?
Yeah. Sphinx having a Varus as at least the item carrier now. Of course, Varus was one of those comps hit by the nerf in the B patch, but still going to be solid right now. 2 Rangers and a couple of Brawlers, of course, is better than Sphinx's board. Sphinx has the opportunity to sell the 20 gold, and might just do that, I think. Might just want to make as much gold as possible.
You've got that loss streak going, so why not? He's kind of debating if he wants to put the Warwick in and sell something else, possibly, because you could also get the Gragas too.
Yeah,
all right, so
that was the big decision there, was the Gragas 2 making that composition very, very much more powerful.
Ooh,
Sphinx the Yasuo board, perhaps. Already Runan's there.
So can Spencer win here? I think it's, and it may not be as, you're probably not going to win a lot of games maybe with this particular composition, but you can at least prevent yourself from losing a ton of HP.
Yeah. Exactly. That's going to be a lot more worth it than just making 20 gold, I think, for Spencer right now, with how much tankier this Gragas would be. In this round, it only kills 1 more unit, but still, that's 2 HP saved, which can, you know, go very, very far in the late game. We've seen players win with 1 or 2 HP before. It definitely can happen.
Playing it very safe, too. You notice that he didn't put the rod on the Soraka until he was sure that she was going to get the cast off. So just being very methodical about doing everything that he can to make those losses as soft as possible.
Yep.
So... Yep, down to 87. Not the end of the world. A little bit low. Still gets the first pick on that carousel, which is always nice.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, 87 right now is pretty good. Sometimes if you lose by like 4 units every round, you would be in the 70s, but still upper 80s is solid for a 3-loss streak. Spencer did pick up a glove, so might be considering slimming a jeweled gauntlet on the Soraka. That would be kind of committal, at least, to AP-based compositions. Doesn't have to be the Soraka, of course.
I feel like when we saw him bypass the bow, he was kind of stating that he was going to be, you know, bypassing the attack damage comps this game anyway.
Yeah.
Could always find more later, but it really does seem like magic damage is going to be the way to go this time around. The Jewel Gauntlet is going to be strong. Shadow Jewel Gauntlet is the one that people have really been liking lately. But, you know, if you go for a bit of a, you know, early game Soraka, yeah, why not? It's going to be a useful item either way. Yeah, go for it.
Spencer's going to be selling to 30 as well, playing 3 out of 4 units on the board. So it says, you know what, that Gragas wasn't really good enough, wasn't really worth it. So, going to sell it, pick up another one just to get the Dawnbringer buff online. But Soraka killing no units here means that you're going to be taking 10 damage, drops to 77. Hopefully it can kill some in the next round, but not going to really purchase any units, right? Because I believe this will give exactly 40 gold. Yep, so the board's going to remain exactly the same. Spencer's going to take another big loss, but at least the Econ's there. That's the saving grace for Spencer's board right now.
Yeah, and he's going to be in a really good place if he does want to reroll, to get that slow rolling, stay above 50 gold, and be able to do that pretty early.
Yeah.
So, not bad. We're going to go check out Setsuko's board, see what he's up to, as he does a little bit of scouting here. I like the lower graphic settings.
Yeah.
a lot of pros do that in faster paced games, like League, StarCraft, that kind of thing, to make sure they can see everything that's going on very clearly. I don't know if you need as much in TFT, but you know, habits, right?
All the frames in every game, do always need the frames.
That's right.
Yeah, Setsuko with the Varus too. That is a very, very strong start. It does run into Spencer, so unfortunately Spencer will be taking a big loss here, but kind of to be expected, of course, with previously stated reasoning. Setsuko, though, jumps to a 2-win streak. Also, Marcel did have another brand too, actually.
Wow.
So, could be going for another brand comp. But Setsuko with 4 Varises? I mean, you got to be considering rerolling this, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, he's got a couple good knights in right now. Still maybe looking for that Nautilus over the Thresh, but you've got the Syndra, which is really useful early on when you're playing this comp, because if like an assassin comes in, you generally have time to grab them and throw them back away from the Varus.
Yep.
So he's got everything you really would want to have to run that Varus reroll. The biggest thing, of course, being what you mentioned earlier, the Varus too.
Yeah.
There's a sword.
Already has
so you're
half of perfect items as well. The Shadow Hodge and one item away from the Rage Blade. But,
yeah, generally you'll want the Rage Blade and then probably a Runins if you can get it onto Varus later.
Finding another Knight with Nautilus. Could put it in over the Thresh, but probably Thresh is on average a bit better.
Yeah, you think so?
In the game, it depends on where people are positioning, right? Generally, if players are positioning around a Thresh, they'll do so later on into the game and not really early. And if you're going to have a backline carry, it's generally going to be cornered right now, as we see with, you know, Kaigeros's board. So Thresh will get a decent amount of value. Even pulling things closer with Thresh to clump them up for Varus is also a nice little choice as well to utilize.
That's a good point. Yeah.
DQA.
You don't want to buy it now any bait.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wants to make sure he hits that 40 gold as well, because if you're going to be re-rolling for the Varus, want to get an early start. The Thresh this time pull away the Kazakhs, but not long enough, as it looks like the Assassins might do the trick here. Yeah, it looks like they will. Dark Blue on the LeBlanc already, and the Infinity Edge, so DQA off to a really good start, item-wise at least, if you want to run that LeBlanc, but still LeBlanc 1, so a little bit behind on finding those units.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was also 4 units on DQA's board that beat. That beat Setsuko with being a level 5. So wanted to make the econ, said that, hey, this LeBlanc is strong enough, and was correct. Items come through for the armory. Gonna be scouting, of course. A lot of players are definitely dedicating a lot of time to scouting during the armory phase, which is very, very important, and I like that a lot. But no great item that Setsuko's landed upon. It'll probably be a chain vest for a Bramble, potentially.
Yeah, Bramble would be decent early on. I mean, Sunfire is an item that, you know, is okay, but it's definitely fallen off a little bit in a lot of people's item tier lists, at least.
Yeah. Also, Setsuko did sell the 4th Varus, so probably no Varus 3 we're going to see. And yeah, it's going to be Bramble as well for the item choice.
Putting a couple Forgotten in. So ultimately, Setsuko is still pretty flexible as far as what he can use these items for. Shadow Jewel Gauntlet is useful on a lot of different things. He's got a very strong generic tank item. Doesn't stop you from being eaten by a Nunu, but it's still a good item.
Yeah.
So just trying to maintain as much HP as you can going into this mid-game phase here. But this is going to be a little bit tougher of a loss.
Yeah, 12 HP loss there is looking like. A bit unfortunate. DQA did level to 6 and actually rolled down a lot of gold, but did hit LeBlanc 2 and was rewarded for it. Just barely winning that round. We do go over and board with Marcel.
Ooh.
And Marcel hits a Riven too. That's very early and very, very solid. Marcel can definitely win streak through the rest of Stage 3, I think, with this. And the Abomination. That's just so much damage and frontline.
Yeah, Marcel, one of the players that's tied at 14 right now. Kled Bundy, Sphinx, and Marcel P. all tied at 14. So a win here would start to separate him in a big way from the rest of the pack. So definitely looking for a big game here in Game 3.
Yeah. And 2 Infinity Edges, actually, Marcel has already built. It's definitely not going to be a brand reroll. Not only do the items not look like they want to go that direction, but Kagros as well already had a brand 2 with a blue buff, just further dissuading that. So Marcel just going to go for a good mid-game. Does run up against DQA, who's probably one of the strongest players in the lobby right now, but is still going to win.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing is that this Riven is going to survive for just a long time, and then you've also got the Monstrosity coming in at the end for cleanup, which is pretty much what we saw in that last round.
Yeah.
So Marcel, 70 HP, but still feeling very strong right now.
Spencer grabbing a Shadow Glove. Spencer's very low, actually 47 HP already on Stage 3 Carousel. A little bit concerning.
Very concerning, I would say. We do have a bit more of a gap between the top and the bottom of this lobby, I think, Khroen, than we saw in some of the earlier games, because you've got Sphinx and Spurtosaurus both in the 90s, and then you've got Spencer all the way down there, sub 50 HP. A lot of people in the middle, but definitely some very strong and some very weak in this lobby as far as HP right now in the game.
Yeah, and speaking of HP, Sphinx actually traditionally scares me when he's in a very high HP early game because honestly it feels like he does a lot with the econ that he can get out of like fast 7 or fast 8ing and stabilizing from there, but Sphinx is actually not a player that comes top of my mind when it comes to making the most out of an early game win streak, so I definitely would like to be proved wrong there. I want to see Sphinx keep his up his good performance because he did win the first lobby and is in a typical position to have at least a top 4 here in game number 3.
Yeah. All right, so Shadow Runins onto the Brand, and that's just another unit that's going to get shuffled over to the Monstrosity, but Brand also, you know, adding a bit more damage to everything overall is never a bad thing. Kennen, who did get nerfed. We're going to see the Kennen ults come out a lot later if they come out at all right now.
Yeah.
PockyGom earlier today as we see that win against Bertosaurus, and that's actually a big one because Bertosaurus is one of the top players in the lobby, but PockyGom on Teamfight Talk Show earlier today was saying that he was saying Kennen might not even be playable without a defensive item now, that he was worried that Kennen wouldn't even get his cast off a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if you're not running skirmishers, like if you're playing Kennen a lot of times now, it's going to be with an early Hellion board
Right.
and getting you to a late game composition. And yeah, if you don't have GA, Kennen could just fall without ulting. His mana got nerfed. If he's going to ult once, he definitely will be a lot harder to actually get the second ultimate off. That's going to, I think, be the major break point there in Kennen boards. But either way, though, still very, very sizable nerf to the unit.
One of the interesting things to think about is that might seem like a big nerf, but it kind of starts to put him in the category that like set 3 Nico was in, or like a Gangplank was in a couple sets ago, where they just kind of need that GA, or they need like maybe a Warmogs or something to survive long enough to cast their ult, because it's so good when it happens that it's worth it. You know, it's worth committing that item. So I feel like we might see Kennen start to be relegated to that sort of role, but again, you know, the patch just hit today, small sample size. Either way, on the Monstrosity side of things, the Abomination board along with his Riven working pretty well for Marcel so far.
Yeah, this pretty much solidifies that Marcel is probably, or I think is the strongest player in the lobby right now. Sphinx's board was so nuts. It had Yasuo 2 already, was on a huge win streak, but that board with the Monstrosity is the one to break it. Sphinx is still in a solid spot. I'm actually way more confident in seeing the Sphinx board and kind of predicting his placement later on into the day. Or in this game rather, because he already has really, really solid direction. It's not like he has to worry about like, is this board going to fall off super, super hard? Because being on the Yasuo 2, of course, is amazing. We already have the Nico on the bench as well, if we're thinking about Yasuo 3, which I think Sphinx must be considering right now.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Oh,
he's already
another
got
Yasuo
2 great
comes
items for
through from the
Yasuo.
orb.
What? Wow, all right. Well, that's a sign. I think it's a sign, Khroen.
100%
Go
it's a
for
sign.
the Yasuo.
We're gonna see it. Hey, Yasuo 3 was one of the 4 lobby wins earlier on in the day, so we might be seeing its second one happen right now.
Yeah, that's right. So, a little bit of scouting going on. I see a Nocturne over there. I see a Skirmisher board getting made. We do see the Kennen 2 for someone out there, and with the Frozen Heart as well, so that might be another item that makes sure the Kennen casts.
Yeah, a little bit more mana, a little bit more defensiveness, and actually just not only just the armor, but what Frozen Heart will actually do, of course, and slowing the enemy's attack speed. Means it's going to be alive for a bit longer. The crit's not going to be able to come through onto the Hecarim, so Yasuo is stuck here for a very long time, and that's going to provide much needed time for Kaguros's Brand to output enough damage. Will it be enough, though? It's close, but yes, it is. The Victor Shields come through as well.
Yeah, you can see how scary that Yasuo is going to be in the future, though. I mean, or, you know, it is right now, just not against that board. But it is going to be concerning. If that Yasuo 3 comes out, that's pretty crazy. Couple different items to choose from here.
Probably bow, I'd imagine. You can either RFC or second Runaans for the Yasuo. I think is going to, it's going to be the choice there. Lee Sin pair as well.
Definitely agree. A little bit of a slow rolling going on. Lots of blue, but not the one he wants to find. Early Volibear, though.
Okay.
That goes in over the Rel. You get the Brawler buff, which is not, you know, hyper impactful at this point in the game. 400 HP, though, is still 400 HP. It does let him slam the Redemption as well. And just getting the Volibear in there is nice, because ideally at this point, you're hoping that the damage is low enough on the frontliners that the Volibear is going to get that cast off without any items.
Yep.
And if it does, it's a round-changing ultimate. So
yeah. I do love the positioning. Yeah, I do love the positioning as well from Sphinx. He has the Nautilus behind the Yasuo, protecting against the assassins, but also just allows Yasuo to step up and take down the threats of any enemy comps, like we see with Bertosaurus here. The Jax might go down soon, but no, the cannon with the Shojin actually allows him to get another stun, so Sphinx takes a loss by every single unit there. The Yasuo does, 2k damage, but it still was enough to take out anything.
I really love the Frozen Heart on Kennen 2 actually, because it does kind of make up for the larger mana pool that he has, which means he casts slower, and being able to jump into a composition like this that really relies on attacking quickly is huge, right? Because you're slowing the attack speed and you're stunning. So that's just a really good unit into the board that Sphinx is playing right now, and looks like we might see Revenant come in with the Ivern. Of course, Daisy is nice to just give more meat for the enemy to chew through while your Yasuo theoretically chews through them.
Yeah.
So just trying to make this one stronger, going up against the Assassin board from DQA, though.
So it's unfortunate timing for Sphinx to sell Nautilus that was protecting the backline right when he goes against the Assassin player. I mean, I can't really fault that, right? You do know, as TFT player, who your next possible 3 matchups are going to be, because you can't face the last 4 players that you've played. But just unlucky timing there for Sphinx. Does get a lot of good units on the board, right? Does have a pair of Mordekaisers, which you're going to want to put those, Redemption and Sunfire on a bit later. Have a pair of Lee Sin still. And it's still second place when it comes to lobby HP. Bertosaurus is the only player who is well out in front, and Spencer kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum there, really, really low at 24.
So what do you think Sphinx grabs here? Does he go for the cloak to finish the second Rune-ins, or does he go for something to go along with the chain vest? Looks like the cloak is still an option for now.
I would say probably the cloak, especially out of these items left. If not the cloak, then it would be the bow. And it's going to actually be, I think, the Shadow RFC there, which is still fine. Yasuo being able to be protected fully by the front line is solid. Naturally finding the Mordekaiser too, that is a big, big hit there as well.
Yeah, that's really nice. Again, the Mord too. If you're running things like this, it's going to be pretty strong. Legionnaires are going to benefit. Whoa! Are we going to see a Mord 3 at some point in this game? That's kind of crazy, as we see a big roll down coming in from Sphinx.
Yeah, honestly, it could be. We might just see this Yasuo being sold. Yeah. Okay, so not enough Yasuos coming through on these rolls for Sphinx to be tempted to, I guess, be trapped in that route. There is going to be a Mordekaiser and Draven too. These are the lobbies that perform the most consistently out of today, so I really, really do like this pivot. The only awkward thing is that there's going to be no good Jewel Gauntlet holders, at least right now, as the item, it's still going to be on the bench. But
that's what I was kind of wondering, is who holds the Jewel Gauntlet now? Like, I mean, I guess Mord would maybe be the quote-unquote best user with this board, but it's not something you're, like, incredibly hyped about. Doesn't finish the Rune-ins either. I think he's going to wait to see if he can maybe get another RFC done.
Yeah. Maybe. I would, with your reasoning, of course, as well there, DoA, I would like to see the Jewel Gauntlet probably have gone on the Mordekaiser, but didn't need it to win the round, so I guess Sphinx can greed it out for a bit longer, and maybe put on something else a bit later. Does
like a Viego.
Yeah, perhaps a Viego. Does still have 50 gold, right? Has not really rolled down much below that, maybe hit like 40 at one point, but now, gets to put the tanky items in the Mordekaiser. He's going to be the frontliner. We have 4 Legionnaire on board.
Yeah. I mean, the Shadow Rune-ins is just, it's a little bit risky, because if there's people around you, you're not going to get the benefit from it. So I feel like we don't see people build it as often. You can tell he kind of thought about it and then went back on it. You're one round away from neutrals. You might as well wait. It's probably not going to make enough of a difference in this round, on or off, to be worth building.
The board is strong enough. I mean, you have your 4 cost carries being tier 2, but it's not enough to face Marcel's Abomination board. I mean, Marcel went 8 kind of early, relatively speaking, for regular lobby
monstrosity.
pace. Yeah,
that monstrosity is terrifying with the GA, with the Rune-ins.
Yeah, monstrosity living up to its name, of course, right there. Kagros finding Victor 3 as well. Kagros is the brand reroller. Curious to see how they've progressed in this lobby in a little bit, because we know Sphinx's trajectory, of course.
Right. The big question now is, what is this Raptors going to give him? And oftentimes, because of the armory now, You a lot of times don't even get item components off Raptors anymore. It's just a little bit of gold. Maybe he gets 1. Yeah, he does find a tier. Okay. Oh, 2. All right. So he was missing a couple items. Oh, and the cloak is big. You could build that Runins.
Yeah.
Is he going to?
I mean, there's just not any really flat, just damaging items, right? Double Runans spreads the damage, but where's the damage coming from?
Coming from Draven. Coming from his...
Just baseline Draven.
His love of carnage. It's Draven. You don't need anything more than that. It's a League of Draven, you know.
Exactly. 3 Forgotten coming in to buff him up a little bit more. I mean, that does give a little bit.
Yeah. Does help. He's got a Shadow item. Another Volibear. All right. Another Riven. So it's a 2-star at least. But yeah, I like the Jewel Gauntlet on the Viego. It's going to be helpful. And he is going to finish the Shadow Runins, actually.
Yep. Frozen Heart going on the Viego. Solid.
Yeah, seems good. He's going to be able to steal things pretty quick with the ticks. Getting the possible extra crit from the Jewel Gauntlet. Doesn't help, though. He only steals the brand. And once again, running into quite a powerful monstrosity.
Yeah, cool players running that. Melton Heart still level 7. The Redemption tick, actually. The Redemption tick's the difference. Wow.
Yeah. 50 HP. So staying near the top of the ladder right now. Finds a Rise, too, which is always a nice hit. Let's jump over to DQA's board and see what he can do with these assassins. Another player going for the LeBlanc build, it looks like. Still trying to re-roll to find that LeBlanc 3, but he's, let's see, what, 2 away it looks like? Yeah, no Nikos. Oh, there's 1.
Okay, finds Nocturne.
There's a Nocturne 3.
That's big.
Okay. Yeah, take that. Because you're pretty sure you're going to find the LeBlanc 3 again soon, and that Nocturne 3 has some pretty solid items on it. The IE, the Shadow IE, isn't going to be that bad because you're going to be able to heal right up. So I like it.
Yeah.
Strong board.
Bramble on the Abomination, though, making him a lot tankier. And the Riven, actually.
Uh-oh.
Melton Heart, Riven 3. That's going to do a lot of damage. Can DQA avoid 8th, though? Spencer might take it. Oh, yeah, Spencer did go Soraka reroll. But it's not looking too hot. Rolls into the other reroll composition, which is just flat out looking stronger. Oh no, the slow bleed out from Spencer here. This is painful to watch.
It is. I don't think you're going to be able to take down that Hecarim if you're Spencer, unfortunately. DQA continuing to watch that one. But yep.
Oh, it did kill enough, actually, to survive. Only 1 unit means that Spencer's at 1, yeah.
Okay. It's alive for now.
Ooh, LeBlanc. That's big.
Yeah, he was so close, but it does make it nice when you hit it. There's a Pantheon 3, though, that gets hit by Bertosaurus, a player that we haven't talked a lot about today, but a player that's been a threat high up on the ladder for a long time in TFT, and yet another one of those players that's been in tournaments, had good results, but hasn't really had that like massive breakout, performance yet.
Yeah.
But always one of those players where it's like, all right, well, this is going to be the tournament, for sure.
I know, right? Needs to be the time soon. DQA going up against Sphinx, level 6 versus level 8. But the Assassins are finding themselves in some very, very good spots right now. Mordekaiser falls, and oh yeah. Nocturne, just 1 slash almost took down the Draven. With the second one, will do so. DQA stabilizes this round, and that's going to allow him to go to level 7 and put Revenant in with the Ivern. That's going to make that Nocturne a lot more tankier, of course, being able to res. Basically a free GA.
Whoa, Spencer won his match too, so he stays alive at 1 HP. Didn't see who he played against, but that's pretty huge to be able to live a little bit longer.
Yeah. Oh, the Varus 3 actually did come through.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly looking like quite a reroll lobby, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We have Assassins, a Brand player, a Varus player. No sets, though, and I think that's going to be the biggest change it's looking like in this patch, because one of the crucial set changes, actually, was that when he's placed in the front line, one of the corners, he was able to previously hit the back line like 3 hexes away, but now he cannot do that at all, so the back liner is going to be a lot safer in dealing with the set, actually, so player is going to be shying away from that one, I think, because of that change.
Yeah. It's kind of gone from like better Vi to just sort of like regular Vi.
Yeah.
Still strong. But DQA trying to move up through the rankings, and he's starting to do just that. We're going to jump on board with Setsuko now, who's playing that Varus 3. You've got the Shadow Hand of Justice. Okay, strong item. You've got crucially the Ginsus, because attack speed is a big thing for this Varus. And you've got the IE. Like a lot of times you'll want a Runins here, but I think this is still a strong combination of items. And
Oh.
honestly, Varus being able to use both AD and AP is probably a little bit more flexible on items than some of the other reroll carries.
Ah, wait, that misposition from Setsuko actually has huge implications in going up against
Yeah.
assassins. Wasn't able to move the Taric in time, so the Verdant
Well.
actually isn't there for LeBlanc chains, and yeah, the Diana and LeBlanc found their way to stepping next to the Varus. It might have still been a loss if Setsuko had positioned the Taric all the way in the left corner, but may have killed a couple more units there and would have preserved some much needed HP.
It's possible. I'm watching Spencer in the lower right here to see if
Yeah.
he lives. There we go. He
Oh.
does again. Oh, are you kidding me? He's got the Morgana 3 though, doesn't he? So
Yeah.
Spencer's board is starting to get to be a little bit scary, but there's just no margin for loss here. I mean, 1-1L is going to be the end of the game for him.
Setsuko holding a Rel 2 on the bench would have to replace a big synergy, and yeah, 4 Knights is going to be dropped. But
Yeah, Ironclad is really strong, especially against something like, Assassins, aside, of course, from the LeBlanc damage. But Rel 2 is just so good, and being able to get Ironclad in there and the Rel ultimate, I think, is going to be worth it, apparently.
Definitely. Viego jumping into the backline to get stuck on the Nautilus. Even these Taric items are good, right? GA and Shojin?
Yeah. Now, Rel did ult the Lux instead of the Varus, so that's a little bit awkward. It looks like it might not make a big difference, though. Can he kill the Draven? He can, and that's a big hit taken by Sphinx.
Can Spencer
My
hang on,
eyes
though?
again. Spencer. Yep.
1 HP in a dream. What
A lot of
matchup
3
is
stars
it?
over there.
Hecarim versus
Yeah.
LeBlanc 1v1. Hecarim probably going to win out in that one, given the Bramble.
Mm-hmm. So let's go. Just
Oh.
taking some time to think more. Oh, gee.
Spencer fell.
Nope. Yep, Spencer out. He's going to be our 8th place player, and that opens things up a lot because he was our first place player overall with 17 points. So taking an 8th suddenly opens things up a lot for perhaps some people to move up.
Definitely.
And claim one of those top 8 spots going into tomorrow.
Taking a look at what these dragon items will give. Not amazing for DQA. I think we saw a Legionnaire spat from somebody.
Oh, Zephyr.
Yeah, Zephyr on Setsuko's board is really, really good. Zephyr and like Shroud are one of the items they're really, really happy to see from these late game neutral rounds or carousels. Gonna be able to, maybe cheese around win with it, placing it once you know what matchup you're gonna face. But just, that CC is going to be huge. Eliminate whatever unit that you want.
Yeah. Just rolling, but not finding either the Taric 2 or the Darius 2. That's kind of frustrating, but you have to take what you can get. Now scouting, now trying to figure out who he has the highest chance of play against. It's a new round, so it's a little bit more ambiguous. You can't go back and check as easily if you're like me and you never remember.
Yeah, it looks like the Royal actually might be ulting the Lux yet again, judging by this positioning.
I think so.
Oh, the Riven actually gets Zephyr, though, and that is big. Let's see if it's able to be enough, though.
Great Zephyr. It does let the first Varus ult go off before the Riven comes in. So that's going to mean those tanks are going to do that extra magic damage. It's a little known part about his kit, but I think it's a big one. And that Riven dropped fast.
Yeah. When Varus got to auto it and he's able to clean up the rest of the comp, Monstrosity jump to the other side of the board and Melt in Heart with the Riven 3 does fall, it looks like, in 7th place. Yeah, nobody else taking a big enough loss. Even if Marcel loses here.
This Hecarim, though.
Oh my, he's just Hecarim against the world, actually. So strong. Will get taken out eventually.
Oh,
it looks
maybe.
like.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, the thing is the Hecarim would have gone across the bottom basically, and so that would have left him with the 1v1 against the Teemo anyway. So that was doomed to fail. You can't win 1v1s against Teemo.
True. Bert, reroll skirms gets Kennen 3 online now as well.
Wow.
Did lose the last round, but reroll skirms is definitely going to be very, very strong.
Yeah. That's what we've been seeing a little bit more of. Reroll sort of the middle ground for skirmishers, the 2 costs and the 3 costs. And it's still pretty good.
Definitely.
Or very good in this case, as he's got a nice little HP lead. But Kagros, who we are on board now with, 2nd place in the lobby at the moment, going with this 4 Cavalier. This is that strong Hecarim that we've been watching wreck people all lobby long.
And it's because the brand is not tier 3, so he falls just for some straight AoE damage, which might end up happening against the Varus if enough of those ults come through. Maybe not looking like it here, however. Oh, the
Yeah.
Thresh pulls the Victor in, but next Thresh cast could find its way to the Brand. Hecarim, though, is really just untouched.
And as long as that Varus is healing too, it's going to be difficult for the Brand to take him out. But look, as soon as the Cavaliers get over there, they just run the Brand over.
Man.
Yep.
3 eliminations.
And it looks like, I was going to say, yeah, we had a lot of people drop there. Sphinx, Marcel, and Setsuko all out. And now we have our top 3. Bertosaurus finds another 3-star in Lee Sin. So it's Bertosaurus, Kagros, and DQA fighting for this top spot. But, you know, Kagros is Hecarim. Like, the question is, in my mind, it's can the skirmishers take down the cavalry board, or the cavalier board, rather?
Yeah, send out the cavalry.
Cavalier.
It's the same thing, really. I mean, 4 of them, too.
The cavalry has arrived.
They really have. But the assassins, though, they're probably going to slowly lose out, because even if they kill the Brand, the Hecarim's still just a big threat.
Yep, that's true. I feel like we've seen everything else drop fast, and then the Hecarim just, like, stands there, and things die around it. Look at that Nocturne. Nocturne just trying his best. Swing away, but he's going to drop. He's Revenant, so he's going to come back, but with no HP, the Hecarim just has to cast one more time. We got the LeBlanc 3 with great items.
Bert won his round, we see.
Yep. People talk about unkillable units in TFT, but this Hecarim may be quite literally unkillable. He's getting that damage boost too, like 70% damage reduction off of the 4 trait. The nerf today bring it down to 35, but you still double that after the charge, and that's a lot. DQA.
Oh, it ties,
they're gonna draw.
Oh
no, DQA dies, but a few HP lost by Kagros.
Yeah. Oh, Kagros now able to actually get 3 Ironclad to counter the skirmishers? That's such a fortunate carousel round. Bert is saying, what do I want? Bert doesn't even know. Reroll versus reroll, DoA, in our top 2. Gonna be Brand Cavaliers versus Skirmisher reroll.
Yeah, it seems like people are getting more comfortable going back to some of the reroll builds as the day goes on, but that is about as strong as Skirmisher reroll gets right there. Some very significant 3-stars, but can anyone kill the Hecarim? Standing strong in the front line, getting that enormous damage reduction from the Cavalier trait.
Yeah. And 1 life left for Kagros, so if the Hecarim falls once, it'll be okay. But Bert still has a couple rounds for wiggle room.
So you gotta stun it. You have to stun the Hecarim so it can't cast, while simultaneously somehow doing enough damage to kill it. And that's where the difficulty is going to come in.
Yeah.
As every time a unit drops, that sort of charge mechanic is going to happen, and the cavalry buff is going to come back in. Or cavalier buff again is going to come back in.
No, it's not looking likely. It's going to be the round loss for Bertosaurus, the round win for Kagros, and I think we're going to see a bit of a repeat to that in this next round.
I think so. It doesn't look like there's a ton that Kagros can do, or that Bertosaurus, rather, can do with these skirmishers to, you know, win this, honestly. Like, how in the world do you position against this? Okay, let's think about this. He's moving literally over to the side, trying to keep the Jax in a safe position for him to come from one of the flanks and not take a lot of the heat early on. But the problem is it's a melee comp. You have to get up close and personal to do the damage, and that's exactly where the Hecarim wants you to be.
It is indeed. See if maybe adding a Darius was the difference. Darius can shred the armor of the Hecarim. It does get the cast off. Is it enough,
and it deals with the... I mean, it deals with the Ironclad to a certain extent, but it doesn't deal with the Cavalier buff itself. That's the real concern.
No. Okay, Jax finally makes his way to the Hecarim, but it really is just taking no damage there. The Nidalee's still alive, but she only has 1 Bloodthirster. Hey, Hecarim's taking some damage.
I'd love to see the double kill draw here, but it looks like it's going to end. Yep, and that's going to be Kagros getting the win with the reroll. Cavaliers, it was all about the Brand at first, but then it became the Hecarim, and it was a wrecker rim for Kagros. I don't know. I had to do something with it. Yep. It looks like we might be able to swap over to the first lobby. Yeah, there we go. We're going to go over to lobby B. On board with the Brennanator, who is 43 HP at the end of the game here. Looks like Goobum's in second place with 2 HP. So what do you want to bet on here, Khroen?
Well, as a betting man, I would surely go the way of Brennanator. Having such a large HP gap. I mean, I haven't seen the board of Goobums, though. So maybe it's just Goobums has some random thing that is able to win every single round for 3 rounds in a row. I'll have to see here soon, though.
Maybe?
Yeah, but I mean, looking at Brenner's board though, like I don't know, come on,
Seriously.
like Darius 2, Heimer 2, 3 itemed Draven. Oh yeah, no, this is going the way of Brennator probably 8 out of 10 times, maybe 9 out of 10 times.
The funny thing is they both have Volibear too, but yeah, I mean, look at this. It's a rise with the Morellos and the dark blue buff. More importantly, a lot of similarity between the two boards. Honestly, at the end of the day, but Draven versus Aphelios, I suppose. We're gonna have Volibears jumping all over the place, but the amount of crowd control that the Rise is gonna put out is scary. Wait a second. Last whisper from Aphelios may be making a big difference here. And all right, that was a big ult. That was a lot of damage from Brennator, but I wonder, he lost a lot of HP as well.
Yeah, so eating my words right there, DoA, a bit of caster curse.
Yeah.
I'm getting into it. I'm getting influence from you. But no, the Volibear ult was the big difference, really. Volibear ult hit the whole board of Brennator and actually had Draven in a very awkward spot. And Brennator's Volibear was not able to ult, right? And that was the major difference. Heimerdinger also got shrouded, so the cast didn't come out enough in time. With some repositioning, Brennator definitely could win. Let's see if it does work out, though. That was a good reposition. See if it is enough.
Tries to avoid the Shroud. He does on the crucial members anyway. The Rise and the Heimerdinger don't get hit by that, but everything kind of grouped up again for this this ult from the Volibear. We'll have to see if he gets it. Now this time his Volibear gets in a little bit earlier. Is it going to be enough? Heimer with the cast right about now. Oh no, the dragon didn't get anything done, and that's it. Never mind. Brennator, look at his face. He is just devastated by this. 43 HP to 2, but wasn't able to win it against Goobums. Goobums taking that game, and wow, I mean, you know, usually when you see a big HP advantage like that, when you jump in right at the end, you think, okay, they probably came into the 1v1 at around the same HP, and there's been a couple rounds already, but clearly that's not the case. Goobums getting that win there. Interesting.
Yeah. It was actually, I think, what I didn't have a lot of time to assess and why I thought that Brennator would win that round 9 out of 10 times is because I think it was the Wolf position actually was able to move Draven to the center of the board because Draven will chase Wolf there from Kindred and moved into Volibear ult range 2 times in a row. And I think that CC was a lot of the difference. If Draven just got to output damage the course of the whole fight, it definitely could have and maybe even would have gone the other way. But Goobums really with some 200 IQ positioning there, allowing the Volibear to hit the clump after dragging the Draven. So super well played to Goobums there. Very, very impressed actually because those are very slight things that are hard to identify, but they have huge impacts and huge implications.
Yeah, he's one of the best out there. We see why. Let's check out the scores from our last game. So the Game 3 results is what we will look at right now. We were watching Lobby A, where Kagros was able to win it with the reroll comp with the Cavaliers. Bertosaurus coming in a close second place there. Meanwhile, in Lobby B, Goobums coming back 2 HP to 43 in the final 1v1, winning it. And then Brennator, of course, taking that very frustrating second place. But hey, 8 points are 8 points. You're still going to be fairly happy with that. And he's going to be able to move up in the standings that way, too. I think one of the big stories out of this one, Khroen, though, are Spencer, the winner of game number 2 that he was involved in, down in 8th, and Cled Bundy, another lobby winner from today, taking an 8th. So this, as we go to look at the overall standings in a moment, the spread is going to narrow a little bit here, and the ability in these last 2 games for the players to move up and down is going to become much greater. We might see a bit of a photo finish here for the top 8 at the end of the day.
I think so. There's been a lot of volatility in terms of placements today. I think it's unlikely that players have top 4 every single game. I think that Robinsongs has, albeit barely. Melt did get a 5th though, but as we look at overall on the standings for today, it is very, very close to Kagros though, with that win. With the brand composition is going to be in first place 22 points, Brennator close behind 21, Sphinx with 20, but then the gap starts to jump between Marcel and Solus, really a 2-point gap there, and some very, very eagerly waiting competitors with Cled Bundy, Goobums, and Bert being just a couple points away from securing that gap and getting into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, you also look at players kind of down towards the bottom of the top 8, Robinsong, Spencer, Marcel, Solus. I mean, I think you could even put Delicious Milk in there too, where they need to have solid results for the last 2 games to secure that spot in the top 8. Delicious Milk getting, I believe it was 6th in the last game. He got 4 points out of that one, so that sounds right to me.
Fifth?
But yeah, something like that, 5th. Either way, having a solid day, but you need to keep it up. This is where the pressure kind of starts. As we go into the last 2 games of the day, do you make that top 8 cutoff? For players like Setsuko and Sojin, even 2 first places in a row would maybe get you there, but it's getting a little bit grim already. But we'll see. We've got another lobby going. We're going to jump into lobby B. That's the players I guess we saw at the end of that last game where Goobums won it, but now we'll be able to get to see it from the beginning. But I don't know. Are you comfortable making any predictions, Khroen? Here, it's a tough one to look at. But who do you think is maybe more likely to get through at this point?
I mean, I would like to say with Robinsong's consistency, that's been something that a lot of players haven't been able to achieve today, right? We saw a lot of firsts go to 8ths and vice versa, but Robinsong's, I believe, I could be wrong about this, but is one of the only players to at least top 4 every single game. It was like 3rd, 4th, 4th, I think, or something like that. So it still isn't been like too insane, but still, that consistency in such a volatile patch is actually really, really impressive to see. So my eye is going to be on Robinsong to make it into day 2. Of course, there's currently 8 players, but honestly, anyone could still drop or fall from even the players sitting at the top right now, like Kageros.
I'm double checking. It looks like Robinsongs did top 4 all of his games up to this point. Yep. So, yeah, solid performance. Got to keep it up. Obviously, if you are in the top 4 for all 5 games, then you will almost certainly make it through to day 2, unless there's some kind of crazy tiebreaker situation that forces you out,
Yeah.
But, yeah, looking good for him so far. But like we talked about, the pressure is on. And we're going to get the players loaded up in those lobbies in a moment, jump into that. But, Khroen, I got to say, from the lobbies we looked at, and I haven't seen all the whole comps from Lobby B. We jumped in right at the end there, but it's certainly starting to seem like the rerolls are starting to come back in a big way. Maybe not as huge of a way as they exist on the ladder up to the B patch, but in this tournament anyway, people are starting to get more and more comfortable with going back to that.
Enough so that they can be one of a plethora of viable options, right? And I think that's going to be the key that we're seeing today on how much it solidifies itself into people aggressively going for it versus, oh, I just have a good opener, I have the option for it, so I'm going to do that route. And I think, I mean, I said it earlier, it kind of solidifies itself as a healthy position in the meta, and that's definitely what we're seeing, because we're still seeing Mordekaisers and Dravens winning, Aphelioses as well, but let's see what these players are going to opt to run once we go into game number 4 here in Lobby B, I believe, starting out on Robinsong's point of view.
That's right. Robinsongs, like we talked about, one of the only, if not the only, without double-checking all the stats, players to take a top 4 in every game so far, ends up with a tier on Carousel. So I feel like tier stock has risen and fallen throughout set 5 already. Where do you rate it right now, Khroen, as far as getting a tier on the first Carousel?
It's really good if you want to run some assassins. Katarina and LeBlanc need tiers. Brand also, if you're looking for that route, needs tiers. In terms of just solid items outside of rerolling, you really like to see redemption slams. That's going to provide value in every single game. And yeah, I mean, tier's decent. It's probably not the top 2 items, but maybe a 3rd or 4th when it comes to overall item choices. But it does depend to what everyone wants to run, right? If you're an assassin main, tier definitely rises in the stocks.
Oh yeah, that's what I like, is that you can kind of target certain play styles, right now, where it's, you can get an item that leans a certain direction and be prepared to kind of like go on one of those many branches, right? Where you could run the LeBlanc. You could instead run like a Karma or something like that. In the end, you could run a Brand with a tier start. So, but it all is based around that initial pick sometimes. So knowing what your different sort of branches of the same start is an important part, I think, to growing as a TFT player.
Yeah, actually, I did double check, so I was curious if anyone else did top 4 every single game, and there is one other one, DoA. It's going to be the Breninator, actually, with a 3rd, 4th, and a 2nd. So both players top 4 every game, but no wins. So I mean, personally, as a player, I like those consistent finishes, not necessarily going for that first or 8th playstyle. So I'm liking both their chances to move forward into day number 2. But still, as we mentioned, a couple more games, they have to close it out. And it's a solid start for Robinsongs to do so. We have a Kha'Zix too and a couple Knights for the front line.
Yeah, that's right. So you're going to be able to have that durability. Ideally, give the Kazakhs time to work and then isolate some targets in the back line. It's kind of funny. You see the Vladimir 2 in the shop right there, but Vlad 2 just it's a strong unit, but in this particular case, it's not strong enough to warrant buying. But I think a lot of other people would be pretty psyched to see that in the shop.
Definitely. Especially Solus. Yeah, Solus with the Renewer would have benefited from it. Solus probably going to take this round. Srock unfortunately does get isolated, taken down by Kazakhs, but the rest of the brawlers there, here to jump that pesky little bug and take out Robin Songs in this round.
Yeah, Set's still doing a lot of damage, even though it is just a Set 1 with a sword, but still a strong unit despite the nerfs. There's another tier. Okay, so do you want to grab this tier or do you want to hold out for the Shadow tier? That's what I'm wondering. You do also have the option to go for like Shadow GA, I suppose. Shadow Bramble, but I think this comp needs some tiers. Yep.
LeBlanc in the shop, 2 tiers here. I mean, sure,
right.
LeBlanc wants a Shadow or a very dark blue buff, but still, if a Katarina is found, it would probably be a slam. Because you do need 2 carries in the assassin composition. It can't just be the LeBlanc. You'd like to see LeBlanc plus either Cat or Nocturne. Or best case scenario, you get all of the above, right? You get to spread the love there. But these are perfect items for a LeBlanc, or near perfect items at least. So definitely not surprised to see those slams come through.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, Shadow Blue is what you want, but if you get regular blue, that's not the worst thing either, you know? It's something that's still a good unit, and that's one of the things that when Set 5 operates best, I think it's a set where you have items that you're really targeting, but you have other options as sort of secondary targets if you don't get those specifically best in slot items. Gonna lose around there, but, you know, it seems like an okay start. That said, a lot of 1-star units, probably not gonna do a whole lot of good for you right now.
Yeah, Robin Songs is on level 3 still as well, so is not going to be able to contest those level 4 players, or at least be a lot weaker in trying to do so. Clint Bundy does have a Bloodthirster set. The set comps that we've seen today have definitely fallen short, so it might be just a Draven item later on down the line. Maybe Aphelios, but generally you don't really like to see BTs on Aphelios that much. Good shop there from Robin Songs, though, finding a couple Dawnbringer to buff the Kazakhs up, take out maybe a couple more units because of that.
Couple Dawnbringer, not picking up the Lissandra though, which is kind of interesting. Might be thinking of selling up to 10 and just not wanting to pick that up. But Coven is usually something we see put around the LeBlanc. Looks like he's scouting another board and sees someone maybe going for something similar. So I think a pivot is in mind actually for Robin Songs right now.
The potential is definitely there. I mean, Robin Songs does have another option with the brand on the bench. Could just go for the brand option, but probably will sell. If he wins, he's selling the Aatrox and keeping everything else, I think. But if he loses, probably just sells the Callista pair. Gonna win, so I think just sells the Aatrox, sits at the 10, and won't pick up the Lissandras. And because of that, we could see some early Abomination come through as well to stabilize Robin Songs even further.
True. You know, the nice thing is that although he doesn't carry the loss streak through the carousel, he still does get first pick, even though he won that last fight. Oh, all right, so he finds a rod, but perhaps more importantly, he finds the rod on a Katarina.
Yeah, that's big. So even though Robin Songs has multiple options with the units that he has on the board right now and the bench between LeBlanc and Brand, could just sell the LeBlanc and use Katarina item carrier and still be flexible and open with just a better assassin to do it with. Because Katarina is going to be way more powerful than LeBlanc at this point in the game, and be pretty big in terms of securing that full win streak moving into Krogs.
Yeah, in terms of 1-star assassins, Katarina just does a much better job of staying alive. I mean, obviously GA helps with that, but just the way that she moves around the board, you know, makes it so that she's not being hit constantly by one unit. And should serve him a little bit better. But we're going to jump over to our lobby leader right now, the only player with 100 HP left. It's going to be Khroen. He is going to go for a Nidalee for now, but we'll see what he wants to transition into out of this. Obviously, Nidalee isn't going to be the carry, but you know, if you're looking at a 1-cost carry, Nidalee's not bad.
Yeah, Khroen was deciding between running 3 skirmishers or just running upgraded units and a couple Dawnbringers. And I think running the Poppy 2 over the skirmishers. It's going to be a bit of a better front line, and Nidalee will be able to be a bit more survivable if she did get... Okay, well, I say that as she gets near one shot. But she was a bit more survivable, just not enough so, unfortunately, for Khroen's board there. Brennator did have a very, very solid start with that Shadow Renounce on the Callista 2.
I was gonna say, I think she ran into a big scary Kalista too there. Yeah. Oh, do you maybe think about throwing it on the Nocturne? You know, I mean, you're not committed to this Nidalee for now, and you know, if you want to save some HP, you can maybe do that. That was, of course, Khroen's first loss of the game so far.
Yeah. Knowing Khroen, I believe Khroen does not like going reroll boards from this kind of situation, from this kind of spot. And what I mean by that is, yeah, okay, he sells a Nocturne. What I mean by that is that sometimes I think his perspective is like he just kind of tricks himself into pivoting when he doesn't need to, and could just, you know, get a solid 4-cost carry online, which he seems just in general be a lot more comfortable with. So I'm not surprised with seeing the sell onto a Kalista there to get the Legionnaire buff online. And it's even going to win against Robin Song's Katarina right now because, yeah, these frontliners are just not going to fall over.
Yeah, not to a board like that yet. So Khroen deals a bit of damage over to Robin Songs, who's still at 80 HP. So despite, you know, struggling a little bit with the Assassin early, still hasn't lost a ton. Wow, Gubam's just hitting Ashe too. That's interesting. I wonder if he's going to be starting to come back a little bit. I wonder if that was maybe like a Draconic start for him.
Yeah.
That's how he found the Ashe too early. That seems to be what it would suggest, but we haven't seen the board quite yet.
I believe there was one Draconic player, so I'd be curious to see if that was Goobums, or if just randomly just a couple Ashes in the shop happened.
Yeah.
Khroen is leaving the Varus option open for a mid-game item carrier as well. Has the redeemed Syndra in the shop to go for 3 redeemed, but looks like he's going to be most comfortable with just selling for 30 here and running the Kalista board. Yeah, it does do that. Potential Rage Blade, but probably just going to wait for another 3rd item. Oh my gosh, a Draven on 5 just hit Kermex. Just hit.
Yeah, all right. That's gonna work out. Yep. It's still fragile early on, that's for sure, but I think you're gonna be pretty psyched if you're Khroen at this point.
Yeah.
It's kind of what you were maybe thinking about long term anyway, and you know, he's, like you said, a player that likes to, you know, rely on these 4 costs over the rerolls, and now you don't have to worry about rerolling. You can just try to carry this Draven to victory.
Yeah, as mentioned, it is going to be just as fragile as the, you know, the Kalista, but it is going to output a lot more damage, and is going to just be 1 of the 3 Dravens you need to upgrade him.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, it does actually end up slamming the Rage Blade as well, so wants as much power as possible right now, and I'm not sure if I really agree with that from Kermex. I really like that because Khroen is on the bottom half of the standings. Sure, Rageblade isn't going to be bad for Draven, and it's going to allow him to get more comfortable top 4, but Khroen does need to be thinking about, you know, round wins or lobby wins at this point because he does have, what, like a 5-point gap, maybe even a bit more, to make it into the top 8, at least as of right now?
That's right. I believe it's going to be, what, Soulless being sort of the gatekeeper for the top 8 at 16 points, so that does leave Khroen at 11, 5 points behind. So definitely something to consider. You're not just looking for top 4s here if you're Khroen. You're looking for wins or top 3s, you know?
Yeah, at the very least hoping for that slam to generate enough life to secure a top 2. Much like the Brennator did in the last game, right? You can take a lobby lead in terms of HP, and even if you don't have the strongest comp at the late game, you can still solidify a second, which is good enough most times.
Right. Yeah, Robin Songs hit the Zyra too. Let's see what that board ends up being, but we were kind of surmising Draconic.
Yeah.
I think it would certainly suggest that.
Definitely. Milk running Abomination, and actually the Monstrosity is going to be baited to charge over to the Vayne, giving Draven a lot more time.
Yeah, and he needs it.
And he's
got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
9k damage from the Draven that round.
Yep, Delicious Milk, one of those players that's been performing well, but still needs to have a solid game 4 and 5 to guarantee himself a spot in tomorrow's final day. 19 points currently. Kermex, though, on a good start here. Yeah, picks up the Jax. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, whatever 6th unit Khroen runs here is not going to add that much more power to the comp, so it's very awkward, right? Okay, it just runs another Thresh. Could have had an argument to sell to 40 gold, just not run a 6th unit, but that's definitely very risky. And it looks like Solus is actually the Draconic player, who has a set 2, almost best in slot items. Oh, the Ashe arrow whiffs because Draven walks forward. It's still just stuck there.
Yep, the sets may change, but Ash arrows will always be the same in TFT.
Yep. Finally goes away. And so does the Ash. And so does the rest of Solus's board. That's cleaned up very, very nicely. And yeah, Khroen actually could have ran 5 out of 6 units there and made econ and still won, but I mean, it's just risky. Risk that Khroen does not need to take right now.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a win streak going, and you want to maintain the HP. I do like that he put in the Thresh, where at least it's going to give you a little bit more crowd control. And it's going to give you the Night buff too, which is nice. Looking at Goobum's perspective now, as he is, I believe, playing Draconic as well. Yeah, looks like he is. But some items on a Riven here too.
Both Goobums and Solus running Draconics, both in the bottom 4 of the lobby currently. Goobums looks like it's just using it as some gold generation. Isn't really going to look like they're committing to a set or an Ash or anything like that. Morello's is okay to apply via the Ash, but not like a late game powerhouse carry. So
you know, you've got other options too, something like Shadow Shojin's, just making sure Ash casts a lot because you're not super reliant on the damage from the arrow, you're more reliant on the crowd control. So I do like that item on her from time to time. Still applies Morello's just fine, but you may want to just save those items. I was going to say, yeah, and use it on the Riven to just power that up, and he is going to slam the Shadow Infinity Edge. Yeah,
looks like it might want to be an Aphelios comp a bit later on into the game, but we'll see if Goobums can navigate his way there. Draconic versus Draconic matchup, and the set from Solus now with 5 out of 6 perfect components. Gonna not win the round, actually. Ooh. The Kha'Zix gets the isolation damage off.
Wow, and that's something where you're like, all right, waiting for the Asher, waiting for the Asher. Oh, it goes to the corner, but yeah, the Kha'Zix there, and with the only one enemy unit remaining, you get that isolation bonus, and gold still comes in. For Goobums. So yeah, looking really good economy-wise going into stage 4 here. Yeah, one more round before the neutrals.
It's looking okay HP-wise as well. Like 68 on 3-6 isn't bad. Sure, it's not going to be, Khroen or Breninator's HP, but it's very, very workable, I suppose you could say. And he's already going to be at like 50 gold, level 7 on 3-6. Could just sell the bench to make back up to 50. See if Goobums does go that route. But I think it's just holding the Nightbringers because of the Aphelios pivot, so it's okay with dropping to 40 gold. Not going to be a huge econ hit at all.
Yeah.
Double
finds that Aphelios. Could be a pretty good good swap. But yeah, the Thresh hooks come in, and behind all this, that Draven's still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to be another shot onto Goobums from Khroen. So yeah, Khroen continuing to perform pretty well, it looks like, overall. He's now top in the lobby. Robin Songs, I'm kind of curious. He's got a win streak going. He's the only player doing it right now. Wondering what he's running.
More orbs come through. Zyra 2 potentially can sell the Udyr. But how long does Goobums want to run the Draconic? Okay, it is going to be at least for now. We can buy the Zyra if we get a bit of gold without feeling that bad about it. But the items, that's really going to be the key, right? What's the third item for the Aphelios going to look like?
Yeah.
What are the tank items going to be? Because you currently have no tank items. Now we have potential of a Shadow Warmugs. Perhaps a Redemption as well. That's going to be good. Okay, yeah, Shadow Warmugs.
Yeah, why not just go ahead and apply that to the Riven for now? Because it's going to help her live even longer.
Yeah, and that actually helps Goobums circumvent this awkward, like, I don't really want to roll down at level 7 all my gold, but can actually go to level 8 now before rolling. That Riven actually just having that 800 more HP will be the difference between killing like 2 or 3 more units in the majority of rounds, so I do like that. And yeah, Goobums is already purchasing XP to go to 8. I imagine he will do so after Stage 4 Carousel at the latest, next round at the earliest, but probably after Carousel.
Okay, yeah, that's a really... Brand. Okay. Yep. Brand, no damage items yet, but he does have the blue buff, so he's going to be casting very quickly. And you can see that Hecarim might just be a 1-star Hecarim, but it's already got some very scary items. Don't know if this is going to be a round he wins, but Robin Songs, he was the only player with a win streak for a long time, and it looks like it's going to continue, as that brand is enough. Wow, even that 1-star Hecarim was enough to just outlast Goobums' board.
Yeah, Hecarim pretty good. Shadow Hodge,
I guess so,
could be the last item that Goobums is looking for. Is holding Ashes ready to remake the Ash? Loving this. And yeah, it's going to not level up right now, it looks like. Oh, as I say that, he actually says, you know what? I am going to, Khroen. Screw you. No, but no, I think this is a good time to do so, and gets rewarded with a double Aphelios shop.
Wow. That's huge, because he hits the double Aphelios, which is great. Wow, he sold the Taric. All right. I was wondering if we were maybe going to see the Ashe stay in and see Verdant, but instead, yeah, it's just going to be Nightbringer. Got the Ashe 2 again. Big transition. This is a beautiful transition from Goobums, and look at what a tight board he's created at the end of this. 4 Nightbringer, the 2 Ranger, even a little bit of meat in the front with the 2 Brawler. Gets the items on there and hurry. Ooh, get the Rage Blade there.
Yep. We do so.
I like it. Yeah.
All of a sudden, Goobums makes a lot out of just a little bit of gold. Is going to lose this round, unfortunately, just because of Assassins jumping onto the Aphelios, but still, that's not a bad loss. We're already on a loss streak, still about 50 HP. As soon as Goobums finds Aphelios too, he's going to be in a great spot.
He made a good transition on the board, but unfortunately, a lot of times when you're making these big transitions, what you miss out on is positioning.
Yep.
And, you know, he's aware of the players that he has the highest likelihood to see, you know, in the next rounds, and so he knew that Assassin board is a possibility, but sometimes you run into the situation where that transition is so complicated that you just don't get time to scout and reposition, and that ended up unfortunately costing him. Looking maybe for that 6th Nightbringer.
Yeah, it's either that or maybe another Mystic to go in. Really just wants to find the Aphelios upgrade, but is not able to do so right now, so Rise will go in for the other Mystic. Warmog's probably on the Morgana. He's thinking about not doing it, though.
Well, so here's a conundrum, right? Because you'd love to find a Darius, and you'd love to be able to put a Warmogs on the Darius to make him live longer and shred that armor so that Aphelios could do more damage, but you're also 48 HP, so how much can you really wait? It looks like he's going to win this round against the Brennanator and not lose any HP here, but, you know, it's tough, because that Warmogs could make the difference in a round if it lets Morgana get, you know, another round of crowd control off.
Exactly, and it was a very fortunate matchup for Goobums to be able to find there, because it was versus a player who was going to be keeping all of their gold as opposed to rolling down on level 7.
Yeah.
Checking out
the Brennanator.
Yeah.
See what he decides to go for. 4 Legionnaire, 3 Abominations, so I would imagine that's a bit of a Riven build. I didn't quite get to see the board fully, but making a guess. No, Callista build.
Okay, yeah, it was 3 A-bombs, and Callista's the item carrier.
Yeah, and this could turn into a Darius again at some point. Or a Draven, rather, not a Darius.
Yeah, potentially. Already some Dravens out of the pool, making it a bit harder, but still looking okay. Oh, Vengeful Trapclaw being built. This is one of the items that was changed into 11.11 patch, and I absolutely am in love with this item. It is going to be blocking 1 spell from being hit onto Callista, Riven, and the Yasuo, and that can be such a huge deal, be it coming from like LeBlanc chains, or Thresh hooks, or Diana ults, or Viego ults, anything like that is just blocked over multiple units, so that value is really, really insane. Love that item.
Right. You can see him checking who he's played against in the later rounds, figuring out what the scouting's going to have to look like later on. Playing, though, against Sojin, who I believe is a lobby leader right now, but big loss there. Yeah. I don't know if the Katarina can carry. It was close, but not close enough. Yeah. And that's big for Brennanator. That feels good to be able to take down the lobby leader. You're like, all right, this board's good. I'm moving up, and I can still get stronger. That's the best thing about the Brennanator's board right now, is that he's strong, but he can still get a lot stronger.
Oh yeah, and you know what that round was? A Vengeful Trapclaw difference. If the Katarinas actually both were able to land their full spells, the Callista would have died earlier, wouldn't have got the cast off, and Brennanator would have lost, but Vengeful Trapclaw, pretty good item there, and we see the power of it in that round versus the Assassins. But now, as you mentioned, Brennanator is still going to be on pace to go level 8 with a lot of gold left and make so many improvements to this board, and it's so scary that it's still getting wins at this point right now.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to if you're the Brennanator, going up against Robin Songs now. Spellbinder on the Sejuani. That's kind of something you don't see every day, but it does buff the brand up a little bit more. That actually gives him 4 Spellweaver, rather, not Spellbinder.
Yep.
But either way, that's going to be a very strong brand, even stronger than usual.
Still one away from brand 3. Maybe that's the
It's Hecarim,
difference as
though.
well. Yeah, Hecarim is so tanky and yeah, still win the round. It's just these Hecarims, even with the Cavalier nerfs, it begs the question of should 3 Cavalier have been nerfed perhaps, but I mean,
Maybe.
that's not the world we're living in, of course.
Well, it's hard to say, right? Because the 3 Cavalier is strong, but it's really the Hecarim, and it
Yeah.
might just be the strength, the amount of healing that the Hecarim gets from the ability. Pretty much heals back up to full, no matter what the defensive items are. So when you have the healing going on, combined with the Cavalier buff of taking not much damage plus healing, it's really hard to finally finish off that Hecarim.
Oh, wow, that gold box
Wow.
gave the third Aphelios that Brennator needed, so now they're going to
Yeah.
be on pretty much 50 gold with still the Aphelios too, level 8. Like, an amazing spot for Brennator to be in. Could even, if he's feeling frisky enough, go for Aphelios 3, but probably will not do that. Probably just wants to find the Darius, more Nightbringers to put this board online. Yeah, skipping all the rest of the Aphelioses. That's fine.
Picks on him
Kindred,
now.
though.
Ooh, there's a Kindred. Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Can
And,
run 4 Ranger.
Yeah, you could. I would say that'd be probably ideal.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
He puts in the vein over the. Oh no, the ash is already in there. Never mind. What we're missing is a Varus.
yeah. Vengeful Trapclaw actually is a big difference maker against the Assassins because LeBlanc Chain did not kill the Kindred. Instead was blocked and Kindred got nulled off and allowed Aphelios to be full HP
wow.
and actually is going to end up taking out Kled Bundy. Assassins are really not doing it today for Kled, unfortunately. Takes another 8th place.
Yeah, it's a second in a row. Took 8th in the last game, game 3. Now game 4, another 8th. So while the day started with a first place for Kled Bundy, it has been a little bit rough since then. So definitely in danger now of not making it to day number 2.
Darius comes through. That's huge. Darius with the armor shred. There is a last whisper for Aphelios, but just a bit more armor shred. Some consistent armor shred for Brendator.
Sure. It
Still-
makes it,
Yeah.
like you said, a bit more continuous, we'll say.
Yeah. Static Shiv could be built from Brendator. No reason really not to. Yeah, he's going to slam it on the Lulu, give a bit more mana to get that cast off and make Aphelios attack even faster. 4 Rangers not enough. We needed to go faster, Doa. And going real fast this round.
Gotta go fast, right? A lot of people might be surprised and say, hey, why don't you throw it on the Kindred, faster Kindred alt, right? Stay alive. But you don't really need that, especially with the Shadow Trap Claw. So why not put it on the Lulu, which it helps you get to what your objective is quicker, which is, like you were just talking about, Khroen, to do more damage more quickly. And the faster you can get that Lulu to cast, the more you can get that online.
Exactly. Speaking of damage online, Delicious Milk's damage dealer is going to be the Draven. Still is running 4 Abominations as well, and I mean, that's why Milk is sitting at the top of the standings for HP. There's just so much beef on this board, right? 4 Brawlers, A-Bomb coming out, and Draven dealing all the damage needed all the while. Doesn't have to worry about Assassins either, because Kled Buddy's already out.
Yeah, Milk's had a strong day today. Only one game outside of the top 4, and this one looking like he's going to be able to theoretically stay in the top 4. Don't want to doom him by saying that, but strong-looking board.
Hey, even the Bramble against the Draven's not going to be bad. And yeah, Draven's going to fall with 1 set cast.
Set. Yep. He's
A-Bomb.
got the monstrosity.
Yep.
That set, though. Oh, boy.
Set's healing back up.
1 punch. 2 punches. But it was enough, and yeah, that's a loss for Delicious Milk. So the concern starting to etch its way across Milk's face now as we go into the 5-4 carousel. What's he going to go for? Maybe another Zeke's wouldn't be bad. There's actually a lot of good choices here for him.
Yeah, definitely wants a Draven item. Could go, I would say probably GA, Hodge, or the Zeeks perhaps. Probably just going to be the Hodge and the Kindred, but could go the Zeeks.
You can see he's having a hard time deciding. Yeah, I would have a hard time deciding too. Yeah, because that Zeke is so tempting with the attack speed, but ultimately, the extra damage, but more importantly, maybe the survivability from the Hand of Justice is the way to go. And
yeah,
I think he decides the same thing. It is on the Kindred too, so that's 5 gold. So
yeah,
that helps. Yeah,
TFT players
make a
love their
redeemed
gold.
emblem.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
We could see the redeemed come through if maybe like a Lux plus a Rel could find its way onto this board, but we're really far away from that. So yeah, Melk is just holding those items, can kind of greed out until the stage 6 carousel to make that spat into something else, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't mind the idea of Lux plus Rel here, because then you make maybe like, I don't know, Ryza redeemed or something. He'd put that to good use by surviving longer to get more crowd control in.
Would be solid, but man,
Ooh.
Aphelios boards have been dominating today, and we see that come through in this round as well. 4 Rangers with 3 on Aphelios. It seems like it just destroys pretty much everything.
Yeah, and look at that, double Zeeks too, to help speed everything up. So this is kind of Aphelios to the max right now from the Brennanator, and he's gonna find himself the only player in the lobby of the win streak going. Another win for the Hecarim board as well. Nunu eats giant Mordekaiser that cannot be comfortable going through your digestive system, but hey, he's a zombie Nunu, so he probably doesn't even notice.
Nunu's used to it. Nunu consumes for basically a day job, so
pretty much.
Probably no sweat there.
He's pretty good at it.
He definitely is. Solus running the reroll set, but might not get into the top 4. I mean, it's really close, right? Solus sitting at 22 HP, Soj and Robinsongs directly above with 23 and 26 respectively. Still a long way to go, and other boards are going to continually get stronger, but Solus's won't, at least not to the same extent, right? At least not until the Nunu 3, but that's still 3 Nunus away.
Gubum's with his Aphelios board. Only 1 Zeke, so going to be able to attack a little bit slower here, and I don't know. Is this Aphelios board strong enough? The set, barely alive. Ooh, gets one last big parting shot in before he goes down. Nunu trying to chop his way to the front line, and it doesn't look like the Rise crowd control is getting all the way back there, and that Aphelios will give Gubums a win and put Solus on close to 1 HP. Khroen next, though, down in 7th, and that is a really rough result for him. That's going to mean he's going to be only 13 points coming into the last game, so I don't know. It's looking unlikely, Khroen, that Khroen X is going to be able to make it to day 2 now.
Yeah, and that's just an even bigger hit to the mental, because Khroen hit the Draven on 5, had 2 really good items, and still finds himself dropping in 7th. It's just very, very rough, and yeah, probably is unlikely to make it into tomorrow. Hopefully.
You know, sometimes, though, I feel like this happens a lot, where you hit one of those really early forecasts and you've got a couple good items, and you're like, all right, great, I can put this in, and I've got awesome items. And you kind of neglect to realize how fragile some of those forecast carries can be without a proper frontline established. And you can end up just hemorrhaging a lot of HP. I know it's happened to me more than once, where I'm like convinced I'm going to go top 3. I'm like, oh, I've got an amazing start. And then that happens, right? So it seems like that's what happened to Khroen, but it does not feel good.
No, not at all. Solus doesn't feel good to sell 4 Nunus there either, but does so to try to hit a Lulu 2 or a Viego 2. Ivern getting the Morellos, but this Rise is going to fall, but it's really up to the set and how much damage that he can do.
Yep. We'll see. We have a lot of 3 costs on the other side. We've got the Nocturne 3 and the LeBlanc 3. The Nocturne 3 with great items just in the middle of everybody.
Yeah.
Goes low, but it's going to be able to live. Wow. Yep. End of the road for Solus there.
Yeah, the road for Solus. Going to be getting a 6 there. There actually was 2 assassin players. Didn't quite realize, but Sojin going to be the other assassin player. Contested Kled Bundy, and that's why Kled Bundy got the 8th. But Robinsongs now finds all of the very impactful Tier 3 upgrades between Brand, Sejuani, and the Hecarim. And this is looking like another run back of a near unkillable Hecarim. Now, he doesn't have the Bramble, which actually is very, very significant. But even still, just the flat HP from Warmogs is very, very good.
Right. And I like, actually, the Spellweaver icon on the Sejuani. I know it's a little bit strange, but Sejuani gets a lot of defensive stats from her ultimates, and so you combine that with the Spellweaver trait, and that is going to be a near-unkillable Sejuani in a lot of cases, too. So we'll see if it's enough. The Brand 3 throwing out a lot of damage here.
Kindred ulti goes off, staving away destruction for a little bit longer, but not going to be long enough. Gubums will fall. Robinsongs takes the win, but Gubums does sneak into the top 4. Sojin, actually. Both assassin players falling in the bot 4 as Sojin falls in 5th.
Yep, that's right. Now, Gubum's one of the players on the bubble, too. He had, what was it? It looks like 15 points coming into this game, so he's going to get a little bit more here, but not as much as I think he would have liked. So it's going to need to take a pretty strong Game 5 performance for Gubums to make it through as well. But at least he's going to probably find himself in the top half of the pack here.
Yeah,
But
looking
it's going to
likely.
be down to the wire.
Yeah, that fourth is actually really, really huge to get over the fifth there for Goobums to
Oh, yeah.
stabilize that position in the top 8. Robin Song's now up against Brennator. Brennator has gone 9, is on 32 HP, sitting pretty here at the top. Can the brand chew its way through all of this board? Because that is a Kindred 2 for Brennator as well.
It is. The armor shred is big for the Aphelios, but again, we talked about just the sheer HP gain from the Hecarim. And the sheer defensive stats as well from the Sejuani. Going to go down now, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Brand, Hecarim's Ghost comes back to say hi, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough as Robin Songs takes a bit of damage there, and it's going to be Milk out in third. But hey, Milk with another top 3. That's only, one finish outside of the top 3 for Milk today, and that other non-top 3 finish was, I believe, a 5th. So still pretty close to the top 4 overall. So
very
strong day continues for Delicious Milk.
Yeah. And the lead's going to grow for Robin Songs and Brennator as well, because they were the players who, only 2 players who have top 4 every single game, and that continues into this one. So that is amazing work for both of those players, probably with that going to make their way into the top 8. Still have another game to go after this one, of course, but having the win here is going to make you even that much more comfortable.
Yeah, final game of the day incoming, but some strong performances for sure. Now, all comes down to positioning here against the Brennanator, but also, with the Cephalios board, not having this Bramble Vest is a little bit scary too for the Hecarim.
Yeah. And having the armor being shredded by the Aphelios there as well, this could be the last round of the game potentially. Probably will result in only like 1 or 2 unit loss though. Let's see how much the brand's able to actually cleave through.
I mean, another thing to talk about is Wolf from Kindred was just hopping all over the board and just doing a ton of damage throughout that. And Robin Songs out in second. So still a strong result for Robin Songs, but grats again to the Brennanator for taking a win. The Brennanator's killing it today. He came into this one second overall in points behind Kagaros, and that's another strong finish for him. I mean, doesn't get any stronger than a first. So pretty impressive stuff from a name that I think a lot of fans out there aren't super familiar with yet.
Yeah, and this is really what the Challenger Series is about, right? If you're on top of the ladder, you can come here, showcase your skills in a tournament setting, and lead that to propel you into the mid-set and then into the NA Regional Finals towards the end of the set, right? And so Brennator really doing huge work here today, and I'm very, very impressed with that because he's probably going to be sitting at the top of the scores after those 4 games, unless Kagros got another win as well. Kagros was the only player ahead of Brennator, but we'll get to see those scores here in a moment, DoA, but still just impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, we're not sure quite what's going on in Lobby A yet. We'll find those results out in a moment. But I think you're right, Khroen. I mean, with another first when you're already at 21 points coming into this one from the Brennanator, it's going to be hard to expect him in any position besides first place. So so we'll see. We're going to find out soon. But one thing's for certain, the takeaways so far from today as we look at our final game coming up soon is Aphelios doing very well today, and reroll, especially the reroll that is based on the brand and the Cavaliers has been one of the best performing comps. Let's check out the scores though as we see where the lobbies break down. Lobby A is where we're going to look at. We were watching Lobby B, but in Lobby A, Spencer taking the win, Kagaros with a second, so still another very strong finish for them. And Setsuko DQA needed a good result, got a pretty good one in the top 4. Another rough finish for Melton Heart. Vertosaurus took a big shot. He was in the bottom 8, so that's a bit of a problem. Marcel, who is in the middle of the pack, taking a 7th. That hurts as well. And finally, Sphinx, another player near the top of the pack, takes only 1 point away from game 4. So Khroen, I just feel like we're in for a really, really close final game tonight.
Oh, we are, and the trend continues of players going from firsts to 8ths, from 8ths to first between Spencer and Sphinx there. It's just all over the place right now. Melton Heart as well there was towards the bottom of the pack, PockyGom's practice partner, but to get a bottom 4 in that last game still is probably possible. Yeah, as we look at the overall scores here, Brennator, I believe, is secured to move on into tomorrow. It's looking like probably Kagaros as well. Yeah, definitely is. But for the rest of these players, DoA, break it down, because that's very, very close in the middle of the pack there towards maybe dipping into the bottom 8.
Well, in this format, Khroen, we oftentimes see that it's the mid to high 20s that is going to be the cutoff for getting into the top 8. And so
Yep.
if we look at where players are kind of already at that point, Delicious Milk, Robin Songs, basically Delicious Milk and above feel fairly safe to get into a day number 2. Even players like Goobums and Sphinx are, relatively safe. But players down towards the bottom of that, like Setsuko, Melton Heart, it's going to be very, very tough to come in. They're going to have to deal with a situation like players like Goobums and Sphinx doing very poorly, while they do very well, as in like lobby winning well. So it's really the players that like Solus, Bertosaurus, DQA, and maybe Kled Bundy have a chance to kind of move up through, where it's going to be Marcel, Sphinx, Goobums trying to hold on to those top 8 spots. But we could still, Khroen, see a lot of movement in that bottom half of the top 8.
Well, you definitely will. I think at least one or two of these players, if they're able to get a lobby win, or at least a top 2 in this next game, could propel themselves into the top 8. But it does, of course, depend on where those top 8 finishers do place, and specifically the ones that were sitting on 21 and 20 points.
Right.
They're definitely not safe. I would say they need to follow it up with at least a top 4, because if they go 8th again, like some of these volatile placements have happened, boom, it's just top 8's gone right in front of your hands.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing players kind of figure out the new patch, kind of come to grips with the meta, that they may not have to be really focusing on the reroll comps as much as they thought. But a lot of thoughts to take away from tonight, a lot of more thoughts to be developed in our final game. But before we get there, we're going to take a break, going to get the players reseeded because it's after game number 4. But do not go anywhere. It is going to be a photo finish coming into the 5th and final game here of the night at the Teamfight Tactics Reckonings Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. DoA and I almost said Khroen, but Khroen here with you. I was with Khroen earlier today. Now I'm with Khroen, and here we go. We talked to Khroen during the break. That's why he's on my mind. He's always on my mind. Who am I kidding? But you know what? We have one game left to go, Khroen, and it's going to be extremely close. Like, the bottom half of the top 8 and the top half of the bottom 8 are really going to be vying for survival, because only the top 8 make it through to day number 2. I believe we decided to watch Lobby B. There's going to be a lot of great players. There's going to be a lot of great drama there. But it's been a really interesting day of TFT so far, hasn't it?
Definitely, and it's been exciting for multiple reasons, right? Moving into this final game, there's a lot of players whose game or placement in this specific game is very impactful for if they actually make it to tomorrow or not. Like, pretty much like 7 or 8 players, I think, fall under that category. But it's also just been exciting to see how these players are approaching this meta, right? And what they decide to land on. There's been a lot of Draven Mordekaiser comps, a lot of Aphelios comps, but also we see those, you know, I don't want to say niche reroll compositions come through, because there's some that have been pretty solid, but we have seen a couple, like one Yasuo one, a Riven reroll actually be kind of consistent. So it's seeming to me, I know this is a bit, I mean, I guess like presumptuous, because we've only really seen 4 games. Yeah, small sample size, but it seems like the meta's in a pretty healthy spot, dare I say, in terms of what you can actually run to win a lobby. Sure, Aphelios and Dravens may be seeming to come out a little bit ahead of the pack, but by no means are they what you have to run to find these lobby wins and to get top 4s with.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it is a small sample size, but at the end of the day, these are players playing their absolute hardest. They will try to play in the most optimal way that they've figured out based on the patch so far. And we're only a few hours into this B patch here, but I would agree. I think a lot of players are finding success with some things that leading up to today, people had kind of written off because of the prevalence of the reroll compositions. And those things specifically are the Aphelios comps and the Draven comps, right? Those are doing okay today, especially on the Aphelios side, but we also do still see a healthy amount of rerolls. So again, like, early gut reaction, knee-jerk reaction to this B patch is that it's looking a little bit more diverse than the, you know, hardcore reroll meta that we had coming into this event. So now we have to kind of wait and see what the latter results are over the next couple days. But you know, so far so good, again, with our very tiny sample size. But it's been a fun day of matches.
Oh.
What the what?
Alrighty, Sphinx. Not only getting a couple 3-cost units, but they're both Draconics. No Draconic in this shop, unfortunately, but still can roll it next round.
Yeah, you roll down for that Udyr, right?
It's so tempting to press D at least once in the next round if you don't hit
right
naturally.
Now.
No, in the next round for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
I mean,
all right.
I don't blame Sphinx for that one. It's very tempting to just play Draconic from this point, but with the set nerfs, I can definitely see Sphinx not wanting to opt for that route. I believe Sphinx's scoreline right now is at that, you know, on the bubble, on the cusp, once, you know, at least a top 4 finish. So he just wants to play this game as kind of familiarly as possible with what he's going to know is going to work out. So leveling to 4, playing 3 Forgotten. This is just a safe, solid board for Sphinx. I don't blame him for doing that one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can't fault him for you know, for wanting to play something that is a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, that was such an amazing Draconic start. Hey, speaking of Draconic starts, okay, no, this is good, because now, you know, he's not going to be holding hands with DQA, so that's going to be good for Sphinx actually. Without doing any scouting, he's like a precog, man. Like, he knew the future.
Apparently so. That could have gone a little bit awkward, but we're going to be a bit safer now. DQA did actually hit the 3 Draconics. Sphinx would not have hit them anyway, and DQA is in a much better spot to make use of that position. Did lose the round while being level 4, but that is okay. Shadow tier and tier coming through. I mean, Shadow Blue Buff and Shadow Hodge both come to mind as very good items. Assuredly, one of them is going to be slammed. Probably the Shadow Hodge, though, from this position. Well, but Sphinx could greet it.
Where you've already got the Hecarim, are you thinking Blue Buff for Brand? No, he's thinking Shadow Blue Buff. He does find another LeBlanc.
Wow. Is Sphinx going to do it? So Assassins today have been some of the
All
most
right.
inconsistent compositions. There has been many times where there's been two players in going Assassins, and they both bottom forward. So I'm
Yeah.
very, very scared from Sphinx's spot. Does have a pair of LeBlancs, does still have a decent rest of the board, so Sphinx is going to take like big HP losses right now. He'll probably kill 1 or 2 units every round, but still, I am worried with how volatile we've seen the Assassins place.
I certainly am too. And in these really early rounds, oftentimes when you take enough damage to activate the dark blue buff, you're going to die so soon after that you don't end up getting a lot of benefit from it. That said, it's such a good item to have just around later there's not, a big deal slamming it when you look at the other options. And he does get that win over Kagaros. So at least you're maintaining the HP for now.
Yeah. And I do believe actually coming into this game that, yeah, Burninator and
Oh,
Kagros
wait,
are the
what?
only two players confirmed. I was
You
looking
like Coven?
Hey, okay. This spot, yeah, okay, Sphinx is going to pre-level, is not going to fully level because we'd just have to sell too much of the board, but is considering running the Coven right now anyway. And
I like this.
I'm
I like
not
this.
actually sure if it's stronger right now, because if LeBlanc does just take a lot of damage, then the whole board power is basically gone. But running the Forgotten is a lot more consistent to get that win streak coming through. And when Assassin LeBlanc is going to be jumping into this clump here, sure, she's not going to be focused right now, but will be from the first brand ultimate. I think this... Okay, it'll be close.
Got a good amount of ults off, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's hard to think that the stat buff from Forgotten would have maybe changed this result that much. So it is difficult to say which one is technically stronger, but I'm not gonna argue with this decision by Sphinx too much to go for Coven right away, because it's something you run with LeBlanc anyway. And it's so early in the game, finding that Morgana is a good amount of HP, the crowd control is decent, so
Yeah.
I think it's probably still okay despite the loss.
It is still okay. I'm definitely going to take the stance that I think Forgotten would have been a bit better. It just flat out gives stats. The units I think would have been a bit better. Lysandra 1 doesn't really provide anything. And the Coven from LeBlanc didn't really do a lot of value there in that round either. But either way, it's very just nitpicky. Sphinx still in a good spot. 2 LeBlancs, has the pair. Hopefully we'll hit that LeBlanc 2 soon. Does find a belt, however.
How about now?
And, oh, okay. Hopefully finds it soon and
Wow.
does. Draven in the shop as well, but that's going to be passed up on,
Yeah.
of course. But yeah, okay, Coven
Yeah.
now. I like Coven now a lot with the LeBlanc 2 coming through
Okay.
for sure. I'll be with you there
All right,
on
it's
that one,
Khroen
Toa.
approved now. All right. And it opts for a 2 Assassin over 2 Brawler. I think that's probably going to be the way to go. Meanwhile, speaking of Brawlers, we have a Nunu with a Warmogs all ready for Gubum's board. And so he's got Renewer, Brawler, Dawnbringer. So a nice little tight set of traits there. And the Kalista 2 going to be doing a good amount of damage on her own. The Vlad 2 just very survivable. And pretty strong looking board overall. And he's going to face off against that LeBlanc 2 right away.
Yeah, and LeBlanc 2 one-shots the backliners of Goobum, so even though
Jeez.
this front line is so strong with the Warmog's Nunu, it's just probably not going to be enough. The Assassin
Yeah.
buff with the Kha'Zix addition there for Sphinx was very, very good. Goobums now is going to take a loss, and no players remain with 100 HP.
All right, so this is already shaping up to be a pretty tight lobby if any early indications are good
Yep.
indications. Shadow tier on this Lysandra too, so wonder if maybe that's another thought there is something with a Shadow Blue buff, whether it's possibly like a Rise later on.
Yeah,
We'll see.
could be. Shadow Blue Rise is a very, very good kind of complementary unit. Provides a lot of
Yeah.
CC to protect your major carry, and still can clutch out some rounds, honestly, with just him getting to that, 60% HP breakpoint and just chaining some ults together.
Right. Well, let's see how this board does against Kagaros. Kagaros already has 2 very good items for something like an Aphelios, or possibly even a Draven later, but I see those items.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Aphelios.
Oh. The one actually I was thinking about this patch though, and all the things that we've learned today, and as this round comes to a loss for Goobums, albeit barely, I want to talk about the role of AP comps in this meta. Generally, when you think about AP damage, it's really only going to come through from those 2-cost rerolling comps with the Brand or the LeBlanc Assassins or maybe even the Soraka. But for 4 costs, players are generally staying away from running Vel'Koz or Karma. So if there's
Yeah.
any kind of indication of the state of, I guess, balance of this patch and how it is, it might be a little bit of a, I guess I'll just say a little bit more volatile there, and maybe some room for improvement. Or maybe players just haven't really discovered how to run the AP comps to their greatest effectiveness. But that is one thing that I've noticed. Like, no Vel'Kozes, the Karmas we've seen haven't really performed that well either. So something to keep in mind.
I've been convinced for a long time. Wow, you like Gragas?
Yeah.
That I've been convinced for a long time that there's some sort of AP comp out there that just hasn't been discovered yet. And I think people are playing around with it. We do see the Soraka comps once in a while, which are okay. They're not super great, but I always have crazy composition thoughts in my head, Khroen. Like, I ran a lot of Coven Syndra carry comps in a PvE, and it performed like okay, but maybe something there as well. It's hard to say, but I feel like there's something out there that's being missed right now as far as AP comps that could be successful.
Maybe your love of the Star Guardians, kind of making you want to make the Syndra carry work like that.
Always, yeah.
Maybe we'll bring it
Two
back
sets ago
someday.
already, but never forget.
Never forget, indeed.
Star Guardian Sork meta.
Yeah, Gubam's going to be going against the Draconics of DQA, and DQA is hit, right? Zyra 2, Ashe 2, Set 2 as well, with some good tank items in this new. DQA is in a very, very solid spot.
Yeah, if you're going to be running this sort of comp, this is what you definitely want to see early on. That's a lot of power for sure. There's a tier.
Mm-hmm. Very dark
yeah,
blue buff.
Definitely pick that up. Yeah.
Potential is there.
Early rel as well. That's something a lot of comps would be excited about, but not sure if this one is really it. A little bit of a roll down here now in 3-2.
Imagine if that rel was a rise. Gubams would have just bought that, not had to roll down, played through A-bomb, very dark blue buff. That would have been just a wrap for this mid-game comp, but was not the case, unfortunately. Can't talk about the what-ifs. We will talk about the brand coming through, so Abomination will come in that variant instead. Now Gubams is stable.
Huh. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, very dark blue on Yasuo instead. Brand benefits, from the blue buff. Dark blue can work okay on him, but like we were saying, that's just an item that you love to put on Rise. So you definitely don't want to commit that to the brand right now, I think.
Yeah, especially if you want your mid game to be like a 4 Abomination, just be a kind of stable placement there.
Exactly.
Gubams.
Yep, got to think sometimes about who's going to use those items later on. You have to be very selective about who your item holders are.
Yeah, and Gubams does need a top 4 in this game because Gubams is another one of those players who is sitting at 21 points in the top 8 currently, but not solidified there by any means. Definitely needs this to be at least a 4th, if not perhaps, a 3rd.
And it feels good to have the Warmogs on the Abomination. Helped it survive for a long time and helped that Callista Spear able to take out the last 2 Hellions from Spencer as well.
Yeah. The board's solid, sold up to 30 by selling the Rel plus other units, and yeah, in a solid spot. Khroen is at the top of the lobby. It's looking very unlikely. I'm not sure if it's actually mathematically impossible for Khroen to make it into day 2, but it seems so. Still going to be bullying the rest of the lobby though, kind of playing spoiler.
Yeah, he would have 23 if he got first, which, like we talked about before the break, usually it's like mid to high 20s. That's the cutoff with this kind of format. So I haven't done the math. I'm not going to do the math, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's unlikely he'd be able to make it through even with a first, which is a bummer because he's such a great player. But had to happen to 4 players, or 8 players rather, today. Right now, looking at Spencer's Hellion board, he's just missing that cannon to go 5 Hellions, and that's been a way we've seen people be able to go for a pretty quick 8, is 5 Hellions into something like Teemo late game, Invokers possibly. Cannon did get nerfed though, so we have yet to see just how strong that's going to be. Obviously, 4 Hellions, much weaker than 5 Hellions either way.
Ooh, Spencer didn't sell Leona. He actually very visibly is frustrated at that. Goes back to the board to not be able to sell it because he's on carousel. Bit unlucky there, but Spencer is making use of this Hellion board very well. It needs 5 Hellions to be, that much more strong. But talking about the AP comps that I mentioned earlier, this is one of them, right? If you're able to get into that fast 8, utilize a Teemo board, or maybe even Heimerdinger, if, maybe 4 Invokers are able to be achieved. But this is one of those routes, and these little zappy Hellions, zappy Yordles are definitely going to be the best route to get there, especially,
hey, there we go.
Especially if we find the 5th Hellion there from the cannon.
Yeah. Now, in the past, a lot of people would have put that cannon just in the front line, but given that Kennen did take a little bit of nerfing, he takes longer to cast a spell. He's a little bit more fragile. probably better to start him back here a little bit. Take Kled with the Warmogs, put him in the front line. But that's going to be a pretty big moment for Spencer to be able to get that 5 Hellions online. And he's one of the players that's a lot more safe in the standings overall. Has 28 right now already. So even with an 8th, he'd be at 29. But still, you want to have those good results. You want to try to get as high as you can.
Yeah, Spencer actually, it didn't really do, I don't think, like any scouting at last round as well. So these assassins jumping onto the Ziggs could have made the impact, and looks like it might with all of these Kermex upgrades. He did level to 7, so Kermex wanted to keep this win streak going aggressively, but it seems like Spencer is definitely feeling the pressure here, and you got to be considering thinking about that, because TFT tournaments are very stressful, especially when you get to the final game. You need this placement to be good to, you know, solidify yourself. I mean, Spencer still is sitting pretty safe at 28 points.
He's pretty safe.
Yeah, just needs to really avoid the 8th, and probably still even is safe, but either way, just something to keep in mind for the rest of the players as well.
He's playing so fast right now. I think you do definitely see the pressure and maybe a little bit of frustration from forgetting to sell that Leona a little bit earlier here. Is moving around because Spencer plays fast, no doubt about it. But I don't see him play. I don't see him click around this fast very often.
Yeah, he's thinking about a lot. A lot's on the mind in any TFT game, right? There's so much you have to do. Positioning, think about what comps you want to run, what units, scouting. There's actually so much, and you can't do it all in 30 seconds. A lot of the time in one preparation phase.
Wow, Kagros with a really early Draven and a pretty solid front line here.
Yeah,
we'll see if it lives through the Hellions. It's got the Runin, so that's a good way to do that.
Yeah, it's gonna be cleaving these Hellions down. Ziggs will fall here soon, but we'll get a couple more casts off. Just one. Lulu Poly's come through, but yeah, Draven's just gonna wrap this one up. Spencer takes his 5th loss in a row.
Against Hellions, you're kind of like, hey, thanks for stacking my Deathblade. Appreciate it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
3 items coming through. Spencer already leveling to 7. Playing the Cavalier. Didn't need to, but sometimes players will do this thing where they level up a bit more aggressively to just have the natural shop come through, or to roll before everybody else rolls to find your units. Now, Spencer is probably going to stick on to these Hellions until he levels to at least 8, so probably not a lot of level 7 rolling coming through. So I don't think Spencer needed to level up there. He's going to lose 1 gold from it. Not the end of the world, of course, but still just a minor little min-max factor.
Yeah. All right, Volibear. I think you a lot of times just take that because he's just a strong unit. You do lose Cavalier, which does make your board a little bit weaker. And I do worry about Volibear's ability to cast his ultimate with just Volibear 1 with no items. It's tough to decide what you want to make out of these items on the bench, so you can see him moving everything around. You don't need another Morellos, so Redemption seems like the play. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Spencer wants to wait until the Armory in the next round, because he could slam the Redemption, but then a lot of players, if they're going this comp, really want to run 2 static Shivs, or 1 Shadow Shiv and 1 regular one. So yes, think about some of the items, but we'll refrain, we'll be patient. That's probably going to end up rewarding Spencer if he does find another good item in this Armory. Up against Sphinx's Assassin board. Sphinx is only 4 LeBlancs, I believe. Unless another LeBlanc 2 is on the board, and LeBlanc gonna win this round, it seems like.
Yeah, still has the Guardian Angel, even if he did manage to burn through the rest of the HP, but that's got to be like a 1 HP LeBlanc at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, here's the Armory.
Okay, not the most amazing Armory for Spencer.
Really?
Is probably just going to end up slamming the Redemption at the end of the day. Kind of wants a GA for the Kennen as well, and misses out on that as well as the other Shiv. Looks like it's going to be a Gunblade. Alright.
Okay. Yeah.
Redemption on the Lulu in the back. Gonna start purchasing XP to level up, and Spencer does a thing where he just buys all the units and sells them. And so if anyone's rolling right now, those units do go back into the pool. Spencer's saying it's okay if people roll those units apart from the ones that they actually do want. So a little bit of a little tech move there. Khroen levels to 8 actually.
Yeah, Khroen just crushing this lobby right now, but like we talked about, it may just be too little too late. Yeah, Volibear down before he casts his ability. That's what happens a lot with a Volibear at this stage in the game with no items. Pretty good Kennen ult.
Definitely. Not looking like enough, though.
Hellions.
Especially with the A-bomb coming through.
Whew. Yeah, definitely not. I think we're seeing the effect of the Kennen nerf, honestly, where that ult's coming out a little bit later. It's not doing quite as much. The cannon doesn't really get a chance to cast the second one.
Yeah.
And this Ziggs, these are good Ziggs items, but he's just not able to carry it by himself, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of Kermex, he's definitely... So, while Kermex might not have a chance to qualify for number 2, he is speeding this lobby up. And the big factor there is how are people going to react to that? Are they going to be able to stabilize fast enough? And with Melton Heart and DQA both rolling their 3-star carry, they're definitely on pace to stabilize, but they are already, you know, sub 50 HP in this lobby. It's really just going to be Dodge, Kermex, who's, you know, providing huge HP chunks to very, very significant and a lot of members as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, see if the assassins can keep it going. I think he probably can. That LeBlanc too is very scary though.
Yeah, no. Khroen streak comes to an end. Sphinx.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. Level
Curse
8
him right there.
Level 8 was not enough actually to secure that. At least Khroen's still at 30 gold. Still a good spot to be in, but I'm definitely curious to see the players in the bottom of the standings, like maybe like Burt, or to see exactly where he's shaping up. Because Burt is
Khroen
on the cusp as well. 17 points going into this game.
The better Khroen does, the more it sort of plays spoiler to kind of some of the other people trying to make it through to the next day, honestly. And looking at Khroen's board, too, you see sort of the drawback of relying so much on the Nocturne is that you're very vulnerable to crowd control in a lot of cases, because you're not going to probably put the QSS on Nocturne. And if you don't have anyone else really being a carry, you mentioned earlier, Khroen, that you kind of need 2 assassins to be your carry if you're going to find a lot of success with this. And so far, it's coming along, but it's still mostly the Nocturne at the moment.
Yeah.
I guess Viego has some good items, but it's, you know, he's still Viego 1, still very fragile.
He's a Viego. He might be able to, you know, get a couple unit kills, but if he just gets focused down or CC'd, he really won't have that much of an impact. It is going to be definitely just the Nocturne show. And with Giant Slayer, yeah, Khroen just slamming all the items that he has the opportunity to, preserving HP.
Yeah.
Not going to fault that play there at all. In fact, it's pretty good. Rest of the lobby, you're seeing a couple of Draven boards come through. Didn't really see many Aphelios, though, but Spencer gets a Teemo. Finally.
Yeah, I was going to say. Finds the early Teemo, but he doesn't have a lot of HP to use it with.
No.
He needs his Teemo to hardcore carry, but it's so good against something like a Nocturne because of slowing that attack speed. Viego, meanwhile, on the side of the fight, looks like he might steal away the cannon. He does steal away the cannon.
Not enough, though. Cannon, even though the GA is there, yeah, still a lot of those Hellions going to be respawning. Kermex takes another hit. Spencer stabilizes, fortunately.
Yeah. Booker. Okay. So it does get the Revenant buff now onto the Nocturne. That's going to help out a little bit. You need to find a way to help this Viego survive, though, whether that's a GA or a QSS to make sure he doesn't get interrupted during his cast. I know Viego's kind of fragile, but I really love QSS on him. Just because the bad part isn't necessarily Viego dying, it's getting interrupted, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of times if he gets one cast off, whatever he just turned to your side is going to start taking the heat instead of him, you know, and then he can move on to turn someone else. So just making sure he gets a cast off, I think, is the crucial thing with Viego.
Definitely. So, the question in my mind, yeah, the Ashe actually gets stolen away. Will her ult be impactful? Gonna CC the set, but the set's just getting Viego this whole time. The cast doesn't end up going through, but still good enough to win the round.
Yeah, it's just a good amount of crowd control at the end of the day too with that Viego, which is pretty sick.
Yeah.
DQA takes a hit as we go into Raptors right now.
Looking at set boards throughout all of today, I'm still gonna remain with this thought of set seems very noticeably weaker, being hit across I believe like 3 different ways. It's just seemingly not packing enough of a punch, I guess you could say, as it used to be, because the mana is going to be lowered, or excuse me, raised, so it's going to be harder for him to keep spamming these ults. The armor shred's not going to be there, and the range on the ulti is not going to be there. It's just, I'd be surprised if DQA would be able to make it into the top 3 in this game. Rolling for perhaps a Zyra 3, but no, just going to maybe roll a Garen and put that in instead.
Well, it's really DQA and Bertosaurus as we kind of look at this lobby that are fighting for their spot in day number 2. Both of them are sitting at 17 points right now. But like you just kind of mentioned, they would need to have a pretty high finish. It'd need to be more than probably a 3rd or 4th to get them into the top 8. So the pressure is there to perform. He does find the Heimerdinger. He's making the best use of Draconic that he can, has taken it out now, and is going for that kind of big brawler board. It's a set build, you know, like we've seen a lot, and it just doesn't seem quite strong enough. But it looks like maybe we've got a round win here for him, which he really needs.
Potentially, but the set does
drops.
fall,
Maybe
actually.
not.
Wow.
Oh no.
The Lee Sin actually having a lot of impact here between the very dark blue buff and the Shadow Morellos and the GA.
Wow.
Yeah, DQA takes another hit, and if this comp's going to be able to place well, it does need another carry to come through. Like if Heimerdinger 2 is found, that might be good enough. If Nunu 3 is there, that's also pretty solid, but DQA looking like neither of those is really going to end up happening. DQA definitely is likely to fall in the bottom 4.
Yeah, I didn't quite see who that last opponent was, but I love seeing people use the Lee Sin like that. It's not really a build per se, but Lee Sin can become a very strong mid-game carry if you put items on him like that, because he does a good amount of damage, and then just slowing the attack speed, just being annoying, applying Morellos. Cool tech and a cool itemization that we don't see as often as I think we should.
Yeah, definitely. The brand's looking very scared for Melton Heart. It's going to be Blue Buff, Jewel Gauntlet, and Death Cap. That, with the rest of the front line, will be burning its way through DQA's comp. It's just a matter of time. The slow bleed out's that much more painful to watch.
Yep. This set just might not be it for DQA. He's 3 stars. He's got, you know, great items, arguably best in slot items for set, but you can see it's just not strong enough. And DQA down to just 6 HP. Bertosaurus, the other player on the bubble, takes an 8th, so he is not going to make it through to day number 2. And unless a miracle happens here for DQA, it is looking grim for him as well.
Needs to survive this round, needs to find a Heimerdinger on Carousel with a good Heimerdinger item. That's DQA's out right now, but it starts with this next round, though. I need to make it to Carousel first.
I mean, finding the Volibear is nice. It's got the 4 Brawler buff, so it's probably going to get its cast off, and that's going to be a good amount of crowd control to give time for the Heimerdinger to do its thing, but yeah,
it's on the wrong side as well.
Oh, all right. That Draven is a 2-star Draven with a lot of really good items right now.
Yeah, Mordekaiser as well. Exactly. Yeah. Gargoyles and the Wormug. Set finds its way to the back line, but it is going to be not enough damage coming through. The Draven and the Mordekaiser with the rest of the composition will take out DQA. Unfortunately, also will not be moving forward into tomorrow's day number 2.
Yep. And those were our 2 players that were probably most on the bubble, who were really trying to make it through with a good result. Didn't end up happening. We move on to Goobums, who is another player that is still in a bit of a point of concern. 21 points coming into this one. Could be knocked out by people lower than him that are having a good performance, but he himself is having a pretty great performance so far this game. So if he can finish strong, he'll be able to lock in that spot in day 2, it looks like.
Yeah, the players on my radar right now are Goobum, Sphinx, and Melton Heart. Melton Heart is going to be on the very low end of that. They start out with 15 points, but if they're able to get a first, it is doable to make it forward to tomorrow. Generally, you know, needing that mid-20s point range. Definitely a tall order, though, and depends on the rest of the players' placements. But for Goobums and Sphinx, their fate can definitely be in their hands.
So we looked at Goobums a little bit earlier, and we were talking about how he wanted to get that dark blue buff on Ryze eventually, and he did just that. And it's great itemization for Ryze as well. The GA obviously nice. Morellos starts to get applied to a lot of people once Ryze gets rolling. That's cool to see. Bloodthirster on the Vel'Koz, because why not? He can get a little bit of a shield. He can maybe get a cast off and do damage with the Spellweaver buff, but it's all about that Ryze. He just doesn't have a Ryze 2.
No, and because of that, I mean, Ryze is going to fall into the GA state. The A-bomb comes to try to peel, but now with Ryze rezzing, actually, might be able to chain some ultimates come through.
I mean, the thing is when the Ryze rezzes, with the dark blue buff, he'll start chaining ultimates, right? Which is what you want. But yeah, it's just not going to be enough to get Goobums the win there. Clever build, but yeah, I think at the very least, you're going to need that Ryze too if you're going to be competitive here. That said, he does have a lot of HP. So at this point, you can just kind of maybe survive long enough to get a good result. That looks almost pretty likely too.
Yeah.
Just needs one more Ryze.
Kindred pair coming through. One more Ryze would really solidify a solid, I think, top 4. Goobums needs to also position well in these rounds. The Vel'Koz wants to be hitting onto those main carries like the Draven. It wasn't fortunate doing that in that last round. Also, if Rise 2 was there, the Runen's shots from the Draven would have taken out Rise a lot slower, and Rise still could have won.
True.
I mean, it's Khroen,
very
he's level
true.
9.
Yeah, Khroen's had a fantastic game, and it's got to be a bit bittersweet because it's nice to win one. It's nice to do well, but he really could have used a game like this a little bit earlier in the day. That said, this board's still looking pretty strong for Goobums, and that's going to be another loss delivered to Khroen, and I think that breaks a winning streak for him too. Yeah, it does.
Does indeed. Goobums picks up the pair of Kindreds, moving into the stage 5 neutral round after Melton Heart. Probably ends up falling to Spencer.
Yeah, looks that way. Yep, Melton Heart out. And so he will not be able to make it to day number 2. The points are just going to be a little bit too low, I believe. But Spencer's still surviving. And you remember, Spencer was fairly safe as far as players go point-wise. So this kind of just sort of solidifies that position.
Yep, looking like it. Spencer going to be hard chilling right now. It's, again, comes down to Goobums and Sphinx.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with this. Sell the Vel'Koz, rely on the Aphelios. You've got a Zeke's coming in.
That's solid. If
he could go up to 4 Ranger, honestly. Wait, no.
We'd have to take out a lot of stuff for that to happen, but the potential is there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you do. He's rolling for it. I think he wants to go 4 Ranger out of this because he's got the Darius.
He just wants to take out the A-bombs, and yes, they're going to go for that. The big feels bad for this transition is only it being on Aphelios 1. Makes me believe that the A-bomb board might have still been stronger. Finds a pair of Aphelios. Maybe another one can come through. One more rolled? No. Not going to find it. Items going to the Aphelios. Zeke's onto the Ash. A good pivot, but, I mean, Aphelios won.
Yeah, synergy-wise, it's great. Items-wise, it's great. Star level-wise, it ain't great. But, you know, that said, those 4 Rangers are still going to put out a lot of damage, and it might be enough to take the Ghost out here. Yeah, LeBlanc falls.
Yeah.
Ash Arrow goes through the GA state, doesn't matter, and he's gonna survive. And Goobums needs this. He needs a good result to secure his spot.
Yep. Sphinx and Kagros falling. Sphinx with that, I mean, we'll see. Is a 4-point gain going to be enough to get 25 points? I don't know. We'll have to find out after the game when all the scores are indeed tabulated up. But now in this game, Goobums definitely sitting in a lot better of a position. Still is missing out on key upgrades like the Darius, Aphelios, and Rise.
I really love the idea of this transition, though, and it's kind of tragic that you see so many pairs: Aphelios pair, Kindred pair, Darius pair, Rise pair, even. So it's a little bit of rough RNG in the shop that's led to this position. But I think he had the right idea. I think this was the right decision to go. This would have been theoretically a stronger comp than what he had.
Definitely so. Moving into the round against Spencer. Spencer could fall, but is rocking the Teemo. Teemo Shrooms against the Rangers are pretty good, reducing all that attack speed.
Yeah.
Rise goes down. Spencer survives for now.
That was a really close round, though, honestly. That was, as he looks, man, just can't hit. That's rough. But that last round was so close. You saw so many people low health on his opponent's board, and you have to think at least if 1 or 2... like if the Rise and the Aphelios, or even the Darius, if 1 or 2 of those had been 2 stars, that might have gone differently.
I'm right there with you, DoA. I think that definitely would have been the case. It's still okay. Goobums is probably safe, even just top 3, but does want to get at least top 2 to make it a bit more comfortable.
Trying to switch things around. Oh, here come the assassins. This is scary.
Oh, Aphelios walks forward. Oh, it's a bit scary. Kindred ulti, can it come through in time? Wolf heals the Kindred, and it does!
Oh, that's huge. That might be enough.
I think it will be. Aphelios is going to be unchecked, and yes, the front line is able to have enough time to get through. Spencer wins the round, though, so Khroen, going to be the only one to lose, now drops down to probably 1 life remaining on 15 HP. Unfortunately, that 1 HP difference does mean that Khroen will pick last. Goobums picks first. What'll he grab?
Oh, he's clicking it. He's like, I want it. Oh no, Spencer, don't do it. Oh, you hate to see it. He's got a chance. He's got a chance to roll, and I like that he grabbed the Ionic Spark. You know, that denies it from his opponents. And there's a little bit of AP on his team, so why not? But,
yeah, Spencer says, Goobums, I do not got you here with this one.
Wait.
Oh,
He
man.
has enough health to buy a Teemo and sell it for
Yeah.
gold.
Could do that, but also if Goobum's like loses to a lot of units and Spencer does too, then that's just 6 HP where you could just kind of just agree for a position because of that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It could be the difference between second and third. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
On board with Spencer here, as he's the only one on the win streak at the moment. Has that strong Teemo, but definitely not enough health to go for a Teemo too.
Oh, Khroen Nocturne
Oh, that's a Nocturne 3.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. All right, Teemo makes a big difference though against the assassins, and that is a huge Teemo, and that is a huge amount of attack speed drain as well, or not drain, but just reduction. But Teemo, one more ult. Nocturne heals to full though every time he does this healing thing. It looks like that's going to be a little bit too much, as I don't think the cannon and the rise are going to be able to carry this.
No.
Because, like I said, one heal, and that'll do it. Yep. There goes Spencer. Can Khroen win the double kill? It looks like he does. That's a double kill, I believe, for Khroen.
Yep.
And it was a rough day. You know, I don't think we're going to see him in day number 2. But, hey, at least you end the day with a win. If you're a Khroen fan, you got to be a little bit happy with that at least. But, wow, what an exciting set of games today.
It definitely was. I think we learned a lot today, and it makes me a lot more excited to go into tomorrow and seeing what comps we're going to see there. Because this is the first time that I think we're seeing in that last game a Teemo board really make it to the end and be threatening. Didn't end up winning, but it was very narrow. Like if Khroen did not hit Nocturne 3, which is not guaranteed at all, being at level 9 already, it could have just gone completely the other direction. So a lot of really good results there, and I think with a Goobum's third there, should have been able to make it into the top 8, but I don't want to say anything definitive. I want to wait until all the scores are out there to really, really get everything certain.
The results are still being tabulated as we speak, so we'll find out now, or not now, but soon, who goes on to day number 2. Remember, only the top 8 make it through, and it was going to be very close. I think the players that we need to be the most worried about, of course, players like Bertosaurus, players like, DQA, who really needed some more points and weren't really able to get them. But I don't want to speculate. We're going to wait. This is the worst time to kind of make guesses like that. But while we wait for the results to come in, I would say performance-wise, probably Khroen is one of the biggest surprises. Any other things stand out as we kind of look at the sort of general performance for the day from the players?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough to have high expectations of players coming into a new patch, because that's just what it is, right? All the nerfs, they do shake things up a lot, and especially some players just are going to perform a lot better on generally like new grounds, new patches. Some players will play worse. It just comes down to the players' playstyles a lot of the time. I will say I'm actually surprised that Delicious Milk was able to have as good of a run as he has today, given the fact that he, didn't play a lot on these reroll metas. But we are actually jumping into the other game, it looks like, though, as Sojin and Setsuko going to be in the top 2.
All right, I got baited by someone coming into this 2v2 with 2 HP before, so I'm not going to make any predictions here. Setsuko with 2 HP. We're on board with Sojin now. Sojin, the player at the very bottom of the standings, so kind of playing for pride, just like Khroen was here, but perhaps playing spoiler too for Setsuko. We will find out. Is this what could be the final round going? It is Teemo 2 over there on the Setsuko side. Went down to 2 HP to get it, Khroen.
Yeah.
It's doing a lot of damage.
2 Teemo 2s, actually. It's just the one that Setsuko has a lot better items. Oh, the Abomination goes down. Looks like Setsuko is going to take out Sojin's win streak, but is not going to take him out of the game yet. 12k Teemo damage. Yeah, this is definitely a Teemo diff there.
I know there's an answer to this. I think I asked Mort this once and he told me, but I forgot. Like, if it's only Teemo left on both sides, and it's the same star level, who wins?
I have no idea.
Or is it just a draw?
I have never seen that happen before. Maybe we will see it happen.
Maybe. I feel like I was told this once and I forgot it. Oh, giantslayer is a nice pickup, actually.
Yeah.
It's always a good item to see late game.
A lot of gold coming through.
That could just go on the Teemo, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it will. No one else has the slots available for it, at least to be impactful with. For Abomination, the A-Bomb is going to probably be baited by the Heimer turret, it looks like. So good Setsuko positioning on that side with that in mind.
And honestly, Setsuko, taking a first here, even a second, is a big deal because they came into this one with 15 points. So they were one of the players that we talked about being really on the bubble as far as trying to make it into the top 8. So obviously every point counts here. We'll see if they can finish it off.
Yeah, this is big if they're able to do so. Setsuko's Teemo hits a good set of shrooms, does not take out the Kindred though. The Kindred still alive on Sojin's board, is able to ult. Both Kindreds do actually. It's really the battle of the Teemo ultimates. That one wasn't good from Sojin, but the shrooms from Setsuko's find their way onto Sojin's Teemo. He's gonna fall.
Oh,
looks like another Setsuko win.
Abomination.
Abomination's gonna be there, but it jumps to the other side of the board. This is gonna be a Setsuko win.
It's seeming to look that way as the Abomination falls. Only Daisy remains, and that's it. Yeah, Setsuko will take first place with the slightly better Teemo board, but that was kind of a mirror finishes almost. We saw the daisies jumping all over the place. But the other thing that Setsuko had going for him too is the Heimerdinger as well, which ended up doing a lot of damage to the backline as well with a well-positioned dragon. Yeah,
it did actually a lot of value there. Not only did it just output a lot of damage and get a cast off, but it also baited the Abomination as well. So a multi-purpose unit there, just having another body on the board and use that very, very well. And that might have been enough. I mean, we'll see when the scores are calculated, but Setsuko does jump to 25 points from that first place. And I mean, if it goes down to tiebreakers, and it goes to the second version of the tiebreakers, getting more firsts is going to net you the win there. So we'll see what happens very, very shortly here. I'm eagerly awaiting it, DoA. There's so much that can happen with these placements.
Me too. We're letting those, again, results be completed here behind the scenes. Until then, it was an exciting day. And I think we saw, I think all the way through, honestly, we saw a good mix of both reroll and some of the 4-cost carry compositions, some of the more best board, go to 8, roll for some of those higher tier units. That stuff came through and did pretty well as well. So again, early indications. We've only got 10 games to draw off of, and I'm definitely going to be jumping back into some of the Twitch VODs from some of these players and like deep diving into like LOL chess or something to check it out. But I think so far, very early indication. We definitely did see re-rolling kind of brought under control a little bit.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Like I said, very, very early, but I think it's encouraging, the games today.
I think it is too. I'm actually right there with you. I think some re-rolling has done well today. Mainly the brand compositions. Everything else seemingly fell short, or at least was very inconsistent. The 4-cost carries with the Draven and Aphelios to come to the forefront, as well as if you're actually able to get just a good Hellion opener and get the Teemos online. Like, it was a Teemo versus Teemo in that last lobby that we saw, so both obviously very, very strong compositions. One thing that definitely sticks out in my mind, though, is that Goobum's pivot from Abomination to 4 Rangers. I think it's one of like the cleanest pivots that I've seen. It didn't, unfortunately, come through to find these units to be upgraded, like if it was Aphelios one and Rise one, but still, like, I'm looking at that game being like, wow, that looks like how you run Rangers, actually. So I'm probably going to implement that playstyle into my games when I go play on ladder, for sure, because it makes a lot of sense. With the Abomination, you save HP in the early to mid game. You can hold some good Ranger items on the Callista, as well as having them on the Abomination to carry with as well. So it all really clicks and adds up really nicely together for that comp.
Yeah, and Abominations, like you said, is just solid in the early parts of the game too, whereas Rangers definitely isn't unless you're high-rolling a bunch of Varuses and items for that too. So that is interesting. And although it didn't work out, that probably was one of my favorite moments of the day because that transition was, so well thought out and so clean. And as someone who loves running Rangers and has loved that since, earlier sets in TFT, I'm happy for any way to kind of make that work.
Definitely so.
But it looks like we're still waiting for the results to get done. Those will be ready in just a moment. And obviously there's a lot of math to be done. There might be some tiebreakers to consider because it's important. When we show these, this is going to be the top 8 people going through to tomorrow. And the stakes are high, right? If we look at we'll take a look at the prize pool and things later, but the stakes not only are a little bit of cash, but that spot in the mid-set invitational, right? The mid-set finals, rather, I should say. But the scores are ready. Let's take a look at it. The moment of truth, Khroen. Who's going to make it through? Who's on the cutoff?
Oh, and that's just from the last lobby first.
That's the lobbies. Oh, they trolled us. They said scores, but they didn't say it was just the scores of the lobby. I should have known. It's my fault, Khroen. But lobby A that we saw Setsuko win. Marcel taking a third. Robin Songs taking a fourth. It's going to be players, unfortunately, like Delicious Milk all the way down at the bottom that maybe need to be sweating a little bit. So we'll see.
Yeah, with that actually, Milk probably is at what, like 27 points with
I'm
that.
not even
But
going to try
yeah,
and guess.
I don't know. Let's see it
Let's
right
just find
now.
out. There you
Oh,
go.
all right, we're going to see our top eight here, and all the way. I want to look at the bottom of these, or the top eight. It's Setsuko winning out on the tiebreakers versus Sphinx, probably because of that last round victory there. That is a heartbreaker, excuse me, for Sphinx.
Yeah, that it doesn't get any closer to that, but we talked about just how crucial it was at the end of that last game for Setsuko to get that win, and that win propelled him into the top 8, into tomorrow. Looking above that, Delicious Milk making it through. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. He's back. Going to the top 8 tomorrow. Marcel P starting to make more of a name for himself with a finals lobby appearance. And then players like Goobums that we know are so strong. And it'd be fun to watch them tomorrow. Robin Songs, the Brennanator, Kagaros, and Spencer making it through to the second day. So a good mix of established professionals and names that are kind of trying to rise up a little bit in the scene here.
Definitely, speaking of those names, Brennator and Marcel P definitely jump out as the up-and-comers of TFT, and, you know, they're going to be in a good spot to maybe get that invite to the mid-set finale. All these players going to be fighting first and foremost for that. Of course, a little bit of prize money as well, but yeah, congrats to our top 8 here. I'm really looking forward to see how this competition evolves into tomorrow. I feel like I bring this up in every single TFT broadcast, but tournament metas fluctuating is a very real thing, especially when it is on a patch day. So players are going to be grinding out a lot of games tonight and tomorrow, familiarizing themselves with what they want to do in terms of this reroll conundrum, I'll call it, or just going for these 4-cost carries. I'm excited to see, because I think there will be a lot of changes in the way that people approach the game as we see tomorrow's play.
Yep, that's right. I think we've got a lot to look forward to. But don't go anywhere yet. We're going to set up a winner's interview as fast as we can for you. And until we get there, we're going to take a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We're going to find out some words from the top players in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Closing out the day here at the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series Day 1. DoA and Khroen here with you. And we've got Spencer, our points leader on the day. How you doing, man? How did you tackle kind of a crazy day, right? Where we had the B patch coming in just a few hours ago. What was your approach with that patch coming in?
Definitely not like I already before the patch I was already playing like comps that weren't really like on like nerfed or on the radar of like getting nerfed, so that was pretty good. I guess so I was just like sticking to my like normal gameplay, which
okay, so you didn't really feel impacted by it. All right. Did you notice sort of a difference in terms of the compositions we saw in the lobbies to what we saw in the ladder? I feel like we saw a lot more things like Aphelios, maybe a little bit more Draven, but did you notice a big difference in terms of the lobbies today, depending on against what we've seen on the ladder for the last week or two?
Definitely like not as much like set, I guess, because set did get like nerfed, and I guess not many Hellions because they also got nerfed.
Yeah. And speaking of, Spencer, you kind of played what you're comfortable with today. The game you did go 8th, it was with that Soraka reroll composition. Is that one that you had practiced or one that you just went because the game was looking good for it?
I definitely went because the game was looking like pretty good for it. And I heard like it was like pretty strong.
You heard? How often had you played it?
Yeah. I think that was my first game playing it.
Oh, okay, all right.
Well, I mean, pulling out, that's very interesting, actually.
That's brave.
How often are you going to, go into a comp you haven't practiced if it just looks good for the game versus what you just are already comfortable with, right? Like, are you going to do that, say, like, say you make it to, like, mid-set finale or like, NA regional qualifiers for Worlds, are you going to be a player to bring out that kind of, like, if it works because I hit in this gameplay style, or are you going to, like, go back to the comfort more often than not?
If I was taking like probably more seriously, I think I definitely wouldn't like limit test. What? I think I was in like I had enough points, so I think I was like guaranteed in. So I was just like gonna try it, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. I've got one last question for you. I'm curious about your approach to tournaments in general. Do you just kind of try to continue what's been working for you on the ladder, what you feel comfortable with, like you mentioned earlier, or do you do a decent amount of scouting, prepping for the players you're going to play against specifically? What's your kind of approach then?
I definitely just like, I guess like play a bit like kind of just normally, but I do like hold on to more pairs and like probably like roll aggressively more.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to let you go, but before we do that, any shout outs, anyone you want to thank out there, anything to say before you head out?
I guess like thank you guys for like hosting the 20, like Giantslayer and all that. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cool. We appreciate it. Thank you for showing us some awesome games today. Congratulations on your points win in day 1 of the Challenger Series here, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, there we go, folks. Spencer TFT, our points leader for the day, tied with Kagros, but able to win that tiebreaker and take the #1 spot. But Khroen, what a day of matches it's been. We're going to take a look at the top 8 players going to the final day in a moment, but I mean, I feel like there's so much to talk about. There's so much to sort of like digest and break down. What I'm excited about now, actually, is getting up tomorrow morning and just sort of analyzing everything we saw in the last few hours.
Yeah, it'll be actually interesting to like have the data in front of us of seeing how many times reroll was attempted and how many times it actually top 4 versus bottom 4 and things like that, because players with this tournament are definitely still in that experimentational phase of figuring out how well it goes. But we did learn a couple of, I think, very solidified things, and that is that Aphelios, 4 Ranger comps or 2 Ranger comps going to be strong. You can rely on these, Aphelios and Draven carries. You can still run the Hellions, and as Spencer was saying, we're nerfed, right? There's Lulu nerf and Kennen nerf, but you can still go for that route, and it can net you a top 2, if not a victory, because the last round that we did see was, Team 02 versus Team 02. So still a lot of things to figure out in this meta, but I think we're going to see some changes even moving forward to tomorrow. So I'm just excited to see what that actually looks like on the day.
Yeah, me too. Here are the top 8 players on the left who are going to be making it through to day number 2. Spencer, as we just talked to, Kagaros, the Brennanator, Robin Songs, Goobums, Marcel P, Delicious Milk, and Setsuko. So quite the lineup of old guard and new guard, and it seems more than anything that I felt like this is the end of set 4, like set 4.5, and now early on in set 5. That we're seeing sort of this changing of the guard. We're seeing this new wave of top players coming up, and I feel like day 2 of the Challenger Series this week is going to be a good show of that.
Yeah, and I think just with Set 5 and how the esports scene is kind of laid out for it, it offers the opportunity for players to come out of, come out of the woodworks, come out of nowhere and really show their stuff. And I think we saw that in the Dawnbringer Cup. We're going to see that more throughout each week of Challenger Series, when players are on top of the ladder and able to actually convert that in tournament play. So I'm really going to have my eyes on players like the Brennanator, I think mainly to see how they can stack up against this rest of the old guard. You got to be thinking about some tight competition, and Robin Songs as well. I mean, only player to top 4 every single game today. Got to give some props there. I think, Robin and Brennanator are my top 2 to look forward into tomorrow. But what about you, DoA? Do you have any players that kind of are on your list there?
I mean, I'm psyched to see how Delicious Milk can do. He kind of seems like the old grizzled veteran of this group of 8 players. So we'll see if the curmudgeon-y old TFT player can do it. I actually don't know if he's old in real life. I have no idea.
I don't think so.
In terms of TFT longevity, he's one of the oldest pros we got, I think, even when he takes some time off. So I'm excited to see what he can do tomorrow. But Khroen, we're at the end of the day. Final thoughts before we close things out.
Yeah, final thoughts. I mean, it's hard for competitors to navigate a new patch going tournament, but I think we learned a lot. And as I said earlier, we're going to see a lot more changes moving forward into tomorrow. It's where only the top player can come out with that mid-set finale invite. So excited to see at the end of however many games we have, because it's not going to be a solid amount of games, right? We got that double checkmate format, or at least 2 win condition format with 24 points and a win, or 40 points total. That's always a delight to watch that format. So excited to see what kind of dynamic that can bring for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. Thanks, everybody, for watching today. This has been 5 really, really cool games. So, like 5 and a little bit extra. We cut some of the last bits of lobbies, so 5 and a quarter in total. I don't know. Either way, it's been a great set of Teamfight Tactics games. Thanks to giantslayer for putting this on. Thanks to Riot for making the game that we all love. Thanks to you at home for watching. And so until tomorrow, when we see our top 8 fight for that spot in the mid-set finale, go play some TFT, go enjoy yourself, relax, stay safe, and we will see you tomorrow here on Challenger Series. Take care. See you then.